We're now recording, so.
Hi, Evan. Yes, we're ready to start when you are.
You're gonna gavel or what? We're going.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm not going to use a gavel because this is an informal work session of the Council of the District of Columbia. There are, according to what I'm seeing, there are 24 panelists and another 35 attendees. This work session can be viewed through cable television channel 13. It might be streamed on Facebook. No, it's not being streamed on Facebook, but it's available in other ways. Council's website and the cable television website. This is a work session that we've been having in the last few years after the committees have completed their markup of the budgets with their recommendations to the committee as a whole. This is the first opportunity for council members to hear the recommendations of all of the committees, and it also is an opportunity for the public to hear what our thinking is, recognizing that there will be questions from members and maybe even some disagreement, but that doesn't necessarily reflect what will be before us next Tuesday, July 7th, when we vote on the budget. I do want to note that we have a new council member in our midst, Councilmember Brooke Pinto, and so welcome. And I believe all the members are present at the moment except for Councilmember Bonds, whom I expect will be joining us shortly. I intend, if I am on the edge of my seat, I intend to be asking some challenging questions of some of the committee presentations, just so that I better understand and we all better understand some issues with regard to their recommendations or what they didn't recommend. We have 12 committees we're going to go through. Most of the presentation will be led either by the Budget Office, Jen Budoff, or the committee chair for that particular item. I don't believe that Ms. Budoff, I don't want to suggest that Ms. Budoff will be presenting for the committee because she won't be. As I said, I will have some challenging questions and I hope other members will as well. When we get through about committee number 6, which I believe is Recreation and Youth Affairs, I'm going to call a roughly 15-minute break just so that everybody can get up and stretch and whatever else folks want to do. I apologize, I am not serving pizza, but I noted that last week. In fact, I'm not serving anything except myself a cup of coffee. And having said that, let me turn it over to Jen Budoff, and then the first presentation will be the Committee on Education. Jen?
Good morning, everyone. Is the PowerPoint on the screen? Great. So for everyone watching at home, you can find copies of this presentation at dccouncil.us and also on the Budget Office's website, dccouncilbudget.com. Okay. Sorry. We're just going to go over a few things before we get into the committee budget actions. It would be great if we could limit each discussion to 30 minutes, but you know, sometimes we know we all go over. And finally, we'll have a conversation about council-wide priorities. This is just the budget timeline, where we are in the process. We received the budget on May 18th. We had markups last week. It went by very, very quickly. Our first vote is July 7th, and our second vote on the LBA is July 21st, and the second vote on the BSA is going to be on July 28th. In terms of certification, just to remind everyone that the CFO's role within our process is to certify the mayor's budget before it is sent to the council, and to certify the council's budget before the second vote. Their role is not to make policy judgments on the council's modifications. If there are any outstanding certification issues, which I'm not aware of at this point, normally there are, but we were very good this year, I think, and we don't have any. Well, you know, we will still work with the OCFO to make sure that everything gets certified.
I would note that we were good last year as well. We were good, and there were budget certification issues.
Well, at this point in the process. So just a reminder that as we continue to work through the process, our website is a one-stop shop for all things budget. You can find all of the budget resources on our FY21 page, a lot of resources for staffers within our budget toolkit. We have a number of analytics, Tableau dashboards up on our website, including schools, the master fee schedule, and some top-level analysis of our budget as compared to last year. So I encourage everyone, if you haven't been there, check it out, dccouncilbudget.com. So this year, we're going to be approaching the LBA report slightly differently, and we're going to be using a racial equity lens. So we are going to examine budget items through two channels: root causes and symptoms of racial inequity, as well as policies that will move the district forward in achieving racial equity. So all of the actions that we as a council are taking will be framed in the LBA report through this lens. This is just to remind us where we started out the year. If you look at our budgets and how much they've increased over the years, this is a reminder that our FY21 budget still is a small increase over the FY21 budget. And that's not due to increasing revenues, but it is due to us utilizing other resources like our fund balance and previous year's surpluses. We are now at the Committee on Education, so I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Grasso.
Great. Thanks so much, Jen. I appreciate your summary. And I'm just going to say before I start that I greatly appreciate all of the input from my colleagues as well as from the public in trying to put this together. We have spent a lot of time reviewing all the testimony, engaging in all of the kind of work that needs to be responsive as we can be within this budget. As you notice, there has been some moves within the budget, although not that many, because we also are grateful for the mayor for following through with a 3% increase. We had all hoped it would be 4%, but given the financial constraints of where we are now, it is 3%, which is still, I think, a really great increase and something that I'm always going to be grateful for the mayor for doing. We wanted to note, after reviewing the mayor's numbers for each local education agency, the committee noticed that the enrollment projection for the middle school at Achievement Prep, which is now going to be closed, it was still in there, these projections for enrollment. And so we were able to amend that in accordance with the mayor's errata letter, which came not long after we got the budget. We moved 5.7, roughly $5.8 million. And you can see in the slide projection here where we moved that. 2.4 million had to go to DCPS immediately for the projected enrollment changes that we think of students that will go into DCPS from the middle school that was closed. We enhanced the early literacy intervention grants by $900,000 at OSSI. We also invested $250,000 at OSSI to develop and maintain a data visualization platform. This is the work that has been done that will make the way that we support arts and humanities within our schools through the collaborative that does that work, allow them to better understand the data. It connects directly with the Office of Out of School Time. And again, talking about an equity lens, this is exactly what we need to do to make sure that the investments that we have for field trips, for arts and humanities classes within the schools is done in an equitable way. And we required this type of analysis in the Office of Out of School Time grants when I re-envisioned that with the support of Councilmember Nadeau years ago, and they do it now. All the money goes out for after school and summer programs in a similar way. And so we were going to take advantage of that experience with the Office of Out of School Time to allow the collaborative on arts and education humanities for them to do a similar analysis, and this money will support that work going forward. We also funded our more work at OSSI for positive school climates and trauma-informed emotional services. This is a budget item that I have constantly tried to put money into and would support more money going into it if possible for restorative practice training and other just ways to support students that are most often left behind. We gave $1.4 million to OSSI for the enhancement of childcare subsidies. I want to note that the mayor had requested in her errata letter to put $5 million here. But again, we just simply don't have that kind of money to move around. And so anything we can do for childcare subsidies moving forward would be supported. I wanted to note that one of the budget support acts that we did include was the School Financial Transparency Amendment Act of 2020. This is a bill that I introduced with all of my colleagues on the council back last year, and we had a hearing and a markup on this bill last fall. It passed unanimously in the committee, and this committee action now recommends that this subtitle has been slightly modified but be put into the Committee on Education. We recommended supporting it moving forward. I want to note before we go too much farther that this is something that we worked very closely with OSSI, with the Deputy Mayor for Education, with the District of Columbia Public Schools, and with the Public Charter School Board. And as a result, you'll notice a line item here where we did move some money around to pay for the fiscal impact of this legislation. It's in various different buckets, but one is noted on the first slide here, which is for the Deputy Mayor to engage with consultants over the next year to do a common chart of expenses. So to understand how all the LEAs are spending their money in particular buckets that we really are interested in learning more about publicly, this common chart of accounts will allow us to do that. And they will have a full year to develop that common chart of accounts, and this money supports that. If you want to go to the next slide, Jen, that would be great. I think I've covered this one. So here we had to put some money as well towards DC Public Charter School, the board, to support the costs associated with this. We had to reallocate, I think the next thing that I want to go into, this next slide mentions another budget support act that we put forward, which has garnered some attention and I think is incredibly important. As you all know, we're in the midst of widespread demonstrations on racial injustice, both here in the District of Columbia as well as nationally. The council has received just tons of calls, emails, tweets, everything you can imagine of engagement on this issue. And the Committee on Education immediately began to re-examine the laws that required MPD to coordinate and authorize security for DC public schools. Now, this is just DCPS. I just want to be clear on that. We had broad discussions over the years about these contracts with students, especially, as well as teachers and principals. It's just important, I think, to put on the record here what I did at the education markup. During the hearing for DCPS for the budget, it was noted that DCPS has only one counselor for every 408 students, one psychologist for every 402 students, and one DCPS hired social worker for every 217 students, while at the same time, they have contracted for a security officer or special police officer, one for every 147 students. This appears to me to be completely out of whack, and it is belief that the Committee on Education passed unanimously that we should move this contract from the MPD managing it to DCPS managing it, because we believe that some of this money and these efforts can be invested in social emotional learning, can be engaging directly with the school communities that know what's best for their students. And so we have, I just want to pause here for a second and just note that the Committee on Education, for as long as I've been chair of this committee, has worked very hard to end the preschool to prison pipeline. First with collecting data, and then with passage of the Fair Access to School Act, which we have now, we'll see full implementation in the fall. And so to ask DCPS to take charge of this contract is not at all out of line with the kind of work that we already are helping them to engage in when it comes to embracing restorative practices, when it comes to alternatives to old school law and order discipline, but instead recognizes that students come to school with adversity and challenges, and that the best thing we can do is not say what's wrong with you, but to say to a student, what has happened in your life that puts you in this position that you need our help in this way. And too often we have used exclusionary discipline as a solution. And I believe that it's directly in line with that movement in the schools that we now will ask DCPS to take over the security contract for the security officers in the schools, take a full year to retrain them, to work with them to come up with alternative approaches to hardcore law and order discipline. So we believe that this is responsive. We reallocated $7 million within DCPS to support this contract by allowing DCPS central office to oversee management of the school security contract as required by this new section in the Budget Support Act. We also are allowing $6.4 million of that to support social and emotional learning, which is a huge component of discipline problems within schools. This is something that I think will transform, but only as far as we support DCPS in doing it. And it does not at all address the question of school resource officers who are entirely contracted by MPD and not contracted through DCPS. So we've done what we can, I think, in this first step to address all the demands and the thousands of emails and calls that we've received, and try hard to do create a better nexus between the school security officers and the schools that they oversee or the schools that they monitor. And DCPS has been in conversations with us about this, and we will continue to engage with them over the next couple of weeks so that they fully understand and have the supports they need to make this transformation. In addition, the committee did accept transfers from other committees. We sent some money over, I should note first, to the Committee on Government Operations. We wanted to refund the bullying prevention coordinator position, which we had been promised would actually be funded and actually would be staffed up. And we also wanted to pay for a law that is in the Committee on Government Ops that addresses abortion access in the city. In addition, we accepted the following from other committees, and I'm grateful for the work that went into supporting this. You can see here on this slide, $1 million in one-time funding from Kenya McDuffie's committee, the Committee on Business and Economic Development, to go towards the DC Public Libraries in support of the GoGo Archives. Now, there is already in the works and archives for GoGo in the new MLK Library work that we're doing, and this money will continue to expand that work and really make sure that we're honoring the city's official music, GoGo. We also received money from the Committee on Facilities and Procurement to increase the at-risk weight. Thank you to Councilmember Robert White for recognizing the need for more dollars in at-risk, the at-risk formula. In fact, to get to the adequacy study's full amount, which has been a request by a lot of people in the community, is a big lift, but every single dollar helps and matters. And this is, as you know, for at-risk students, and we've done a better job every year ensuring that that money follows the needs of our students. We also want to make sure that we recognize that the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, under the leadership of Councilmember Mary Che, thank you for your transfer. All in all, it was money mostly supporting Healthy Tots and Healthy Schools Act, where the mayor had came up very short on investing in these things, but it also has money that goes towards the State Board for Education Research, money for OSSI to do the environmental literacy grants, money as well for, like I mentioned, school breakfasts, healthy schools, and Healthy Tots. And I appreciate that work that Councilmember Che has been so dedicated to her entire career and continues to support. I've already gone over a few of these things. We do have in our Budget Support Act adoption of subtitles submitted by the mayor. We also have a few minor edits in those that have been recommended by the General Counsel. We have also School Meal Cost Reimbursement and Subsidies Amendment Act, which recommends increasing the annual amount of sales tax revenue dedicated to the Healthy Schools Fund from $5.1 to $5.5 million. That's part of the transfer from Councilmember Che. And I've already discussed the two subtitles that we put in the context of how we move some money around, but I want to note that both of the BSA subtitles I have introduced in this budget process do have a nexus to this budget and are fully funded in this budget. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to take any questions with the remaining 16 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Grasso. I'm going to start with some questions and then turn to other members. There's been a request for additional funding for the libraries. What were you able to do, David?
The libraries have asked for more money for collections. $1.5 million was the ask, and we were not able to help them in that regard this year.
There's also been a fair amount of lobbying about trying to increase the at-risk weight. Were you able to do anything there?
Not beyond what is already within the formula. When you increase the formula by 3%, remember that increases all of the other weights that are associated going down the line. So we got significant increase in at-risk from that. We got significant increase in all the 4 categories for special ed students. And then Councilmember Robert White sent us $300,000 for that effort, and that will go towards the at-risk. But I would love to do more. Like I said, the number is just enormous to get it up to the adequacy study, but something that I would support and have supported in the past.
What about childcare? A couple of questions there. My understanding is that there was $5 million that OSSI identified actually is in their budget, but without authority. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I mean, I know that they, in the errata letter, the mayor wanted to include, ask us to find $5 million for OSSI for childcare subsidies. If all it was authority, Mr. Chairman, I would have definitely known that and done something about it, because It's more than that. There's actually a need for more money. We found $1.4 million to go towards this effort. But if we could find another $3.6 million to get it up to the 5 million, I think that would be really good for the efforts that we're undertaking going forward. It's just a big number as well.
So your understanding is it's more than an budget authority issue?
I think that's correct. The budget office might want to clarify that, but I'm pretty sure that it's actual dollars they're looking for.
All right, my staff tells me OSSI has the money but needs the budget authority, so we will look at that.
I would be very surprised about that, Mr. Chairman. I think they're getting mixed up there with the there are federal grant dollars that I think OSSI needs the authority to go after, but I do not believe that this money. My staff is texting me too. Let me see what they say. No, this is just about the errata letter of 5 million. It's not an authority thing, Mr. Chairman. It's actual money they're looking for. That's why we put 1.4 to it. I don't think your staff is correct on that.
All right. And mental health, you may have touched on this. I know you wanted to add money for mental health supports. Would you have done that in your budget, or would that be Committee on Health?
Well, that goes towards Councilmember Gray's office. I was not able to transfer money, but the Committee on Health is the one that has the authority over that project. And I believe he did add some money there, which is, I'm very grateful for any money we could put in. Now, on top of that, I have had in-depth conversations with the Deputy Mayor for Education as well as DCPS on efforts to get more federal dollars to go towards mental health services for schools. And they have told me that they have taken not the money that was promised and that we didn't get, but money that they already have in place that is going towards this effort. More money there is always good, but I think they have what they need right now. It's also true that there is some of this money that I put towards the changes with the school security contract is going to go to social emotional learning, which I think is very important in the same effort that you're talking about.
Let me just back up to help folks who are wondering what I'm talking about. A few minutes ago when I referred to authority, so when we adopt a budget, there's money, but there's also authority to spend the money. Sometimes there is money without authority. We see that especially with some of the special purpose funds, but it happens other times. And so there could be money in an agency, but they need the authority to spend, and that's what I was referring to. David, there's also been lobbying with regard to digital, the need for, I think the figure I have in my mind that I've heard from some of the advocates is $10 million for digital. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, it's I think $11 million, but this is something that we raised repeatedly with the leadership in the city around making sure that every single student had what they needed to manage the digital divide in our city when it comes to distance learning. And every time I've asked this question, everybody who is in the authority has said that they do have the resources at this point in time to do this. Partly it's because they can use the pandemic money, the money that came from the CARES Act and others, to go towards this effort. And those are the two priorities that they have, is digital divide and try to work on the digital divide, as well as the mental health supports from that pandemic money. So I have been, really looking into that and trying to see if it's something the council should step in on. But it appears to me that the public charter schools and DCPS have what they need there. What the public charter schools need more of is just the PPE and all of the stuff to try to open appropriately when the time is right for social distancing and to get their buildings ready for that. That's more of a, more of a grant thing than a budget ask at this point.
Let me ask about school security. Two things. One is, in light of what you're doing, do you believe we still need to disapprove the school security contract?
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to first thank my colleagues who joined me in filing the disapproval. We are under the understanding now, and I would be happy to have the General Counsel and the Budget Office help me explain this, but we are under the understanding that we do not need to disapprove that in order to move forward with our plan. So the contract can go forward as it's been submitted to the council, but and then our plan moving forward to change it over to DCPS can still happen, along with our funding plan to put more money in social emotional support. So I'm happy to, if you would like to get a further explanation from the general counsel's office or the budget office to verify that, but that's our understanding, is that we will not have to disapprove that contract moving forward.
Will not have to disapprove. Related to school security, last week, probably the day that you circulated, I heard from some folks in the executive, but they've not gotten back to me, suggesting that if the contract is cut by roughly 25%, that's such a substantial modification that it would need to be rebid. Have you looked at that?
We're not cutting it down from $25 million. The contract will still be the same. What we're doing is asking DCPS to use that money differently than they would have normally used it. And again, this is incredibly complicated back office kind of stuff that, I think that I saw that response, and what that response I thought was directly from the contracting and procurement office, which, that's what their answer is going to be, but we're not asking them to rebid anything, and we're going to let this go forward. And then DCPS will have the authority to spend this money differently.
My understanding, and I don't know if this is that the Committee on Transportation and the Environment transferred some money to you, or tried to transfer some money to you for the State Board of Education for research. Is it correct that they tried to, and did you accept the money or not?
I believe they did, thanks to Councilmember Cherry. We got $100,000 transferred to the Committee on Education for the State Board to do research.
And so you added that to the State Board's budget?
That's correct.
But it's also my understanding that you cut the State Board by $50,000 from a travel line. Is that correct?
That's correct. We needed to take some money and give it to the student advocate and the ombudsman for schools for translation services, so they can get their services out there to more communities. So it's a language access question. They've been asking for that support for a long time. We were in direct communication with the State Board when we did this, and so it's not a surprise to them, but we felt like it was appropriate to move that money to help with language access.
So the net for the board is a $50,000 increase?
That's correct.
Now I'm told that the $50,000 cut was from the travel line, and State Board didn't have a travel line. They wanted one, but they didn't have one. Do you know?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't make that up out of thin air. I'd have to bring my staff in on that one, but whatever line it was something that we thought was appropriate to do to support the language access services.
Well, maybe while others are asking questions, I have one more. Your staff can get back to you on
Well,
it.
he got back to me. Hold on, Mr. Chairman. He says that in the budget that was submitted to the council, there was a line item for travel.
All right, we'll have to figure that out. And then finally, there are three subtitles. I know you touched on them briefly before. The education facility co-location, is there a budget nexus there?
Mr. Chairman, I think there might be one that you could make the argument for moving forward. Obviously, this is about the money that we would be collecting from the public charter school LEA that's going to go directly to the DC public school. And we're trying to make sure that that is a direct nexus between those two to make that happen. And this section would permit that to happen. And so there is, I think, not a great one, but a tenuous one. And it also creates, I believe, a special purpose fund to make that happen. So we need to create that special purpose fund in this budget process in order for them to move forward with that.
Okay, so it's creating a special purpose or non-lapsing fund into which these rental payments would go, from which the money would go to the school, not to central.
Right. Not to the general fund.
The school financial transparency, what's the budget nexus?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know that people for a long time have been calling for more transparency and more openness when it comes to all of the different school budgets. People have been worried about LEAs and how they spend their money. The nexus here is that it puts us in a better position to do our jobs in the future when it comes down to budget transparency.
And I would ask you the nexus on school security, but you've already spoken to that. Recognize other members. I saw Councilmember Silverman with her hand up. Is that correct? You're muted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Grasso, for your work. I do have a few questions. First, on the school security contract. So you have said that it's going to be handed back to DCPS and then they will make decisions about how to use the funds. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. So a few questions off that. First, just going backward, I looked and I saw that in DC code, we had outlined a curriculum for the school security. It included 9 items: child development, behavior management, conflict resolution. This was a curriculum that all of our security personnel should have gone through. Have we done oversight of that, and have they gone through it? Do we know that they were trained in this curriculum that we identified?
This, I believe, was identified when it was transferred to MPD, and MPD would have been required to do that. I'm not sure what has happened from an oversight on that regard, but I think it would be better if this was at DCPS for obvious reasons, because there's a closer relationship with what's actually happening on the streets.
Oh, I have no disagreement with you. As I think you know, Councilmember Grasso, I don't think it should be administered by MPD, but I think when it happened, the DC Council outlined that there needs to be a specific curriculum for the school security guards, and we specifically outlined 9 items, which seem to be similar to your request for having, whoever does this work trained in kind of social emotional learning and various things. So, I guess I want to know, did, our current contractor, SAM, did they have a curriculum? Was it following what we had outlined in the law? Do we know anything about that?
It's hard for me to say because I don't know whether or not they were actually following that section of the law. It just wasn't in my committee purview. So this is part of the reason, like I said, why I'm trying to shift this over so that I can actually do that.
Okay. I'll move quickly because I know others have lots of questions. So on the 7 million, I mean, just to be clear, so right now we have workers who work for SAM, the contractor. Will people be losing their jobs because of your recommendation?
Yeah, so, the reality is that with distance learning and with the fact that not everybody is going into the school building as much, there is less of a need for these security guards to be on the job. And so that 7 million reflects that shift away from people going into the building so much next year. And that's an estimate that we worked through. I do have to be honest, though, that as we transform the way that we do this, DCPS will still have the full budget authority to spend the same amount of money, but they need to reimagine how to do this in the following fall. And when they do that work, there could be people that lose jobs. And I have been very clear with SEIU on this. I've met with them on it to understand what the impact will be. And I believe that it's important for DCPS to work with the guards and the personnel that are there to do this training, to give them the first opportunity to do this training, and to kind of shift their focus to be more one that actually engages in support rather than enforcement.
Okay, and Councilmember Grasso, what is the handoff? When do we hand off the contract from MPD to DCPS? And what is that what does that mean on the ground?
Basically what will happen is we're going to shift the authority to manage this contract with our Budget Support Act. And when it passes on an emergency basis, it will go to DCPS. And so the contract itself can continue to move forward, but it will be managed by DCPS starting this summer as soon as we vote for the BSA. You know how we pass it on emergency. And then so it will be immediately this fall, they will start to take charge of this contract.
Okay. So just to wrap up this school security, I mean, as I said to you, Councilmember Grosso, I don't think MPD should have anything to do with this. I am concerned that it seems like we never followed through on what the council wanted to do with the curriculum. And so I hope that we will follow through, like, for example, we should probably add in some things from the NEAR Act to make sure it is in conjunction with the NEAR Act. But I just have, Mr. Chairman, 2 additional areas. Maybe I'll just say them so that we can move on. First, on libraries, my understanding is a little bit different, Mr. Grasso, than your answer to the chairman. My understanding is that because of MLK's opening in this budget year, which basically doubles our footprint of libraries and also increases our FTEs, that there's actually a PS cut, the libraries are saying, of $4.6 million, which would mean that I think about 46 FTEs at the branch libraries would need to be reduced, which could have really big impacts on hours we offer, including Sunday hours. I'll just sort of leave that there. As labor chair, we know that when we closed our libraries, that cut off access to computers for a lot of our residents that don't have either computers or Wi-Fi at home. Anybody who visits our libraries knows the number one thing is the computers. Like, there is always a wait. So I am concerned that as we reopen, this might have an impact on digital access.
Let me just say something about this before you move on, please.
Sure.
You know, I've grappled with this a lot and understand this, and it's been not just this year, but it's been a conversation for a number of years, because we knew when we shut down MLK, in order to actually renovate the building, that those staff were pushed out into our neighborhood libraries. And we knew that it was going to be a question, it was an open question of whether or not those would be replaced with new FTEs or brought back into MLK to run that building. So this is not a cut of FTEs at all. And I don't think it's fair to, to say it that way. The second thing I want to be very clear about is that given the shutdown, given the fact that they're going to be slow to reopen, even though they are, it's very slow. It's incredibly important to me that we're respectful of the staff's desires and needs about when they can be there and how many hours they want to be there, given the fact that we also have to close down these libraries for deep cleanings and for making sure that they have it. So I don't think it's entirely accurate. I have a very close relationship with the director and I meet with them all the time. So, to say that this is true is just not true.
Fair point, Councilmember Grasso. I
Thank
should have framed it differently. I think it's sort of an effective reduction because of the expansion.
No, it's not. It is not. That is not fair to characterize it that way. The fact is that this building is the same building that it was before, that's been renovated with staff coming back to work there. Would I have liked to expand the FTEs to another 50 or more so that we could keep the hours at all the neighborhood libraries going the same amount? Yes, I think that would have been appropriate. But the problem is with the pandemic, things have changed dramatically. And the director of the library is understanding that what he needs to do to make sure the space is safe and clean for everybody. And that means shorter hours. That means not the same challenges we had a year ago. So to discuss it in the same terms as a year ago today doesn't work. And in fact, the mayor did give authority for more FTEs in case we can find the money to move forward.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make put 2 concerns maybe on the record and then wrap up. So first, I think Councilmember Trayon White sent something around and mentioned a concern about reductions at Ward 8 schools. I assume Councilmember White will talk to us about that, but I'm concerned about the chart that he circulated. And second, on childcare, remain concerned as labor chair that we are, thank you to everyone who contributed and to you, Councilmember Grasso, on the increase to the subsidies. But I'm just concerned in general about the viability and sustainability of our childcare centers, and about the ability of our workers to go back to work. I have my labor chair hat on, and I did ask these questions, and thank you to your committee, Councilmember Grasso, for noting it in your committee report. But I did ask these questions, I believe, of Superintendent King. And I have to say I didn't get the greatest answers, but I'll leave it there. Thank you, Councilmember Grasso and the Education Committee and your staff. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Mr. Chairman, can I just respond to two of those points? I think they're good points
Sure.
that need to be raised. The first is I'm not sure who else you're thinking about sending money for subsidies, because I'm the only person that put money towards childcare subsidies in this budget. No one else sent money to the Committee on Education for that. I would welcome it, and I think it's important. We talk a lot about it, but I don't see anybody sending any money to childcare subsidies. I put 1.4 million and would support more money going there. The second thing I want to note is I had a tremendous amount of respect for Councilmember Trayon White. I think, unfortunately, you were looking at the wrong budget comparison. It was an apples to oranges comparison. The revised budget was what Councilmember White was looking at to say that there were any reductions in any school budgets. And remember, a revised budget includes things like federal transfers. So it happens later in the year. It has the Medicare and Medicaid transfers. It has and more accurate accounting of what school staff are in there. Because what we do when we do our budget up front is we do what the average teacher salary is. A revised budget includes the actual teacher salaries. And so if you looked at almost, I would imagine, I haven't done this because it's a big task to do and doesn't make a lot of sense to do it. But if you looked at every single school budget based on revised as compared to last year's proposed budget, you would definitely see a major reduction because it's all the federal dollars are now included in it. When we go back and we look at the Ward 8 schools, we see two schools that have had slight reductions. Lecky actually has a $4,000 reduction, and Ballou had a discontinuation of 2 special ed classes. These are cohorts of students that have higher reimbursement rates on a per student funding formula. Both of those classes are removed from the school. That was slightly over $200,000. But there is no reason to continue to fund those classrooms if they aren't there anymore. And I think that is the only 2 schools in Ward 8. So I know that Jen Budoff is prepared to also discuss this if anybody has any deep questions on it. But I think that answers the question around what the chart that was sent around.
Thank you. I see 2 other council members, Trayon White and then Councilmember Allen. Trayon?
Thank you. I'll be brief.
Councilmember Che.
It's like Councilman Grasso. I did get a chance to speak to Chairman Mendelson, who echoed some of those same sentiments. So my staff and I are looking at those numbers and trying to figure out what's accurate and what's not. I did want to ask you, did you see anything that we can do to support the librarians? I know I've been getting a lot of pushback, concerns about librarians in DCPS. What's your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Trayon White, and I appreciate you relooking at those budget numbers, and also wanted to mention, which I forgot to mention, the money you transferred over to open up the Ballou High School pool to the public, which is important and something we've done in other communities. So thank you for sending that money to make that happen. The libraries are a question that librarians are always coming up and a very important part of our school community. And this year, I think they're caught a little bit in the middle of us trying to give more control to the local school community, to the principals on how they want to spend their money. The council, I think we could, although I do not advise it and would not support it, simply say, no, you must have a librarian at full cost in every single school. But these school leaders have the decision to make on whether they want to have a full-time or part-time librarian. They cannot have no librarian, from my understanding. This is an issue, though, that the chancellor has taken up, and he has the chancellor's discretionary fund this year that we've created, which will allow him to fill the gaps in some of these communities. And if they need to, maybe he can step up and fill the gap to get these librarians to full time.
Councilmember White?
Yes, and I did want to ask, do we, outside of the contract for the security being outside of your purview, is there any data or documentation that we have as evaluation tool that MPD use that we can look at the SAM's contract as far as seeing they met certain benchmarks?
I have not seen any data on that. To be honest with you, most of what I'm going from is direct experience that I'm hearing from students on the ground. And, frankly, I do not think this contract is well managed, but I could ask my colleague from the Judiciary Committee if he knows of any of these kind of data points. It's very hard for my staff to get anything out of MPD, unfortunately, probably because of my attitude around MPD, but also because I'm not on the committee anymore, so it's very hard for me to get any answers from them. Councilmember Allen, do you have any thoughts on that? Have you heard of any kind of management of that contract that has been done well by MPD?
Well, I guess, and Councilmember White, maybe we could talk afterwards as well, because if I'm not quite sure what we mean when we say data points in terms of the metrics of that, but I'm happy to kind of work with you. I think largely, though, this is something, Councilmember Grosso and I agree on this, and we were trying to do this through our committee piece, but I think we're going to get this done as we've talked about. This is just better situated within schools. Having MPD govern this contract just doesn't, I think, line up with the values that we're all talking about and the shift that we want to make. So in my mind, I could follow up with you to make sure I understand what you want to look for in terms of a data point perspective, but just from the big picture, this is something we want to be able to move over. And so there's no disagreement between the two committees here.
Councilmember Tran White, did you have any other questions?
No, not at the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen, you wanted to be recognized.
Thank you. And I know we're 12 minutes over our allotted 30 minutes, so I'll try to be brief. Councilmember Grosso, one of the things I was trying to make sure I understood, kind of picking up on the continued theme with our school security contract, because again, you and I are, and I think most of us, it sounds like, are on the same page that we want to be able to move this over to DCPS. What I understand the committee did was reduce by $7 million the funds that would go into that. And then I think I heard, as my colleague, Councilmember Silverman, talked about, from a job perspective, we want to make sure that we're trying to be thoughtful around, of course, the men and women who already have jobs that we want to make sure we're very thoughtful about. But could you help me understand, or help us all understand a little more, what are we doing with the $7 million? Are we reinvesting that back into our, I don't think we're doing that per pupil formula, but what are the ways in which we're spending that $7 million now?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and I appreciate your support on this. The entire contract is uniform per student funding formula money. So this $25 or so million is all paid for out of DCPS's funding formulas. So we're limited in what we can do with it other than give it back to DCPS. If I took it out of DCPS and, for example, gave it to behavioral health to say increase school-based mental health services, that would be shorting DCPS UPSFF dollars, which would be a problem. We can't do that. So what we've done is redirect it. We've said, you have the full authority, but take the $7 million the committee and the council recommends. You take that $7 million because it's not going to be needed because of social distancing and the pandemic, and put it towards two things. One is paying for the work to reimagine how we do security in our schools. They needed that. They asked for that. DCPS said we need these FTEs to be paid for to do this work. So we've got some money going to that. The rest of it, we've required that it go into social emotional learning division to support students with mental health, to support students with the adversity that they're going to undoubtedly experience coming back to school or in the current communities that they're in, that they already experience.
Thank you. Do we, I mean, clearly they don't need $7 million to do a study about school security. So do we break that up in terms of what the costs are for
Yes.
rethinking that school security? And then are there also any restrictions or very clear parameters around that social emotional assistance that I think we all want to see?
Great, good point. Thank you. So it's broken down. It's like $400,000 is all they need to do the work and 3 FTEs. The remaining money And actually, we put a requirement in that I have not done before, but is something that is really important to me. That money has to go directly to schools. It cannot sit in central office, the other 6 point some million. So what we were thinking was, as we're reimagining this, there's going to be a lot of questions in the school buildings. Working with these students is too important. So that $6+ million is going right into the schools. Now, this is UPSFF for DCPS, so it's not charter schools, it's DCPS schools. So we'll go directly to the ground.
Okay. Well, so does that mean that the schools, so the individual schools are going to be deciding how to use those funds?
Well, within the context of social emotional learning. So they
Okay.
can use it for social workers, for restorative practice circles, for mental health services, for students therapy, things like that.
So we're building the guardrails and parameters around what those dollars have to be spent on. In other words, they can't turn around and spend it on more school security just at the local level.
No. And in fact, let's be clear also, I thought about this in the context of Councilmember Tran White's question. Let's say a school had to make the tough decision in their budget to do half of a librarian, and then they wanted a social worker, so they spent the other half of the librarian on a social worker. They could take this money now, pay for the social worker, and put the other money they had back into the librarian to get a full-time librarian. So this could help allay some of those concerns as well. But
Okay.
they have
All
to
right.
spend it on the social emotional well-being of the students in that school.
Okay, thank you. One item that I'll just briefly mention, we don't have to discuss it, just flag in the same way I did at the committee markup. The budget transparency language, I'm glad that it's there, and thank you. I've mentioned a couple of times, I think we should still go a little further, and at least one of the areas that I'd like to, over the next week or so, as we kind of keep working on this, I am a little concerned about the exceptions that are included in some of the Open Meetings Act language, that it could be too broadly used in a way that doesn't achieve what I think are our goals around open meetings. So don't want to spend too much time since we're already over here on that, but just wanted to flag that for you and my colleagues. I'd like to keep working on that with you over the next couple of weeks. And then lastly, I know libraries has come up a couple of times. I wasn't really going to focus much on the MLK side of things, as I heard some of the previous conversation, but one of my concerns was, what's the impact on all our other branches? At least I had heard that potentially this means that we're going to be losing Sunday hours, evening hours at all of our library branches. And I think that's troubling, but what does the reduction translate into at the local branch level? Because I think that's an important thing for us to keep in mind.
I think, the reduction is going to translate into reduced hours, and that means Sunday hours. I believe Thursday, are going to go back to a half day. A lot of this, though, is directly related to the need to reimagine how we provide services during this pandemic. And I don't think the library system anticipates that they're going to be able to reopen fully over the next 6-8 months, or at least until there's a vaccination, both for safety reasons and also for staffing reasons. The staff needs to be protected. And, this is a very good union member staff that we've worked well with, and we don't want to lose their support. So yes, there will be a reduction in hours. But I think it's responsive more towards the pandemic than it is towards the budget crisis or budget issues that we're having.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up too much time because I know others have questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And jump in on the discussion a minute ago with regard to using some of the savings from the contract for social emotional needs. Members may not realize this, but at the hearing on the budget where the chancellor was testifying, when he was asked about whether schools spend any at-risk money on physical education, his answer was yes, it's used for PE. So there isn't, I don't know how we do guardrails in the law. We've thought about it, but the fact that the money, we may want the money to go for social emotional, some of the principals see that PE is okay, and the chancellor seems to go along with that. Councilmember,
I think we do have some at-risk guardrails we could put in. Yeah.
I'm open to suggestions. Councilmember Chan, and you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have 2 points. One is that to reiterate what Councilmember Silverman was saying, the money for the libraries is not just collections, it's also for hours, and that's pretty critical for lots of people for access to computers. So I just wanted to underline that point. The second thing is the cut in the State Board of Education budget. This is not for travel. That sounds, frivolous perhaps. From what I understand, and I'm quoting from the president, if they have that $50,000 cut from 90,000 to 40,000, they're not going to be able to pay for services like DCHR, Octo, DGS. We would have to stop payment on our electronic meeting website, leaving the public with little access to information and meeting materials in violation of the Open Meetings Act. We would be unable to pay for our membership and professional organizations, which provide us with, tons of information, and unable to provide updated technology for our offices. Would be unable to provide any translations or interpretation. So this is not really de minimis, nor is it at all frivolous. And it's actually substantial. It's taking more than half of what their budget is. And so I think that when I sent over, and thank you for accepting it, when I sent over the money, it was for them to do research. It wasn't for a swap, so that half the money would come out of their regular budget. And I just want to note that.
Great, thanks for noting it. I've heard a different story, so it's all good. I mean, I think we'll be able to work it out. This not a lot of money. I think there is so much increased demand in the state, in the student advocate and the ombudsman office, that it's important for us to address those needs. And so that's how we felt like we needed to do it. They've been asking for years to be supported at a higher level. That's not untrue for the state board too. I agree with that, but we felt it was necessary to make this change.
Okay, and we might differ about where the money should come from and where it should go and all the rest of that, but I really wanted to get out there for everybody that this is not a minor loss of money for their meager budget, such as it is anyway. So thank you, Councilmember Grasso. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Shea. Councilmember Robert White, and then we're going to move to the next committee.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilmember Grasso, thank you for the work on this budget. I appreciate your attention, so I'm not going to spend time here because you're focused on this funding for mental health and digital equity. Just in this period of time where we're focusing and anticipating more distance learning and all the compounding issues that come with that, we really are going to have a strong focus on those two pots. I want to reiterate a concern that Councilmember Allen raised. I'm a co-introducer of the School-Based Budgeting and Financial Transparency Amendment Act, strong supporter of the bill. But it does seem that the language it creates sort of a loophole that allows boards of trustees for public charter schools to close most meetings with the exceptions of meetings about school closures or final budget approval. So if we could work together just to sort through that issue over the next couple of weeks, I'd appreciate that. On the subtitle concerning the security, the folks have actually raised the primary concerns that we have to work through. Two things though that I don't know have come up fully. You did answer a piece of this, but I'm not sure I fully understand. How much time do schools have to reconfigure their vision for security?
Well, thanks for the question, Councilmember White. The contract term for SAM, the company that we've contracted with for security, runs 1 more year. So basically it's up for bid next year for a full rebid. And so that gives DCPS this year to work with the money we've given them to reimagine how they're going to do this for the fall of 21 start of school year 21-22.
Okay, so they have time to engage the communities, and our expectation is that they will do that.
Yeah, but in the meantime, DCPS will be in charge of this contract now, so that they can start to demand greater services for their schools.
The only other thing I would say is, and this is really difficult to sort out, but I worry that, as I understand from what I see, but also from what I've heard, most of the security guards, the contract security guards, are Black DC residents. And one of my concerns is that that is not who will fill whatever jobs we replace these with. And so if we can use this year to figure out how we give opportunity and preference to folks who are currently in those positions to develop the skill sets that they need. But I would feel bad as a council member, and I don't think it's any of our intentions to remove Black DC residents and replace them with folks who may not be Black and may not be DC residents. And that's just something important that we sort through, even if it's complicated.
I couldn't agree more. And I've talked to SEIU about this and talked to them about how do we put supports in so that the training can happen of the people that we know are already known in the community, right? Because they've been working at these schools, and it's no dig on them. This is about us trying to help them reimagine how they provide services too. And I want them to be the ones that we go to first. And so I've made that point clear. I'm going to continue to reiterate it with DCPS. And so we all need to follow through on that to do the oversight to make it happen.
I appreciate it. Last thing I want to note very quickly, I haven't been able to figure this out, but I've been trying to find $1 million for assisting Capital Partners for Education, which is a nonprofit that focuses on students, DC students who are in the academic middle. And these are folks who can go either way. And so we often pay attention to the folks at the top and at the bottom, but the folks in the middle often get left behind. So I actually really like their mission. I'm not sure as a council we're going to be able to figure it out this year, but I do want to put it on folks' radar because this is something I'm going to work with you, Councilmember Grasso, on and try to work on over the next year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Since I said I was going to then move on, two people asked to be recognized. So I'm going to recognize Councilmember Gray and then Councilmember Pinto, and then we will move on. Councilmember Gray.
You're muted.
Thank you. Am I unmuted? Oh, goodness.
Can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make this mercifully brief, Mr. Chairman. Let me go back to libraries for a second. You've mentioned a couple of times, Councilmember Grasso, and I want to thank you for your work on libraries, because libraries play such an important role in Ward 7 with the libraries that we have there. I want to make sure I'm fully cognizant of what you're saying about the potential impact on hours, especially Sunday hours, because in an earlier role, I was pleased to be able to get us to the point where we had Sunday hours included in the services that were being provided in our libraries. Can you articulate once again exactly what you anticipate the impact to be on Sunday hours, for example? Because there was a point when we had no Sunday hours. Now we do, and I want to see if we are about to go backwards in that area as well.
Well, Councilmember Gray, my understanding is that they're going to be cut back. Now, I don't know the final analysis on this. I can get it from Director Reyes-Gavilan and, before the first vote, just so people understand it. But my understanding is that it will be reduced on Sunday as well as during the week in the evening hours. And like I said, it's not so much a question of money as it is the need for them to get in there and clean these places and to make sure that we're not spreading this stupid virus around.
Right. Okay, thank you. And I appreciate it. Any follow-up or continuing conversation we can have on this, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'll reach out to him immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember Grasso. Question regarding the federal dollars that are being used to decrease the digital divide. Are there any specific delineations for money to be used to increase teacher training to ensure that teachers know how to provide distance learning meaningfully? Or is that all up to DCPS on how they divide the money?
Well, thank you. It's an honor to get your first question of the day. And I have to say, though, this is something that's really the requirement of the LEAs. So whether it's a charter leadership or DCPS, they're the ones that have to set up how they get their teachers prepared for this. And they have incorporated money, I know so far, when they're putting these devices out there, when they're putting these hotspots out there, they have used the local schools to do that, and in coordination with them to train them on how to be able to put this out there. I have to say, it's not been their greatest job, and it's been very difficult. I've heard a lot from a lot of people on this, and so there's a lot of improvement that has to happen. But I think they're gearing up for next year to do it on a more regular basis, and so my hope is that they will get it done better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I just say one thing in closing? I know I'm way over, but I just have one thing I want to add, if I can.
Yes, we'll take that off your questions for other members.
Yeah, you know me, I don't have any questions. So I just want to note, this has been a fascinating conversation. I really appreciate you all asking these questions and moving this conversation forward. One thing that didn't come up this year, which is a testament to the hard work that we put in previous years, is the capital improvement plan. This is normally, in the past, the thing that we would have spent the majority of the time on. Why is this school not being modernized? Why is this school being modernized? Why is this school being fixed or not fixed? But since we passed the PACE Act and we put these schools in a lineup and we did it objectively, it hasn't been perfect, but I've seen tremendous improvement in trying to remove politics out of which schools get done and which schools don't get done. And I know not all of them are getting done this year, and it's something that really bothers me too. I especially am worried about the schools that only got phase ones and aren't getting done. But at the same time, the mayor has done a good job complying with the PACE Act, and that removes a lot of the politics from what we have normally been engaged in these conversations. So although not perfect, at least people know where they stand, and that's something I think we can all be proud of for passing that law. So thank you all for your support. I look forward to hearing about the rest of the budgets today. Thank you.
Thank you, David and colleagues. So the next committee presentation will be the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Let me just ask Jen Budoff if she has anything before Charles Allen. She's going to share the screen. So why don't you begin, Councilmember Allen?
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Before I begin, just because I want to make sure I flag this for everybody, it's not a budget related issue, but it's timely. I sent last night, over the weekend, I saw a video of MPD essentially just what looks like tearing down tents near Black Lives Matter Plaza, as well as you probably saw the Breitbart luncheon, where they somehow decided it would be a good idea to partner with Breitbart to have a luncheon, and then they live streamed as there was racist language being used at that event. Deeply disturbing. So I sent a letter last night to both Chief Newsham and Deputy Mayor Donahue. I copied all of you on that email just so that you've got that for your records, but I just wanted to flag that for you in case you didn't see that in your inbox, because you probably saw some of the same videos and were troubled by it just like me. So I just want to make sure I highlighted that for everybody. When it comes to the budget, I have a hunch we'll have a good conversation here, and I fully expect that the conversation can continue as we continue the full work here. This has been a budget for judiciary and public safety unlike any other in a very condensed time frame. And one of our overriding goals was trying to find ways to be responsive and responsible as we look to listen to and respect and acknowledge the calls that we were hearing from so many people around how to make change. Also then try to be thoughtful around how we affect some of that change, but also recognizing very upfront that the amount of change that is necessary, the amount of rethinking that is necessary is not going to happen just in one budget. And so I know that I am, and I think I keep hearing the council repeatedly talk about the fact that we have to be committed to really a sustained effort here to make really deep and meaningful change. But that doesn't mean that we take small measures. And so I think that the committee budget that you see represents a big step, but I want to just emphasize by no means is it the only step that has to be taken. And I appreciate my committee members for their work in helping get the committee budget through. Briefly, I know that I have seen some people talk about the budget that we move forward as a budget increase. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear. This is actually represents a reduction of $33 million from the revised FY20 budget. And so it's about a 5% decrease to MPD's budget. It's the biggest decrease that I've seen to MPD's budget, but that said, I certainly am hearing from voices that believe that we need to go further. And I think that's a conversation we as a council need to be able to have. The budget itself is, again, it's a 5.4% reduction from the revised FY20 budget. One of the reasons why I think there's been a little bit of confusion around that point is that if you look at the FY20 budget that was approved last spring compared to the revised budget that we were actually operating under, a lot of the pay that was previously held in the workforce fund essentially was moved over to MPD. And so that's for the union negotiated contracts and things like that. And so that gets added on to what we had approved. So I think it's actually a bit of kind of a lack of budget transparency that took place. So if you're only looking at the approved spring budget, it's reasonable that you would look at that and think it's a small increase. But we really need to be based off the revised because that's where we see it reflected. Now those workforce dollars are reflected within MPD's budget. So moving forward, we shouldn't be seeing that wild swing that takes place there. I know a lot of the conversation is going to be on MPD, but let me run through the slides and I'll talk about all the changes that we made, and then I'll look forward to getting to the discussion phase here. And let me add one other piece to this, which is one of the other things that we were thinking about from the committee's perspective is recognizing we're trying to make changes, not just to MPD, but we have an entire criminal justice system that is changing, both from policy actions we are taking, whether that be efforts that we've taken under IRA or Second Look Act and other efforts like that, or the very significant changes that just COVID-19 is presenting as we are changing the way, and I think it's in a positive way, in terms of the way things work. For example, our census at the DC jail has gone down dramatically because we've taken significant policy changes to how police interactions have taken place in terms of citation rather than a lot of custodial arrests. And that is going to continue for quite some time. In fact, I know I've talked with some of my colleagues about making some of those changes permanent. And so all the decisions we have to be making are looking at this entire system and how they all play out. So I think that's just an important context. All right, let me try to run through this as fast as I can to leave time for discussion. So first off, the CCRC, which is the Criminal Code Reform Commission, we essentially swapped that entire agency's budget for recurring dollars. It was one time and funded for 6 months into FY21. DFS, which is our Department of Forensic Sciences, we reduced by about $100,000 from NPS budget. For the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, one of the changes we made based on a lot of feedback from advocates is that we essentially cut and then restored a position. We cut their policy advisor position, and then we replaced it with an elevated gun violence prevention director position. The idea being that this is somebody who can work across a lot of agencies and really be empowered to be in a leadership position. You may have heard from Moms Band Action, for example, around trying to create a gun prevention czar. We just don't like the word czar. So we're calling our gun prevention director and really have that situated in the right place to be able to cut across a lot of agencies. At the Office of Campaign Finance, we reduced about $400,000 from FY20 from Fair Elections funds to carry forward into the FY21 because there was a small balance. And so we're moving that forward as the legislation allows us to do. Within the Office of the Attorney General, as part of our litigation support fund, we're putting the first $500,000 and depositing that into victim services. For OVSJG, we've applied $1.5 million of the Crime Victim Assistance Fund balance to victim service grants in FY21 and $250,000 in one-time from our security camera program. We also worked with our Settlements and Judgments Fund and are moving $872,000 forward into FY21. At the Department of Corrections, the proposal was for 30 new corrections officers. Again, looking at a declining census, what we decided to do, although they still have significant overtime costs, is that we reduced and cut 10 of those new correctional officer FTE positions, leaving the 20 to try to work on managing the overtime costs. We also swapped $1.8 million in recurring and contracts with one-time to reverse the recurring to one-time swap in the Access to Justice Grants program for civil legal services. We also reduced DOC's budgets regarding linens and food service just because of the population reduction. And so we're trying to align those budget items with the reduction in terms of the census that we see. Let me look at MPD. So we are cutting $9.6 million in further operating reductions and a $5.5 million capital reduction. The 6.1 million, it's an additional vacancy savings. We essentially were able to get all of the additional vacancy savings at MPD. That's in addition to the 44 million that the mayor took. This is the maximum certifiable allowed amount from personnel that we were able to take without going into RIFs. We took close to $300,000 in one-time dollars to eliminate some shields, $350,000 in one-time reduction on the uniform budget, which is also then going to align with what the impacts will now be on hiring. 2 million and 50 FTEs for salary and fringe from the cadet enhancement. Now, to be clear, if you remember, about 2 years ago, we doubled the cadet program from 50 to 100, and the mayor was seeking to take that even further. We're obviously all having to make tough choices. I think a lot of people feel positively about the cadet program, so we preserved the cadet program at 100 slots, but they had been seeking to do a even further expansion to that, which we had to trim back. We also cut 50,000 recurring from their travel budget, and also from their about $600,000 from their communications budget. So what did we fund with it? We increased the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement by about $2 million. So that's $1.25 million to restore and enhance our violence interruption contracts. The mayor had cut that program. We restored it and then added close to an additional $600,000 for those VI contracts. We also used $400,000 and 4 FTEs for a new restorative justice collaborative. This is something we're really excited about, and I think the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement can do some really great work with this. And what they would do is work across DC government and foster restorative justice and conflict resolution practices. So this creates more alternatives in terms of the way in which we want to seek justice. Also, there's $336,000 for salaries for Pathways participants. This is the cohort of young men that come through this program, and we've been able to have 4 cohorts. It was going to be trimmed back to 2. We've been able to double that to get it back to the 4 full cohorts. This is for all of, I know several of you have been a part of and have spoken to these groups and met with them. It's a deeply impactful and positive part of the work here. And we also make sure that they are paid at the right level. The proposal was going to be dropping their wages, and just from a dignity and respect perspective, that's been problematic. And as I've talked with the men in this program, and so we want to make sure that we've got their salaries in the right place. We also are putting in $750,000 in capital dollars to build out the ONE's office ground level. That's going to allow them to have the space they need to be able to do the programming and do these cohorts. For the OAG, there's $592,000 for 5 FTEs. 1 and 2 are going to be a program manager and a case manager for the Attend Truancy program. A 3rd is a wage theft attorney. Councilmember Silverman, thank you very much. And 4th is a public corruption attorney for OAG's new public corruption division. And 5th is a social worker to complement the restorative justice facilitators at that restorative justice program I talked about earlier. There's also $7 million in budget authority through our litigation support fund subtitle to allow OAG to restore and expand our Cure the Streets program, as well as includes $200,000 recurring from Councilor Robert White. Thank you very much. We also have, I want to talk about the OVSJG, that's the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. So this is the grant making body that you kind of think of it in 2 different groups. One is for victim services. So it's a grant making entity that supports a very large number of our nonprofits and direct service providers that work across our community, as well as supporting survivors. And then we have the justice grants, and the justice grants are really helping everything from our returning citizens and other legal programs and counsel. And so kind of 2 different buckets there. The victim services grants, there was a $1.9 million from victim services that was cut. And it was $950,000 deeper than that, but Michelle Garcia was able to use some fund balance to offset some of the local cut. So the committee added 1.9 million to restore that cut, and then 3.4 million on top of that to enhance. That includes $3 million to complete the DC Safe Shelter. This is something that I know several of us have worked on. I know Councilor McDuffie, you've been engaged in this for quite some time as well. This is providing housing that's directly responsive to survivors of domestic violence to make sure that we can help individuals. And this is going to get this over the finish line, and I think it's really a really proud accomplishment for all of us. We also have $500,000 for wraparound workforce development program for transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming district residents. So that's going to bring that up to a total budget of $27.5 million. And then on the justice grants, we were dealing with about $1 million in cuts from justice grants. And the mayor had, through the errata letter, been trying to restore some of that. The committee basically restored that entire cut. And then we also added another 2.4 million to that, which also includes $1 million for reentry housing program for men returning from incarceration. Yeah, I think this is something that we've talked about a lot. I know Councilor White, you and I have worked a lot on this issue. You know, when I'm talking to our returning citizens, it is housing and it is workforce, housing and workforce over and over again. That speaks to our success. So I'm excited about this. We also have the $300,000 that came from Councilor Robert White. Thank you very much, for community-based reentry grants. And we also have $80,000 for the Jails and Justice Task Force to be able to complete their work. And that is to have a complete rethinking of how our current DC jail and our CDF and CTF facilities do or don't meet our needs, and how we can reimagine what that looks like in the future. The total budget for that is $10.3 million. We also have our Access to Justice initiatives, includes 3 programs. This is the Access to Justice grants for our civil legal services, our loan repayment assistance program for poverty lawyers, and our civil legal counsel projects program for legal representation for tenants facing eviction. The cuts that we had to face were almost $700,000 that the chairman had previously added to the program in one-time dollars in FY20, and swapped with 1.8 million recurring with one-time funds. The committee was able to add $668,000 in recurring, and we're able to reverse the 1.8 million in one-time with recurring, plus another $32,000 for around $2.5 million restoration. That total budget is now a little over $11 million. Let me move now to our CCRC. So again, we exchanged one time for recurring dollars to make that agency permanent. This is the Criminal Code Reform Commission. They've been working for the last several years about being able to completely reform our criminal code. They work in partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Attorney General's Office, with public defenders to come up with a set of recommendations. The code reform project itself is going to end in March of 2021, so next spring. But then what we'll do is make the agency continue to offer independent recommendations and review the legislation and best practices, because once they can complete their entire reform package, they then have to submit it to the council, and then we will have to tackle an entire criminal code reform, which will take probably an entire council period to be able to evaluate and be able to move a massive package like that forward. With the CIC, which is the Corrections Information Council, we added a program analyst and a clerical assistance, making project empowerment staff permanent. With our NPS budget, it added for info materials for DC residents that are incarcerated in BOP about the new laws, such as the Restore the Vote legislation, which I'll get to in a little bit within the Budget Support Act. And then for the Board of Elections, we add 2 FTEs, one to implement Councilmember Che's paid leave to vote law, and another to implement our campaign finance reform law. Moving to the next slide, CJCC, which is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We restore the cuts to the Justice Program. That's our regional criminal justice database for public safety agencies that's used by both our local and federal entities. For BEGA, we add 3 FTEs. This is an attorney advisor to help manage the ethics complaints caseload, an attorney for our Open Meetings Act enforcement. Current staff just can't do this. And third, adds an attorney to implement the education school financial transparency subtitle. For Fire and EMS, we added about $250,000 to the O2X program. This is something that's really important for the men and women serving in FIMS. It's a nutrition and health program for personnel to ensure that we are obviously taking care of those individuals. We also add $1.25 million in capital dollars for the design of a new fireboat down on the water. You have probably heard me talk about this before. Our current fireboat, the John Glenn, is incredibly old, and we keep patching it up over and over again, but it is our main water-based fire and rescue capacity, and we just simply have to replace it. And so this is going to begin the design work to be able to do that. This council has tried to fund this project, especially as we see more and more activity and more people on the water. It's just important that we get this done for the entire city. So, so that's one of the things that we're getting done. For OCF, Office of Campaign Finance, we have just shy of $400,000, which will implement the campaign finance reform legislation. There's also 3 FTEs, 1 attorney, 1 auditor, and 1 technology specialist, plus about $100,000 in database upgrades. For the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, in the proposed budget, it cut the Maternal Mortality Review Committee review specialist, which as this council created this, that to me was unacceptable. So we've restored that so that we have that review specialist for the Maternal Mortality Review Committee. For the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, I mentioned earlier the Gun Violence Prevention Director. We also, this council had passed, and I know Councilor Nadeau had been instrumental in this, which is our red flag law. And it's it's a great law in the district that nobody knows about. And so it's one of the ways that we can help get guns out of the hands of people before they commit violence, but doing it in an alternative in a different way. And so we want to create an education campaign so that credible messengers and violence interrupters and others in the community know about this tool as a way to help reduce gun violence. We also had several transfers to other committees, so let me just run through those quickly. We have $250,000 to the housing for our Housing Preservation Fund, $250,000 to Human Services for ERAP. We've funded the fiscal impact for Bill 23-48, which is the Housing Conversion and Eviction Clarification Amendment Act of 2020. We funded the FIS for Bill 23-148, the Transportation Benefits Equity Amendment Act of 2020. We funded the FIS for Bill 23-34, the Ivory and Horn Trafficking Prohibition Act of 2020. We funded a new FTE at OHR for hate crimes education and coordination through GovOps. We've funded a study for Robert White's related subtitle for a DCHR survey of transgender district government employees' workplace experiences through a transfer to labor. We've restored the paralegal training program for returning citizens at ORCA through a transfer to facilities and procurement. And then I think in the next slide, I've probably covered all of those through my last conversation. So if I can, in the spirit of time here, let me jump to the BSA. Very quickly, the mayor had several pieces, and then the committee had several. For the mayor, Criminal Code Reform Commission Amendment Act, we approve but make CCRC permanent, as I talked about earlier. We strike legislation, as we've done previously, on information sharing for at-risk youth. This just needs to be a permanent bill. We seem to do this every single year where it's added as a BSA, and I commit to holding a hearing if it'll just get introduced as a permanent bill, because it warrants that type of conversation, because we're talking about juvenile confidentiality. For EMS Transport Contract Authority Amendment Act, this is for AMR, and rather than repealing the sunset, we extend the sunset for 2 additional years. For OAH, Jurisdiction Amendment Act, this is also to GovOps, would have included certain types of child support cases in our OAH's jurisdiction. We recommend introduced again as a permanent bill. For the Concealed Pistol Licensing Review Board Membership Amendment Act of 2020, this would expand the CPLRB membership. We approved with some modifications. For rehiring of retired police officers by DGS and DPR, we strike that. I don't think it's the time to expand MPD officers' reach into other agencies, and certainly doesn't need to be done through the BSA. And from the committee, we have the legislation that creates the Restorative Justice Collaborative at the ONE's office, which I've already talked about. Again, this is a centralized hub to coordinate and foster our restorative justice programming and practices within the district. We have the Restore the Vote Amendment Act, which is enfranchises all district residents currently incarcerated for felony convictions. Our emergency had just been those that are in DOC's care, so this goes further than that. Again, this is something that Councilor Robert White has been leading us. We all unanimously co-introduced, but I wanted to single out Councilor Robert White because he was the one who helped lead this process, so thank you very much. We also, one of the things that's about the outreach that we have to do to our residents that are in federal BOP custody. The funding that we have for the Corrections Information Council, CIC, that's the entity that does a lot of the outreach to our residents that are in federal BOP facilities. And so that's the nexus that you'll see between the funding in CIC and within this legislation. The Ethics Enforcement Act, this clarifies the Ethics Act to ensure that OAG has criminal prosecution authority, not USAO. Another element here that we added was the Chief of Police Term of Office Amendment Act. What this does is creates a 4-year term of office for the position of chief. Some people I think had understood this to be a term limit. It's not that, it's a term. We have terms in a lot of our positions, such as our Chief Medical Examiner, the head of DFS. So what this would do would be creating a 4-year term. The mayor, they still work at the pleasure of the mayor. But this would trigger the ability to have a reappointment, just like they do currently for the Chief Medical Examiner or for other positions. For the Litigation Support Fund and Grant Making Authority Amendment Act, we're raising the cap on OAG's ability to pay staff through this fund from $4 million to $6 million. We're raising the cap on OAG's ability to fund Cure the Streets through the fund from $3 million to $7 million. It raises the total fund cap from $10 million to $17 million and allows OAG to keep $19.1 million in their fund. It expands OAG's ability to make grants beyond just Cure to include seniors, children, and criminal justice involved people. And then already talked about the subject to appropriations amendments that we talked about earlier. So that in 20 minutes is what all we did, which is hard to pack into 20 minutes. Again, I want to thank my staff who have just worked tirelessly on this, but also I appreciate all of my committee members as we move this forward. I know there's going to be, I think, a healthy conversation and a lot more work to do, but I'm really proud of what we're able to get done. But I also just want to make sure that we acknowledge that it's still not nearly enough, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us. And I'm looking forward to partnering with everybody here. And I'm really grateful, frankly. Let me also say, last year we cut MPD's budget by about $1.2 million, and that was very hard to do. And we got a lot of pushback. The only way that we've been able to dramatically increase that this year is because of the voices from the public that have really spoken so loudly about the direction that they want to see our city go in. The priorities that they've lifted up. And I, again, full well acknowledge that for some people, this still isn't nearly far enough. But I think we've made a really strong step and are reinvesting these dollars into things that will keep our city safe, keep our neighborhood safe, but do so in a way that really prioritizes a just approach. But I also know that there's more that we can do. And so I look forward to that conversation in partnership with everybody here. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop so that we can go into discussion and questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I'm going to start with some questions. In no particular order, could you say more with regard to the cut to the cadet program? The cadet program hires DC residents. It actually hires high school students or high school, those about to graduate, so they have the promise of employment. And it is a way of increasing the number of residents in the department, as well as ensuring some diversity in the department. Is the cut that the committee is recommending due to capacity issues, or could you say more?
Sure. Well, I think first off, it's not a cut. So I think that's an important piece to say. We've preserved the cadet program, so it's not a cut. What the mayor had proposed was enhancing it. So they put money towards enhancing and expanding it. You'll remember about 2 years ago, we expanded that program from about from 50 to 100. And so there was an effort to further expand it. And like many other enhancements, we have to make policy decisions. So I just want to make sure it's very clear to everybody, there's no cut. We actually preserve the cadet program. But to your point, yes, what it does is it has DC residents that are coming out of high school. I hear really great feedback about the program, and it's something that, you know, if we believe that from the standpoint of the men and women that are serving the Metropolitan Police Department, you want people who are serving in their neighborhoods to be from and of their neighborhoods. This is one of the ways that we do that. The program has been able to maintain the 100 cadets in that program. There's a small wait list to that, but this will preserve those 100 cadet slots every year. And so I think that's something that is a good thing. And so being able to preserve that is something this budget does.
The increase the mayor proposed was how many cadets and for how much money?
It was to increase it further by about 50, which is a roughly $2 million or so position.
Let me ask you, there may be questions from other members about this, but let me change and ask you about access to justice. So did I hear you correctly that the committee's work led to a net increase of a small amount compared to the current fiscal year?
About $32,000, yes.
That's small.
Well, that's the current year. So we also restored for FY21 the cuts that have been proposed to the Access to Justice Initiative, which both involved one-time and recurring. We were able to restore that.
With a slight increase of 32,000, or I'm misunderstanding you? For
With Correct. So the 32,000, 32,000 on top of what the restoration was. Does that make sense?
For fiscal year 2020,
I think that's what I thought you were asking about FY20. Are you asking about FY21?
I'm asking you 21.
Okay. So we restore the cuts, and then you have the additional funds on top of it. That's why I think I had said, let me pull back up exactly the way I said
I
it.
think we're managing to
With a nice
confuse
round number.
everybody.
What's
We're
that?
we're managing to confuse everybody. If I remember correctly, there was a cut
Mm-hmm.
for FY21 compared
Yes.
to 20, what we approved last year, of something like 660,000. You restored that.
So there was a $668,000 amount that you had helped put in. Thank you, last year. That was cut in the mayor's proposed budget. We've restored that. Then was the $1.8 million switch from recurring to one time. We have fixed that. Then we had the small increase. So we've just got a nice round number of $2.5 million. It is fully restored at this point. So if what you're getting at is, does the committee of the whole need to try to find resources for ATJ? I believe that we have fully restored and slightly enhanced. We'd love to have more.
And the slightly enhanced is about $32,000 more for next year.
Correct. You want to give us some more? I would love it.
Well, I will say to members, I think this is one of the more valuable programs related to social justice. When we look at ways that those in poverty are disadvantaged, one of them is that when they seek benefits and are denied, they lack legal representation to help get them their benefits, or when they are in a landlord-tenant court, 90%, 85%, some huge number of tenants facing eviction do not have legal representation. And that's what this program is about.
Yeah, this is the eviction defense and representation, I think, is one of the biggest pieces. And this is something I know Councilor McDuffie, when he chaired this committee previously, when I took over, this was kind of one of those continuations that we were able to partner on. So the ability to provide legal counsel for people that are facing eviction, as you pointed out, I've gone and sat in the courtroom so I can see this. 90% of the people who are fighting their eviction have no legal representation. 90% of the people who are the landlords have legal representation. So what do you think the outcome is going to look like? This is one of the biggest ways that we provide legal counsel representation so that we try to level the playing field in that fight for DC residents. And I got to tell you, once we get ourselves through this public health emergency, I think we are going to be facing an eviction crisis in the city, and having this program fully funded, if not enhanced, to make sure that our residents have the legal representation that they need. I cannot overstate how important this is. So I'm proud that we actually aren't going to be starting from scratch as we enter this next crisis, because we've really done some great work, and thank you to everybody here who's helped do that. But we've got, this to me is one of our recovery efforts, that we think about what recovery looks like across our city. Investing in this will make a huge difference for the lives of DC residents.
DC Safe, you added about $3.5 million. Is that sufficient
Yes, so everything we've heard, both from DC Safe as well as with the executive, we've been working for quite some time to get this over the finish line. This gets this over the finish line to create this very, very important and needed emergency housing for survivors.
The Attorney General always comes to the council with issues regarding its budget. To what extent have you addressed, either directly or transfers into your committee from other committees, the Attorney General?
Can you elaborate just a little bit more? I mean, there's the issue of.
Well, they give me a list, and I'm pretty sure they gave you a list.
Okay. Yeah.
What does that list look like now?
Well, I wasn't quite sure if what you were asking about. So there's always a separation of powers tension that exists, so that the Office of the Attorney General is reliant on the mayor submitting their budget, and so the Attorney General is not able to propose what their own budget would look like, which then gets back to your list. They come back to us after the budget's proposed, with a list of asks. The list is, in every year that I've been at this, the list is always bigger than what we're able to do. And then partnering with different committees and different members, we're able to pull together a combination here. I also think that when we do this, it has tangible, meaningful impacts. Councilmember Silverman, for example, has really worked hard on the wage theft attorney position, and it has absolutely paid for itself multiple times over in terms of protecting our workers. Last year, I added an attorney to focus on public housing. And as you've probably seen, they were able to now file a lawsuit that focused on protecting our public housing residents. So when we make these investments, I think we see good things come out of it. And that's because the men and women serving at the Attorney General's office do good work. And so I appreciate that. So briefly what we did, just to kind of get to your question there. So we have 5 FTEs, as well as we expanded the litigation support fund authority that they wanted to be able to fully pay for the cure the streets and their staff salaries. So still to go, if what you're really asking at is kind of what's left on that list. So still to go on that list would be funding a Deputy Solicitor General position, data analysts, a workers' comp attorneys, and then of course, if there's any other kind of BSA language conversation and discussion we need to continue having, I'm happy to have that with you. We weren't able to include everything in markup. So, but I think if what you're asking me for is what's left on the list, then I would probably highlight, and certainly Mr. Racine could highlight this for us as well. But I'd put that at the top of that list is the Deputy Solicitor General position, data analyst, and 2 workers' comps attorneys.
That does answer my question. Let me turn to the BSA. Of the mayor's subtitles, you recommend striking 3, and then you propose adding, it's 5. Of the 5, the Restorative Justice Collaborative, how is that, what's the budget nexus?
Well, the budget nexus is that we fund this at once. So we're funding the restorative justice as we're trying to rethink how we are looking at alternatives to prosecution, how are we looking at alternatives to achieve justice. Restorative justice is one of those major models. And so one of the things that we are doing is creating that position through the funding within the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And then we are having the BSA language that then it's a very direct nexus to the dollars that we are allocating and then the work that we do. Just very briefly, it would have a director and then it would have 4 fellows. I think the way that we certainly envision it is that those 4 fellows would likely be individuals that are also returning citizens. So whether those be men that have come home from IRA or from other avenues, I think there's a really great opportunity there to be able to get people with credibility that can really exemplify what restorative justice is all about.
Restore the Vote Amendment Act. Now, if I remember correctly, that's in the police emergency that we approved on June 9th, although this language is slightly different. Why should it be in the BSA?
So there's 2 parts to it. So within the emergency legislation, what we do is we are re-enfranchising individuals serving felonies at our DC jail. Within the BSA, we're expanding that to not only be our jail, but also to any of our residents who are in federal BOP facilities. So we would join a couple other states in being able to fully restore enfranchisement. The budget nexus, of course, is that we've funded the position with the CIC, the Corrections Information Council, because again, for anybody watching or anybody who's not familiar, our residents who go off into the federal or incarcerated through the BOP, they are spread across the country in facilities all over the place, completely disconnected. So we have an entire office called the Corrections Information Council that works to do site visits, stay in touch, help plan for a successful return, everything to try to keep a connection. You guys will probably remember the last couple of years around the holidays, I bring a stack of postcards to one of our meetings and everybody signs holiday greetings. That's just one very small way of just trying to stay in touch with our residents and neighbors. So the budget nexus is clear with the CIC funding, and the language here does that. This also, and again, I just want to give a quick shout out to Councilor Robert White, because this is the legislation that we had worked on. I know everybody co-introduced it, but Councilmember White really was leading the charge here, and this will effectuate that and then fund it through the CIC.
Ethics Enforcement Amendment Act, what's the budget nexus there?
Which possession?
The
The OAG piece?
Yes.
The budget nexus is that we fund the positions. So we've gone through the budget through the OAG. We funded the public corruption attorney at OAG. That'll be the head of this new division that gets created so that they can get to work.
But this amendment doesn't alter the structure in the OAG. This amendment speaks to whether they can prosecute before Bega.
Well, it's associated with the position that we're creating. Obviously, otherwise there's nobody who can actually do the job. So the division's created, we're funding the position, and they have the authority. So I think there's a clear nexus between what we're funding and the positions and the expectations of what they'll be doing.
The Chief of Police Term of Office Amendment Act?
Mm-hmm.
Budget nexus?
Budget nexus is part of our entire budget and rethinking parts of the ways in which we think about the nature of policing. So this is part of what we'd be able to do as we think about the position. And this position used to have terms. So under Chief Ramsey and Chief Lanier, there were terms previously. And what this would allow us to do, again, is be able to evaluate as we're thinking about and being responsive to this need and call right now, about trying to think and use an opportunity to be able to have both the mayor appoint or reappoint the chief that's serving again at the pleasure of the mayor, but also gives the council a more active role and a check and balance to be able to evaluate leadership, decision-making. What is the vision and the path forward for MPD is we're obviously putting money into or reinvesting and defunding certain elements. So it's a natural nexus to be able to think about the decisions that we make and the direction that we're going to be able to think about the leadership to execute that.
And finally, the Litigation Support Fund, the budget nexus there.
This is something we've done every budget where we use the litigation. We work with the Office of the Attorney General, who uses the Litigation Support Fund to be able to fund various positions, investments, and initiatives. And in particular, in this example, being able to make sure that we are fully funding and restoring the cuts to the Cure the Streets process and programs to make sure that we are investing in violence interruption significantly. And so we're able to fully restore that and then work with Mr. Racine and his team to have the resources they need for that. Otherwise, they don't have the money to be able to do Cure the Streets. That's entirely unacceptable to me.
That makes sense. I want to ask you about violence interruption and Cure the Streets. So what are the total number of dollars that will be available through your recommendation and the mayor's budget for violence interruption through the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement? And I'm going to ask the same question concerning Cure the Streets.
Okay, so just to make sure, so first you want to ask about Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just pull up my notes here so I have that for you. All right, so we have at the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, the mayor had cut $675,000 to the VI contracts. So we restore that, then we add an additional $575,000 for a total of $4.59 million for our violence interruption contracts at ONSE.
4.59 is the total. That's
4.59 is for the total for the contracts.
okay. And Cure the Streets?
All right, so for Cure the Streets, that is going to be 7.2 million at OAG. Let me double check and make sure I've got the right number here for you. Right, so 7.2 million at the Office of Attorney General for the contracts through Cure the Streets. Now, if you'd like to send some more money to us, I would say that would be well spent.
Is there a reason why the Attorney General has got roughly $3 million more than Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement?
The Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, does several different things. So in addition to the VI contracts, they've got pathways and the other cohorts. It's really about capacity and scalability. So this is the ability where we have the Attorney General has the scalability and ability to have confidence that that's the right dollar amount as they continue to grow. And for Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, this is where they stand now. Now, ONSC has the scalability and capacity to increase that. So if you had additional dollars, I would say put it towards ONSC and their contracts to try to create a little more parity there, but they have the ability and capacity to keep growing.
Finally, you had mentioned in your presentation some Department of Corrections contracts that you reduced because of population. What contracts were those again that you reduced because of population?
Things like linens, they just have fewer people, so we don't need as many linens. Food services, again, fewer people eating, so a little bit less. Bedding, things like that. So it's, if you've been over there, which I know several people have, you know, the ways in which they have their distribution of resources is based off of that. So this contract just essentially looks at and reflects what the census is and what we really project it to be based on a lot of the policy decisions and changes that we've made, and which has really reduced the census over
There were 2 contracts that you reduced due to population.
Linens, food services, and bedding, I believe. I think linens and bedding are probably in the same contract, so maybe that's what you mean. There's 2 there.
All right, let me recognize members. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thanks to my colleague for what I consider an outstanding report. It's lengthy and chock full of information. I just have a question, I think to the Chairman's question regarding the violence interrupters at the one's office. You indicated a total of 4.9 for contracts, and the copy I'm looking at is 1.99, which is correct.
Can you help me, when you say?
Okay, it's on page 12.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bonds, what copy are you looking at, just so I know what you're referring to?
I'm looking at your Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. It says let's see, it says under here that 1.99 M to ONSE to restore and enhance. Okay.
Yeah. So
okay, so is it 1.99 or is it 4.99?
It is the 4 number. The 1.9
okay.
You're looking at speaks to the enhancement on top of the restoration of the cuts. So
I see. Okay.
So the mayor's budget proposed cuts, so we had to restore that first, and then we have budget on top of that to enhance the contracts.
All right. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And
no, I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I understood. The other thing is, can you explain or give me some ideas of the kinds of contracting that the OAG would do? For instance, you're giving them the opportunity to do their own, I guess, expansion of maybe letting grants. I don't know. Can you tell me what that is?
I'll do my best, but if this doesn't hit it, let me know. So currently, the Attorney General uses the litigation support fund in a variety of ways. Everything from the literal support of litigation. So, for example, making sure that the attorneys, have the resources they need in the courtroom, or doing, mock trials and things like that. So, kind of the resources that they would have that a firm would have that they might be going up against, to be able to make sure the attorneys have the things they need to be best prepared and effective in the courtroom. On top of that, the litigation support fund is used to contract for everything from Cure the Streets to other things. Those are things they already have in their current capacity. So they spend money and resources in contracting that way. Trying to think of another example. Let's say they wanted to support Safe Shores, for example. then they want to be able to have the ability to have a grant that goes. So it's the authority they have to be able to use their grant making to be able to get services out, if that helps or makes sense.
Yes, and does that mean that the 7 million expansion authority would be I saw the kitty that they would use to spend from?
The 7 million is actually just for their anti-violence programming.
Okay.
That would be just for things like Cure the Streets. Other elements would be on top of that.
Okay, and where do I find the other elements? Where is that in your budget? Or do they already have those dollars in-house and you're just transmitting the authority?
It should be, if you look under the subtitle within the of the litigation support fund within the BSA, it should have that. But if what
Okay.
you're asking for is kind of more of a comparative, we can try to help make sure we get that for you so you can kind of see the difference between what already exists and then what the expansions are.
Yes, I'd like to see that. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, I think in a nutshell, from the grant making piece, it's expanding it so that they can have grants to be able to target towards seniors, children, and criminally justice involved persons. But yeah, I'm happy to work with you and your staff to kind of get you that comparative piece. So if that's helpful to be able to see the distinctions.
Okay. And am I to understand in the proposal to have a term limit for the chief of police, although the term limit might say 4 years, if there was a need to discontinue the contract in 2 years, would we have to pay a fee as a government to discontinue it, or would it be in keeping with the proceeds and processes that we use for all other department heads?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. To be clear, it's not a term limit. It's a term. So they're not term limited. And it does, the individual, the position of chief will always be an at-will employee serving at the pleasure of the mayor. So to your point, in your hypothetical, 2 years into a term and the mayor decides they want a different direction, or something happens and whoever's serving that position needs to, maybe they got a different job or whatever it is, nothing gets in the way of that separation in any way of like a big payout or anything like that. It's in the same way that positions that have terms have.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me jump in on that. Have you been able to see is there a contract right now between the chief and the government?
No.
You said no? Okay. Because I know that there were contracts for Lanier and for Ramsey.
Yeah.
And I know with Lanier, and this would not apply for Ramsey, because she became chief when she was like 20 years in, there was a termination clause that if she left before 30, she would get retirement as of 30 years.
Yeah, so as you remember, there was a previous contract that came through. He's serving under the old, so our current chief is serving under his old contract. Hasn't been renegotiated or submitted to the council since January 2019. At the time, we'd approved retirement separation statutory provisions in 2017 if he were to depart. So again, since about January 2019 is when the old contract essentially, so he's still serving under that contract in those terms, but the contract essentially has expired. And they chose not to renegotiate and submit to the council any type of renegotiated contract.
So there is no contract now.
Correct.
I have Councilmember Todd, then McDuffie. Councilmember Todd?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Allen. I think that your budget report reflects thoughtful consideration on a lot of challenging issues, and I appreciate that very much. I do, however, have concerns around the cadet program, and I do appreciate your committee maintaining the current program, but rejecting, if you will, the expansion of the program. When I, as the Ward 4 council member, look at the composition of the current cadet program, where you have from Ward 4, 17 individuals, Ward 5, 13, Ward 6, 12, Ward 7, 27, and Ward 8, 28. When I look at the type of individuals or homegrown talent that we want policing our communities, these are the exact places that we want them to come from and where we want them to police. So I do have concerns with us not expanding the program. You know, as far as I know, our police force is still in a retirement bubble where we will continue to see officers retire. And I think having a homegrown pipeline of folks who went to Blue, Roosevelt Day, Anacostia, Eastern, where I went, to have the ability to come and keep safe neighborhoods that they are pretty acutely familiar with and may know individuals who live there is very, very important. I also think that it's important that in our city that we have a pipeline of future officers. I think it's fair to say that becoming a police officer won't be the coolest or sexiest position in the future. And to the point that we can cultivate the exact type of folks we want to keep our cities safe, I think that we should double down in every aspect of that. So I do have concerns around us not expanding, or the committee not expanding the cadet program. I think we have to be thoughtful about that, and I think that that program is exactly that. I'll also note some concern that I have around the police chief term. I'm not in opposition to the police chief having a term. I do think that it is important that policy changes like that should have the benefit of a hearing and community input. And I just think that that is an important part of that process. So I don't think I have any questions. I think you answered the questions around funding that I had. You outlined them fairly clearly in your remarks. But again, I do think that the cadet program is something very strong. I can't think of another government program where we literally take homegrown talent and make them exactly what we want them to be. And I think around all of the discussions we're having around policing in our city and in the region and across the country, I think that we as a city have to double down and take that talent, mold them into the type of officers we want them to be. And I think that program does exactly that. And I think it also provides residents who perhaps may not have the opportunity to get college paid for to do so through that program. So that's all I have there.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Todd. I appreciate it. I just want to briefly respond on the cadet program, because I think it's the elements you talked about. That's exactly why the committee has, we've doubled that program twice in my short tenure. So 5 years ago, there were only 14 cadets. You know, we now have 100 a year. So we have significantly grown this. We also, when you think about, we're making policy decisions. We're making policy decisions in the middle of a recession. I think that's why the mayor proposed first an enhancement of 100 additional, and then the mayor chose to cut it from 100 to 50. And that was a reflection of where we are and the moment that we're in, and just obviously the recession, other shortcomings that we have. So as a committee, we have to make a lot of those decisions. We're also in the middle of a conversation around what does the future of policing look like. And so while I agree with you that I see a lot of benefits of a cadet program that I think it's about 98% of the cadets are Black and brown. It's very great distribution. I think it's about 50 to 55% female. Those are metrics that we like within the cadet program, but we're also having a larger conversation around the role of policing. We're in a role of recommending reducing the number of officers. We're not in a retirement bubble anymore. Our attrition numbers have now stabilized. So the retirement bubble that had existed several years ago does not exist anymore. So we're in a position where we need to make decisions around this. I think cadet programs overall are great. I think that we can think about cadet programs for lots of our professions, but we're in the middle of a conversation around around policing and what do we see as a traditional role of policing and a traditional role of a police force. And we are in the midst of change on that. So I think that this aligns with that. It's right to be able to maintain the 100 cadet program as we have right now, but also be able to make decisions about what it is and where we go with policing at large. So again, I appreciate your comments, Council Member. I just want to make sure I shared that with you and with the public.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Councilmember Todd. I have a lineup: Councilmember McDuffie, then Pinto, and then Grasso. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Councilmember Allen and your staff, all the work you all did on this budget. Having chaired the committee, I understand, how challenging it is to make cuts in a public safety budget. And so I wanted to mention that and to really give you and your staff and all the folks who assisted with this credit for, I think, the thought you put into how to achieve these savings to be able to fund programs that I think address public safety in a more innovative and creative way by investing in people and programs outside of law enforcement. That said, I did want to ask a question about the violence interruption. I'm really delighted and excited about the ability of the Office of the Attorney General to have more resources to support the NERAC's Cure Violence work that's happening in, I think it's 6 sites across the District of Columbia. I think the work is important. I think it's having a meaningful impact. I do worry, though, about whether the expansion of the use of the litigation support fund, while I do support it because I think the resources are needed, does it create any potential structural issues by funding the violence interruption in this way? Given the fact that this was done as a pilot program a couple of years ago, following some of the horrific violence that Councilmember Trayon White and the residents of Ward 8 experienced. We did the pilot program with 2 sites. It's up to 6 sites now. Do you think it potentially creates any structural issues that we should be giving some thought to how to address in the future, particularly if there's still thought given to having this work consolidated in one place?
Yeah, thank you. I guess in my mind, there's kind of 2 structural challenges we have to think about at the same time. So one is creating the stability that we need at the Attorney General's office, both to sustain the VI contracts and then be able to grow so that they can serve more neighborhoods. And that's, making sure that we've got that stability within the funding source so that they know they can continue those contracts, continue that employment, and we don't destabilize that. And the way that the Attorney General's talked about is that they feel confident they can grow to about 2 to 4 more sites this coming year. Then so that's one structural piece. The other structural piece, I think, is what you're getting, the big picture of how do we take the violence interruption work that's taking place at the AG's office and then at the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement and be able to and there's a lot of thought and work that's gone into how do we make sure that we don't unintentionally create competition between those two, and how do we also find a way that they also start to become more integrated. One of the challenges we've always had with trying to think about this is there's really great work taking place with the Cure the Streets and Cure Violence with the AG's office, but because they are both housed, which is the Attorney General, so they are a prosecution arm, as well as because they are not the same thing of DC government, they are 1 degree disconnected from some of the other service provisions when they've got somebody who's in crisis or trauma and they're trying to help intervene. So I think one of the big elements that we want to work on over this coming year is structurally, how do we start to bring these things closer together? Merging may not be the right word or the term of art here, but how do we find a way that we are bringing these things in? Maybe it is something where they ultimately all come together. Maybe it's something where they're more closely collaborating. If you'd asked me where we were 2 years ago to where we are now, the degree of collaboration that's taking place is dramatically better. It is regular conversations and regular work that's going into that to make sure that, that all this work is happening. but it's there's going to be a blending of philosophies that has to happen, a blending of leadership, and it's just going to take some time to make sure that we do it right and we do it in a way that really doesn't endanger any of the really positive work on the ground in the communities that's taking place. But I know it's something you and I've talked about, and I agree. It's part of a very deliberate path we've got to take structurally.
Do you anticipate with the increase in the use of the litigation support fund that you said 2 to 4 additional sites for FY21?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of your point that you're making about just thinking about how there's more sort of cohesion, I know that some time ago when I worked for Paul Quander, we had worked with the Office of Return and Citizen Affairs and DOES, specifically Project Empowerment, where they had an MOU and had set aside some Project Empowerment slots that they would work with the Office of Return and Citizen Affairs specifically to fill. Have you all given any thought to perhaps, particularly how hard you've worked to identify funding to restore the cohorts so that they can have 4 cohorts through the Pathways program? I'm not suggesting that this gets solved right now. I guess I'm throwing it out there just as a thought that occurred to me. Maybe there's some room for some sort of MOU between the OAG and the ONES office to identify some specific slots in cohorts so that when the work is being done, as good as it is with the Office of the Attorney General through Murder Free DC, Cure the Streets and their programs, there's a way to sort of hand them off to additional resources. Right now, they seem to be still struggling when they're doing the work in the community to be able to connect those individuals, men and women at the highest risk of committing gun violence, to resources like Pathways and some of the great work that the ONES office is actually doing.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth exploring. And I hear you, and I think there's some good ideas there. One of the other ways I think that we're going to start helping bring these things closer together is with this budget by creating the Restorative Justice Collaborative at the ONES office and having those fellows and having that director position, and then having them be able to create that direct link to the restorative justice work that's taking place at the Attorney General's office, I think is going to help build stronger relationships and kind of some stronger visioning together between those two. So I think it's one more way that we can kind of keep building on that, but would be more than happy to work with you as we figure this out and kind of move forward into the next year around what you're describing, kind of helping try to think that through from a cohort perspective.
Well, again, I appreciate your work on this. Yeah, I will continue to just, as we always have, continue to talk through some of these challenges and figure out ways to address what's happening in the neighborhoods. I do appreciate how thoughtful you all were, again, with identifying funding to restore some of the cuts that were proposed in the mayor's budget. So that we don't lose some of the momentum that we've already built over the last couple of years. So again, thank you for the work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen, for your real leadership on these issues. Regarding the cuts to the Department of Forensic Sciences, I know that something that they were working on was the development of different medicines and treatments to address the opioid crisis. And in conjunction with the mayor's task force on reducing the opioid crisis and deaths that we have in our city, what was the thinking around those cuts? And if there's another place that we can continue those efforts to reduce that harm?
Yeah, the cuts within DFS are really more on kind of the office administrative pieces. So we really tried to be very thoughtful around where we would be able to find any savings there. And so the savings we identified were really more kind of along the like the office administrative pieces. So I don't believe that it's going to have any impact on anything related to our opioid plan or response like you're talking about. If there's if you've heard differently, I'd love to follow up with you to make sure that I know where that is. But the roughly $100,000 are really from some of the administrative costs.
Okay, great, thank you. And regarding the cadet program, is the hiring freeze exempting graduates from the cadet program? And if not, where are we expecting those graduates to go following completion of the program?
It does not impact that. So if I understand the question, so for example, the 100 cadets that are in there right now but tell me if I don't have this right. You're asking essentially, do they have a place to go? So the budget preserves for those cadets that are in that program currently, it preserves their pathway in terms of employment. So it doesn't reduce that. The hiring freeze itself, it's not a legislative hiring freeze. By removing the vacancy savings, both between the vacancy savings that the mayor took as well as what the committee's recommending, it'll have the effect, because the way that, what MPD often does is they take those vacancy savings and they just kind of move them around, and then they use that for the hiring. So by removing those vacancy savings, it essentially eliminates that. In the budget hearing, MPD talked about the mayor's reductions were already going to have an impact on some of those. So, but the actions do not have an impact on the cadets, for example. So that pathway for those individuals, as well as for the 100 that would continue to come in, is a pathway. But remember that the cadet program, it's actually multiple years until those cadets are actually on a force, because they're coming in, but then they've got to go through college. So it's kind of a multiple year lead time before you ever see those individuals actually on the force.
Gotcha, thank you. And finally, just a little more broadly, as we all work to reimagine our conception of public safety and what needs to necessarily fall within the traditional functions of a police force and not, and I know you've already started shifting some of those responsibilities out, are there places in the budget that identify this kind of transition period and the extent to which the current MPD makeup will be involved in that training as we shift some of those responsibilities out going into this year?
Do you mean when you're talking about the shifting responsibilities out? Can you just tell me a little more what you mean there? Because there's not a whole lot of responsibilities being shifted out, other than, for example, the work we're trying to do around the school security contract piece.
Right. So I think when we talk on a longer term basis about the school resource officers or about mental health care professionals or social service officers being more involved in the administration and handling of some of these complaints, is there anything in the budget that handles that transition period as we make those determinations going into this year, even though we're not ready to fully transition out yet? Yeah.
Well, I mean, what you're describing, I think, is part of the tension that plays out a little bit of how do we, in the last couple of weeks, how do we try to be as responsive as we can within a budget, but also recognize that we have a fiscal year that starts in roughly 2 months. So how do we create, I think, kind of the way that Councilor Grasso was talking about with the security contract, for example, making the shift from where it's housed is kind of one step, but then the helping rethink and retrain, I think, if I understood the way that Councilor Grasso talked about from the DCPS perspective, providing the opportunity to help rethink what that looks like, retrain, and basically kind of giving almost a year to achieve that, I think is again, at least the way that I'm understanding that effort, is part of that transition plan. I think about, for example, when we passed the NEAR Act and we wanted to have more of our mental health and behavioral health interventions, for example, that I think that it's arguable about does the existing model follow exactly with the way the NEAR Act envisioned? No, it doesn't. But was there a transition phase? Yes, I'd say it was a lot of pushing and pulling, I think, on the council side to get us to at least to where we are now. But as we think about pre-arrest diversion, for example, within DBH, I think there's a lot more room to go. I mean, when we think about the number of individuals who are currently at the DC jail who are there with mental behavioral health challenges, I think we could be much more robust in that type of pre-arrest diversion. But, I think Councilor Gray may want to talk about this when he comes up in a little bit, finding ways to create that partnership and transition to continue to build up our DBH ability and capacity to respond is something I think we all have an interest in. And those types of pre-arrest diversions then, of course, have a very positive impact on reducing the justice involvement for a lot of people. Reduces people's contact within, from a criminal history or arrest records. Also better connects people to the services they need. So I think there's a lot more to be done. And, this is, when I talked earlier too, that this is an issue, one budget isn't going to get everything that we need to get done. I know I would love to work with you, with Mr. Gray and with others to help think through how we continue to build this out in a stronger way to have these, just using the example of a DBH pre-arrest diversion that can have a really significant impact, but will take a little time to make sure it gets stood up the right way.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Looking forward to working with you on this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Grasso?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I also want to just say thank you to Chairperson Allen, to the entire Judiciary Committee. You guys have moved a set of recommendations that I think we can all be very proud of. I strongly support almost every single action that the committee has taken. And there's a number of points that you've noted that I wish we could do more on, but I really believe you guys have taken a really strong approach here. Especially important, I believe, is the committee's reversal of cuts proposed by the mayor to violence prevention, to victim services, to reentry, and to the access to justice programs. You guys have already noted that those are incredibly critical to a holistic approach to public safety, and I'm glad to see that you were able to restore many of these cuts. I'm also particularly excited to see the reversal of the cuts and the enhancements to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, as well as the Office of the Attorney General. This has gained some momentum over the past year or so, and I think it also is true through the Committee on Education as we've looked to try to eliminate the school to prison pipeline, that it lines up perfectly with that effort. Augmenting the new programming in the community creates a synergy, I think, that will continue to move us forward in repairing the harm and relationships, which is really the bedrock of safety. Funding for a new domestic violence shelter is another, I think, really important program, including housing and peer supports for services returning citizens, and for expanding the high successfully lauded pathways programs, which are additional highlights. I also want to shout out and thank the committee for its investments in supporting the transgendered community, especially the funds to support the new assessment of the DC government hiring practices of transgendered individuals and how we can do better and in fact be a model for other jurisdictions and other parts of our city. This is something that my office, I know, worked closely with Councilmember Robert White on, and I appreciate you moving this in the way that we've moved it. I'm also pleased to see investments to strengthen our campaign finance laws and enforcement. You all know that I originally ran on these principles, and I'm really excited to see your investments in them. Restoring ethics in our government is something that I think will help us do better by our jobs and by the people that elected us. The fact is that right now we're seeing the public financing of campaigns really play a pivotal role in campaigns, and that's a big part of what you funded, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Finally, I want to thank the committee for taking steps to respond to the momentum by trimming MPD's budget and improving accountability for the chief of police. I think setting forward a term for the chief makes sense, and it gives us, I think, more authority to oversee it. I do have a few questions on this area, and it's mostly just areas where I thought we could have gone further and wanted to hear what your thoughts were on it. For example, the committee, did the committee, Councilmember Allen, examine inclusion of the language prohibiting the purchase of military equipment from our recent emergency legislation and look at it from a budget savings perspective?
Thanks. From the language perspective, since we have that language in the emergency legislation as well as in the upcoming temporary, we didn't feel the need to also add it in as a BSA. I'm not quite sure if that's what you're asking.
I was looking for money savings. Is there any budget savings? Because we're no longer going to allow them to do this. It's similar to, like you're saying, removal of ballistic shields, things like that. Does that save us money that we can invest in other areas?
Not really that we found, because most of, like, whenever the jurisdictions that we see, there's a lot of the, it's not just DC, like you'll see this in jurisdictions all over the country where that the federal military piece where they are essentially giving out the equipment, there's really not a fiscal impact to saying that we're not going to do it, because a lot of that really comes through federal grants and federal funding that just comes in there. Otherwise it wouldn't be there. So there's not a savings per se, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. Now, from the other angle then, was there any thought put into whether or not we can actually restrict spending in this budget on things like pepper spray and on chemical irritants and other things, like, is there a way that we can say that they can't actually go out and spend money on these things that would actually put another, check on their use of them? If we say like they can't use federal dollars for this, they can't use local dollars for this, spending money on these ballistic type, approaches to crowd control. Yeah, I'm happy to explore that with you. I mean, that's kind of a interesting topic to kind of talk about for the full council. I'd be more than happy to talk to you and anybody else who wants to have that conversation about what that may or may not look like. It's not necessarily a specific line item, and that's why you may not see it reflected there, but if that's something that people want to be able to talk about, I'm certainly open to that with you. Great, thank you for that. You know that many of us are appalled at the double standard that the police were, here they were outfitted with tons of expensive gear, shooting off chemical weapons while completely, not paying attention at all to the frontline health professionals who were struggling to get enough PPE, who were also worried about these irritants causing more problems. Moving on, I appreciate tremendously the collaboration that you and I have had on returning authority for the school security contract back to DCPS. Many constituents have contacted us about getting police out of schools. And you're aware that the Education Committee does not have the control of the budget for the school resource officers. And I'm just curious, did you look at trimming that aspect of your budget to try to get the SROs away from our schools in a meaningful way? Yeah, it's a great question. So, and again, either for colleagues or for the general public watching, when we think about kind of police functions in schools, there's really two places. One would be, as you already talked about, the school security contract, which is more like your security contractors, your SPOs, kind of special police officers. Then there's the SROs, which are your school resource officers. So one bucket, we've already talked about a good bit today. The second one, I think, is what your question's about, which is the SROs. We thought about it. The question is, one, they're funded FTE positions currently. So do we want, and we just weren't ready to recommend this, to eliminate those, which would then trigger RIFs, so actually firing people, when we didn't really yet have the ability to think through what would be the alternative and the replacement. I think we agree with the idea of saying, how do you make sure that you've got an alternative? So, and what would that alternative look like? That could be a non-policing style alternative that has the social emotional supports, that is the resource there for the young person. And it doesn't have to come in the form of a police officer. But when we have school starting in 2 months, and you're talking about a pretty large group, I think that the way in which we want to think about it, it would be some type of transition plan of how do we find a way to back that out, but then replace it with the type of resources that we really want, that I think I can't speak for everybody here, but that I think people are talking about. I've had conversations, for example, with young people that talked about, on one hand, both having a good relationship with an individual person who is a SRO, but then also recognizing that at the end of the day, they are a police officer. And so there are some legal limits to the ability that they can accept a gray area. So if that young person needs to be able to talk about, a friend or a cousin who's got a gun, or about some trauma or violence taking place at home, they're not a guidance counselor. At the end of the day, they're a police officer, and they have to take action on what what information they have. So is there a way that we can rethink? And that's what we want to be able to do, is just in the compressed timeline of a budget, it's very hard to do. I think the right course would be for us to think through what a transition can look like, and then make sure that we have the ability to have whatever that alternative is, be that social workers, behavioral health workers, other supports. I think we all agree the students need them. It's just how do we take it so it's in a different role? I appreciate that. And, I think it would also benefit for us to have some public hearings on that matter. And I look forward to partnering with you on that if you're up for it, either later this summer or in the fall, to try to explore that and how we reimagine the way we do security at our schools holistically like that. So thank you. Absolutely. To me, I think this would also be, one of the things I'd love to, and I haven't had a chance yet to talk to Councilmember Gray or Councilmember Bonds about this, but as a part of our emergency legislation, we created this police reform commission
To me, that might also be a really great place for us to pull other folks together to help think through what could that alternative be. And if that Police Reform Commission is going to be making a set of recommendations by the end of this calendar year, that could line up very well, frankly, to then feed into our budget process for the next year, so in the springtime. So that might be a really one of many topics. That could be a really good topic to fold into that conversation to have a thoughtful transition process.
Thank you. I have just one last question. And thank you for that. Did the committee look at eliminating or limiting the senior officer program? You understand that these numbers are trending downward, but the combination of the extra expense of paying these retired officers, a premium plus the police union's longstanding opposition to this program would seem to me to make it right for complete elimination and would yield savings that could be better invested, like many people have been talking about today. So what are your thoughts on that? Did you guys contemplate that? And I'll let you close because I've asked enough questions and taken up enough time. But I do want to note before you answer that how appreciative I am of the hard work you guys have done, and certainly how supportive I am of this work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're talking about the senior police officer program. So again, for people who may not be as familiar with this one, that's where essentially they have the authority to both hire and bring on or bring back essentially officers that have completed their essentially gotten to retirement. And we have this conversation, it feels like every year. And one of the things that we have done is they're only on for a couple of years. Attrition starts to have them drop out, and the authority, I can't remember off the top of my head, I'll get back in my notes, but the authority goes for a couple of years. We do find that it is helpful from especially with detectives, for example, being able to have detectives who have the expertise, being able to retain some of that talent from a detective and investigation standpoint can be valuable. And so we always look at how you responsibly control that program, but we also weren't at a place where we were looking at just abruptly canceling it, and if that's kind of what you're asking.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you looked for savings there and if that was a place where you could have cut significantly out of MPD to create savings. And I know there may be some value, and you've certainly expressed that, but there's also, I think, some, challenges that these senior officers have presented on the streets that bring with them a lot of baggage over the years. And I wondered if there was some opportunity to cut there. That was really my question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Grasso. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilmember Allen, I can't thank you enough. You have many agencies in your committee. You have had to tackle many very difficult issues at a very difficult time. And I think what you and your staff have come up with after a lot of hard work is a very sensitive and remarkable job, really, in what you've put together. So I want to thank you for that. And being a member of the committee, I enjoyed working with you on all of these things and support what you're doing, especially, the ability to restore funds to violence interruption and victim services, and to be able to take all of this and make a coherent whole out of it, just of itself, is a Herculean task. So thank you for that. I just have two issues that I wanted to raise, though. One is, which has already been raised, is the cadet program. And I realize, thank you, we're keeping what we have, we're just not expanding it. But the more I thought about it, and I think Councilmember Todd went into some detail about who these cadets are. We're hiring our own people. We're giving them this path to a profession. And if any of you, and I'm sure maybe all of you, have gone to police graduations, it's a remarkable affair. For many families, this is the first time that one of their members has actually traveled this path and prepared for a profession. And as I said, they're all of our own people. So what I was wondering is, aren't there some other ways to cut MPD's budget to transfer money to these other things that we want to do, rather than eliminating the increase in the cadet program? is there some other way we could do it and come out the same?
Well, I'd argue we are coming out the same in that we're preserving the cadet program for 100 people per year. At the end of the day, what we're also talking about are jobs, right? So we're talking about, as I think I've heard you and others talk about that, isn't this a great way that we're able to transition DC residents into employment? And I think preserving the 100 slots per year is absolutely one of the ways we do that. But we should also be thinking about how do we also preserve and create employment opportunities for DC residents in other ways? I mean, this budget is investing, for example, in our neighbors who are coming home from incarceration.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Allen.
To a job and to a
Councilmember
career,
Allen?
and those are meaningful investments that we want to make to continue.
Councilmember Allen, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Can I just, but my question was, are there other spots in the MPD budget? Not to take any money from these other things to which you are giving money, but there are other spots in the MPD budget that could be addressed rather than that spot.
Is there
In other words,
a place
we
you're
have our
looking at
agencies.
we cut?
We have our agencies, right? And there are all sorts of aspects to all of our agencies. Instead of preventing that additional number to go up, is there something else in MPD that could allow the number to go up, and yet you would be reducing the MPD budget to send money to these other places?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't leave any money on the table for MPD. So we took the maximum certifiable amount from the CFO. So there's not like there's money sitting here that we could have taken. So we took what
You don't have any money right on your desk there? You don't?
I'm looking around at it. No, it's not right here on this table either. So we don't have that. But I appreciate, because again, I've now supported essentially doubling the cadet program twice to where we are now, growing it from 14 cadets to 100 cadets per year in a short time span of 5 years. I think there's a lot to be said for that cadet program. But I also think we're in a moment in a time when we're trying to think about how we rethink traditional policing, and we're trying to think about how are we reinvesting traditional MPD dollars into our communities. And if that means us trying to think about spending those dollars on making sure that folks that are coming home from incarceration have a pathway to a job, or if we're focused on how do we make sure that our LGBTQ community and our trans neighbors have an ability to have their workforce supported. There's so many ways that we need to be investing in workforce for DC residents. And I'm not eliminating, I'm not even cutting the cadet program, but I do believe that we need to be taking these dollars and investing them in the ways that get other people the same goals. I think we share the exact same goals, but how are we getting our residents into work? And it's not just about how do we increase MPD hiring, it's how do we improve workforce and job creation in a lot of other ways.
Okay, thank you. And then I have just one more thing, and it relates to the term of the chief of police. And you and I talked about this also. And I said, I wanted to raise it for all of the council members. And that is, I think a term makes a lot of sense. I'm just not sure that I've had a chance to well consider what the term should be, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whether it should be somehow in sync with the mayor's appointment, and also the business about retroactivity. Should it be retroactive to the last time the chief was given a contract? What is the date for retroactivity? In any event, I was just wondering, and you came to a conclusion about this. I don't know that we discussed it so much in the committee. I don't think we did actually, but how did we land where we landed is my question.
Well, on one part, we looked at precedent, looking at Chief Ramsey and Chief Lanier. We obviously also talked with the attorneys to make sure there's legal sufficiency, which we have for all of this. We also have a chief who's not basically operating without a contract, so we're not interfering with the existing contract either. So when we look at the timing of it, and I'm certainly willing to have this conversation with my colleagues to see where, if people want to land in a different place, but I think where we landed is the right place. And that is by establishing it to be retroactive to when the council confirmed, then that and doing a 4-year term, then that gives us the ability to have essentially 11 months from now, next May, where the opportunity or decision point would rest. If we were to extend that, then if you were to put it in May of 2022, you'd be, I think, running up right into an election, and that may not be the right time to kind of force that conversation, although some might argue that's a great time to force the conversation. So thinking about it that way, you know, the 4 years seemed like the right term and the right time frame to place it. Also looking at where we were. As you and I've talked about previously, if this is something that the full body wants to talk about, and I'm happy to do that. But I think that landing where we did gives an appropriate amount of time for both for the current executive to be able to think about from a leadership standpoint. And I think it also gives us, in this moment that we're in right now, an ability to give a fair amount of time to be able to evaluate and think through leadership and vision and where we want to go, because this conversation is not going away. So how we think about the changing nature of policing is something that we want to be able to have that proactive conversation and kind of have that check as the council in terms of our own role in this. So that's where we landed. That's why we landed there. If I was proposing, you know, that this term should end 60 days from now, I don't think that would be fair. I don't think that would allow us the ability to really do it the right way. But I think the 4-year piece lands in the right spot.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'm concerned about the time. I'm going to call everybody else who has lined up, but we are over 90 minutes on this one committee, and we have 10 committees to go. The lineup to follow is Councilmember Gray, then Trayon White, and then concluding with Alyssa Silverman. Councilmember Gray.
Am I unmuted?
I can hear you. Oh, now you're muted.
Unmuted, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fingers off the buttons.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. I too want to add my appreciation to you for the work that you've done. It's a very difficult area, a very sensitive area where, you know, there's an enormous amount of work to be done. And I look forward to working with you in moving forward with the commission that Councilmember Bonds and I proposed, so that we can continue to build upon the work that's been done thus far. I want to thank you for your support on transgenders. Also, you may recall when I was mayor, we actually established a program for supporting employment of people who are transgenders in the District of Columbia government. We had 3 of our agencies involved in it that did good work, and some of the folks who were hired then still are working in the District of Columbia government today. So I appreciate that, and the recent Supreme Court decision certainly bolsters, obviously, where we're trying to go, should be trying to go here in the city. Councilmember Che and I talked extensively also about the cadet program, and I have believed along the way that it is a great program for being able to hire our own, which is a point I guess she was making, and also Brandon Todd was making a little earlier as well. One of the things that troubles me is when I look at the data, to the extent that I fully know, and you would know better than I do, I suspect, that I think the last data I saw of the actual number of people who work for the Metropolitan officers who work for the Metropolitan Police Department, about 16%, maybe a little higher than that, maybe lower, but an overwhelmingly small number actually live in the District of Columbia. So what I'm really trying to understand at this stage is from the data that you have gathered, from the data that you've analyzed, Chairman Allen, how many of the people who become cadets over a period of time, are they moving over to become officers in the Metropolitan Police Department? And what kind of data are we gathering about their performance once they make that transition from being a cadet to actually becoming an officer, which we know, as you pointed out, can be a multi-year process for some?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't have the exact data off the top of my head. I'm gonna ask my staff to see if they can pull that up real fast and send that over to me. If I can't get that for you in terms of the exact transition numbers, I can certainly follow up with you on that.
Okay.
But it is fair to say that yes, we have individuals who go through the cadet program that then transition into being a sworn member. So I think that you could point to that is what happens, that you have individuals who go through. To your point around residency, I think the last numbers I saw, somewhere 22 to 25% of our force, at least ballpark, somewhere in that ballpark, are DC residents. So I guess to me, there's two different conversations though taking place. One is, do we think that the cadet program is a good program that provides workforce opportunities and a pathway to a career for DC residents? The answer is yes. There's no disagreement about that. The other conversation, however, though, is when we're looking at trying to, in the middle of a recession, trying to make budget decisions around policing, and overwhelmingly the call is around how should we change the nature and traditional role of policing. Is this the place that we want to invest our workforce dollars to increase amount of police hiring at a time when we're actually trying to decrease? Again, there's no cut to our cadet program, one that we have grown, and this council has been a full partner in helping grow that. But I do think if we're talking about hiring our own, I agree. It's just that we also have to make sure we're hiring our own when it comes to our returning citizens, that we're hiring our own into a myriad of professions and opportunities that this district government has the opportunity to provide. So I feel really, really strongly about where we landed, which is, again, making no cuts whatsoever to the existing program, but not supporting a growth in that, which is where I think we have a lot of other places where we can be growing our workforce opportunities for our DC residents. And in particular, at a time when we're in the middle of trying to think through what is the changing and evolving role of policing in our city, I think that this is the right step to take, which again, make sure that there's no cuts to that cadet program, but also allows us to invest in the places that we need. I am trying to also find the answer for you to your first question, Mr. Gray, and we don't quite have because I don't want to tell you a number that we don't have for sure. So I may have to follow up with you after this to get you the exact data on the transitioning from cadet into sworn officer.
No, I'll appreciate that. And if it's 16 or 18, close to 20%, that's actually an increase over the recent past, because it was considerably lower the last time I looked at the data. So I will look forward to getting the information that you are continuing to gather for. So I appreciate that very much. The number of officers, I guess one of the things that bothers me when I look at the MPD officers, I look at how many have come from somewhere else, and I really question the extent to which they are able to adapt in a significant way, a constructive way, to the work that's being done in the Metropolitan Police Department here in our city. Do you look at the curricula to which the cadets are being exposed, Mr. Allen, so that there's some oversight from the committee's perspective as well as to what they're being exposed to and what they're expected to do to be able to achieve as a cadet?
Do you mean in terms of the cadets, or do you mean in terms of the training academy?
Well,
or I guess, I don't know.
I'm looking at the cadet at this stage. What are they being exposed, and to what extent does the committee engage in oversight of that to which they are being exposed?
Well, if you're asking, do I personally review the curriculum that the cadets do? No, I don't. I don't go personally review their curriculum. Part of that responsibility, however, is with the police officer standards and training. And one of the things that we tackled in the emergency legislation is that that board has been defunct, and we need to stand that up to make sure that we have the right training standards and the right expectations, whether that be the cadet program, be that the training academy. So I think that's an important step that we've taken separate of the budget through the emergency legislation, because that's been essentially defunct now for a couple of years. And how do we move that forward so that we have what I think you and I both want, which is, a really strong sense of that curriculum and training, that we have confidence in that it's happening the right way, and that it can be reviewed and it can be changed, it can be adapted as new information comes in, and as the evolving nature of traditional policing is going to be taking place.
Well, I completely agree with the concern that's being expressed about having a police force that reflects our own, and it would be wonderful if we can get to a stage where we have a police force that's completely indigenous to the District of Columbia. If we get there, that's a goal for me anyway. But I know it's not going to be easy to accomplish. In any event, I want to thank you again for the work that you've done with the committee in taking you on a number of very tough, difficult issues to which we need to continue to be sensitive. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Trayon White.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So first I want to thank you, Councilmember Allen, for your diligence during this budget hearing. I know it was tough and a lot of pressure. And I want to thank you and your staff for working through those issues during this time. That's echoing, defund police and across the country. I did want to ask a few questions as relates to some budget items, as relates to the one's office. The Pathways program, did that increase? I know they was trying to increase that cohort from 50 to 100 and do another 100. Did we allow money for that to increase?
Thank you. So the mayor's budget essentially would allow for 2 cohorts, so roughly 50. We increased that to the full 100. So it'll be the 4 full cohorts. And then on top of that, the mayor's budget proposed that they would all get a decrease in their stipend. And so we restore that back to the full stipend amount.
So FY20 would be 100 in the cohort instead of 50. So
correct.
Four
so it'll be correct. So it'll be roughly 4 cohorts of about 25 each.
All right. And when is the actual? I know you're doing the proposed term limit for the chief. When is this supposed to take place if this passes? When is this supposed to start?
Sure. And again, just to reiterate, it's not a term limit. So it doesn't limit the mayor from reappointing the chief, just a term. It would take effect retroactively 4 years from when the council approves. So that would mean May of next year. So that's about 11 months from now.
When he or she has to go for reconsideration, or when it starts the 4 years?
Well, the 4 years would begin retroactively, which would then trigger that the position that the mayor, I guess the best way to think of it is the mayor would have to nominate or renominate an individual in May. So it would essentially trigger that's the term, and then it would be a 4-year term, such that obviously the mayor, whoever the mayor is, can appoint whoever the chief is. So we separate it away from the person; it's to the position. And then again, that person remains an at-will employee, so serving at the pleasure of the mayor. So there's nothing that interferes. For example, a couple of years into that 4-year term, the mayor decides that they want to go a different direction, or if whoever's the chief decides they want to or need to leave, it doesn't interfere with that separation as well.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to thank you for putting money back into the violence interruption groups. There are several men and women in the community building relationships. I seen one of the Mr. Ford on the news last week. He was saying that it's hard to document shootings that didn't happen. And he's been involved in a lot of mediations. I won't say squashing beefs because that's a deeper term, but mediations between feuding people. And I know there's a group from Woodland Terrace that's out of town right now with another group trying to resolve some conflict. And I joined the group last week out of town. And so we are trying to keep this going. And it takes time and it takes a lot of energy, but it takes our commitment on the council. And I've always said I don't believe that police is the end-all solution to addressing crime, and have to get people, families, everyone involved, especially mental health and with a public health approach. And so I want to thank you for that. And lastly, I do want to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues as it relates to the cadet program, which has been, a life changer for some DC residents. And I'm sad to see that we don't have the money we're not increasing the slot, keeping it stable. Because I see that I guess from time to time, I see the cadets in the van with the brown uniforms on riding around. And, I'm hoping that we can keep that going and increase that because sometimes when you have residents from DC, they're more sensitive to DC-based issues, more ingrained into the culture. They understand more, and it's more better community policing. And I have been concerned about some of the police tactics being used, especially from the gun recovery unit over the years. And just want to encourage that we can move, just share how I felt about that as well.
I appreciate that. I think it is important to protect what we've got. The question is, do we have the ability to expand it? But it's protecting the 100, I think is overall a good thing, as I've heard echoed throughout. And on the ones office on the VI contracts, if anybody has additional funding, I know that we can do more with that. So maybe to the chairman, that's certainly a place where we continue to invest more in our violence interruption contracts with the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement. But thank you,
Well,
Councilman.
I heard you say you left money on the table, Councilmember.
There's no money sitting here.
We noticed that the camera is not pointed down at the desktop. Councilmember Trayon White, did you have any other questions?
Yes, I'm done, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to echo the sentiments of colleagues, Councilmember Allen. This was a Herculean lift, and I know you and your committee staff worked very hard. So thank you very much. And I'm your neighbor, so I know how many times people were outside your door because I'm across the alley from you.
About that.
So let me start with the Office of Police Complaints. And these are questions just to get an understanding of the committee's thinking. So, some would argue that at this time, police accountability and having the agency that conducts police accountability is now more important than ever. Councilmember Robert White, I don't know why I'm stumbling today on first names, but created an Office of Police Complaints is my understanding for the transit police. This is a best practice. I see there's a 6.4% reduction in their budget and also an slight FTE reduction. I don't know how you have 24.8 FTE. I mean, I understand it from a budgeting perspective and not from an actual person perspective. What is the impact of this reduction on the Office of Police Complaints and their work holding MPD accountable?
Yeah, thank you. It maybe doesn't show up very well. So the reduction is actually from one-time funding that we added last year for OPC to do a specific investigation.
Okay.
They've been doing work on NSAID. And so that's something that they did that was within FY20. It's not continuing into another fiscal year. So the reduction you see is simply because in FY20, we'd given them a slight increase in one-time funding, and that's just no longer reflected in the FY21 budget. So it doesn't impact their operations.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. Second, this was out of the box kind of thing or whatever, I don't know what to call it. But in FEMS, for example, I think you noted in your report, we created the nurse triage line because we have such a volume of calls that are not really what FEMS was designed to do. So my question is, has the committee thought about maybe a similar approach to MPD, and that, you know, we've heard a lot about social workers, and that a lot of the calls, or some of the calls at least, might be, you know, mediating a neighborhood dispute in which, you know, MPD maybe isn't the best agency to respond. So is there any thought to, like, I don't know if we call it diversion line, or, you know, I guess the best way maybe to put it is reducing the responsibility. If we're going to go with a smaller force, to think about reducing the responsibilities that MPD has.
Yes. So part of the, thank you. And it's a bigger conversation, but I'll just give one example of where I think this council has tried and didn't get the program set up the way that I think we envisioned. As part of the NEAR Act, we had attempted to do something very similar, where the NEAR Act outlined some different ways to respond, and eventually it got morphed by the executive into a DBH pre-arrest diversion program. Now, there can be positive elements to that, but it doesn't go nearly as far as I think the NEAR Act really envisioned, which was to try to find the ways to make those changes. You know, initially, I think the NEAR Act we would have been embedding social workers, you know, mental health professionals, and other ways to kind of get at these issues, and we just haven't been able to get that there. And I think that is unfortunate, because I think that we're hearing now even more so. I mean, the NEAR Act, you know, and I'm looking at Councilor McDuffie on my panel too, because he obviously authored that through, and we all worked on that, but Mr. McDuffie kind of authored that.
Can I ask Councilmember Allen, so who is tasked with this, and maybe to Councilmember McDuffie as well, in the NEAR Act, like, who is supposed to do this re-envisioning? Is it MPD? Is it the one's office?
I'd argue this is part of why we're talking about having a 4-year term. At the end of the day, as the legislative branch, there's a lot that we can do. You know, there's a lot that we can fund or defund. There's a lot of policy and legislation that we can carry out. But at the end of the day, you also have to have the leadership that effectuates change and that lays out a vision from that executive leadership standpoint. And so when we try to create something and we have the executive doesn't do it, I mean, there's only so many ways. You know, we pull and push on executive implementation all the time, and there's always going to be a natural tension between an executive and a legislative branch. Like there's a normal part of that. But this is why I think it's so important, especially in the moment that we're in right now, that we need to be able to evaluate and have honest, good conversations around how are we going to be able to make change and evolve, and where do we see that leadership? So that's why it's one of the reasons why creating a 4-year term for a chief, for example, it's irrespective of this current chief, it's all chiefs. We need to be able to have a constant check where we can understand leadership, decision-making, vision, principles, and be able to engage in that conversation in a meaningful way. Because I think we've seen where when we try to push and pull, we have limited success. And I think if we're truly trying to make big change, we know we've got to be able to be having both legislative and executive leadership that provides the way.
Okay, I know this is a bigger conversation, and for the sake of time, I'll move on. So I want to ask a little bit and to follow up on Chairman Mendelson's question about, and you addressed it, Councilmember Allen, the OAG violence interruption program versus the one's office. And I'm just going to mention, and since we're home and I have access to
I see you're holding Bleeding Out.
I have Bleeding Out. So I just want to read something, and I've talked to the Attorney General about this, from something in Bleeding Out that surprised me. It's on page 98 for anyone who's following along. So street out, it's about violence interruption. And it says, street outreach is at something of a crossroads. The evidence in support of the strategy is promising, but not yet proven. And the author, and I read this because Moms Demand Action told me to read it, and it took me a long time because I'm very slow. But I mean, one of the things that the author mentions is that just the interruption is only one part of the strategy. And I know you you and Councilmember McDuffie both know this, and that he emphasizes it's really the wraparound services, the cognitive behavioral therapy that really is the change agent. And I guess I'm asking you, Councilmember Allen, because my understanding, and I've asked this probably at every hearing, is that OAG makes referrals to the ONE's office on these types of services. So I guess help me understand how, if we're increasing the amount of kind of interruption, it seems like it would have a commensurate increase in behavioral services and other supportive services needed, yet the ONE's office isn't increasing its capacity to meet that. So I guess if you can address that.
Sure. And this may end up being a much bigger conversation that we'll run out of time for. But I mean, I've met with Thomas Apt. I've been in long conversations, and there's absolutely some very good thinking that comes out of him. But there's also, however, a belief that the change that you want to create comes from targeted intervention with law enforcement rather than getting at root causes of violence. This tension plays out, for example, when we're in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council in these conversations. And there's a role for that, obviously, targeted intervention from law enforcement at times. But if we're truly trying to get at root causes, then when you look at Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, we look at our pathways cohorts. Like, I've met with every single cohort that's come through. Listening to these men discuss and talk about their challenges, but at the end of the day, it all comes back down to root causes that have to change. And, you know, listening to them talk to me about what their family obligations are, making sure that, you know, there's a roof over the head of their mother or of their partner or of their kids, or there's food on the table. I will never, ever forget one of the gentlemen that I talked to who came up to me after he graduated, and he walked up to me and he had a DC, he ended up getting hired by DC government, and he ends up having a DC government ID badge on his hip, you know, the ones that kind of have that extended little leash to it. And he holds it up and he stretches it out as far as he could, shows it to me. And he says to me, it's the first time he's ever had a job where he now has health insurance, that he can provide health insurance for his daughter. And the meaningful impact that just had for him, for his family, now for his neighborhood, and all of that, that's now getting at root causes. That's not a law enforcement intervention that created that change. That was a very different method of how we're going there. So I think that there's a lot of really great thinking that Thomas Apt has in that book and other places, but we are trying to make change at that root cause level. We are investing, I think, in ONSC. They, of course, have to have the partnerships with DBH and DOES and all the other agencies to make them click and work as well. And that's going to be one where I think all of us collectively can help with our own agencies under our purview and committees to help bring more and more resources to bear. That may not be the answer you're asking, or kind of the way you asked it, but it's a big conversation. I agree with you.
Thanks. Well, I look forward to us continuing that. And finally, just a data point. So everyone's talked about the cadet program. I have a little bit of a different angle on it as labor chair. It's really an apprenticeship program for public safety. And I want to thank my colleagues, because actually our committee and this council has been engaged. As you said, Councilmember Allen, we can do this kind of approach in all different kinds of careers. And that's what we've been doing in the council. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this preview alert in my committee presentation. But just for the, because we have DCHR under our purview, 22% of MPD lives in the district. And you probably know what some of the reasons are why they don't. I will say that my committee has been engaged in discussions with DCHR and with our Office of General Counsel about the question of whether we could require MPD officers to live in the district. Because obviously we say, and all the research shows, that when you live in the community you work in, whether it be DPW or MPD, you have a little bit of a different take and you're a little more invested. And your compassion might increase. So my committee has been engaged, and I think this is a conversation, if others are interested, I'd love to have. There's been thinking that the Home Rule Act preempted us from doing this, but our legal counsel says that that is not the case. So anyway, I just offer that as a, what do you call that? Like a thinking point or a food for thought, because it's lunchtime, for the council to think about. But anyway, thank you very much, Councilmember Allen and your committee staff for very hard work here. And thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for allowing me to be the last person to talk.
Thanks, Councilmember. If I can, actually, I was able to, Councilmember Gray had asked about the cadet program. It's come up a couple of times. So we did get the data now pulled up. So in the last 5 years, there have been 55 cadets that have transitioned, 52 went on to be recruits, and then 3 civilians. So over the last 5 years, you've had 55 cadets that have transitioned. Again, 52 into recruits and 3 into civilians. And I think I saw Councilor Robert White had his hand up earlier.
That may be, but we are now 2 hours into this, and I announced about 20.
I'm having fun. I just thought we'd keep going all day.
Correct, I know. So we're gonna, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Thank you, everybody, on this. We're gonna move to facilities.
Thank you, everybody.
And then we are going to take a brief break. And I'm hopeful that we will start moving along more quickly. And with that, Councilmember White?
Thank you, Chairman. And I didn't press the issue of my hand being raised because I knew I was going next, and really just wanted to thank Councilmember Allen for what I think is incredible work. And I agree with Councilmember Silverman that our long-term vision should be taking a non-police approach to non-emergency issues that don't require police response. I will try to move expeditiously, recognizing that we're behind time. And frankly, our budget is not as exciting as the judiciary budget. But nonetheless, we were able to do some very exciting things thanks to a talented staff. I'm going to start with DGS facilities budget. So here we reduced the budget for facilities very slightly by 1.2%. Those cuts don't impact schools, public safety, or shelters. But what the mayor did was she identified savings of over $6 million, explaining that the administration intends to save money by moving more maintenance in-house. So I do think we can make up that difference. But in addition to that, the committee's reductions are really kind of offset by increases. We increased a substantial amount into small capital projects to replace failing building systems like HVAC, roofs. So we actually should be spending a little less on maintenance. So again, we actually increased spending for capital projects here. There was a significant budget increase in funding for non-personnel services and performance management and lease management at DGS. So we reduced the increase by $1.3 million. But to be clear, there's still an increase in the non-personnel services and performance management and leases, an increase of $1.77 million. We found not as much vacancy savings as we would have liked. We were not able to work through this with the CFO's office the way I would have liked, but we were able to recognize $100,000 in extra vacancy savings because of the significant number of vacant positions within DGS. For OCP, we reduced the supplies budget by $20,000 and reduced the proposed budget increase in IT by $100,000. Still, though, there is a budget increase in these line items and actually a budget increase overall to OCP. So we in the committee increased OCP's budget a bit. We were also able to find some savings, and this is just through oversight, working with the agencies, working with the CFO. We made a one-time cut to the custodial staff budget to clean new public restrooms, just because those restrooms aren't going to be completed in fiscal year 20. So we were able to move that small amount of money around. What we did was added significant operational investments in addition to a $15 million technical correction request by DGS and a small correction that we needed to support the Contract Appeals Board. The committee focused its investments on returning citizens, advisory neighborhood commissions, seniors and LGBTQ residents, racial equity in public safety, of course, housing and homelessness, educational equity, clean energy, and supporting Eastern markets. So a number of things that are shared priorities for this council and even most of them for the administration. On returning citizens, the committee is continuing to focus on reducing barriers to re-entry by recommending significant investments in employment, housing, and case management. So what we did here was accepted $150,000 from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to continue what was a very successful paralegal fellowship program at the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, and really want to thank Councilmember Charles Allen and the Judiciary Committee for that. This program just had tremendous value in output in its first class. And so we wanted to make sure that this program can continue. It's a partnership with Georgetown University such that Georgetown does not water down, cannot water down its fellowship paralegal program. But we have a cohort of returning citizens who go through that program. They're placed at private law firms and some with OAG and maybe a couple other agencies. The success rate of that program was very strong, and everybody who landed a job still was in that job over a year after the program, after they graduated. Unfortunately, shortly before the markup, the committee received a new funding analysis for this program that contradicted earlier estimates by ORCA and the testimony of the executive on the record on several occasions about the cost of the program. So now, even though we funded this program according to the administration's cost estimate, the committee now is being told that we have a $600,000 shortfall because somehow the cost of this program ballooned. And so I would like to work at the full council level, Mr. Chairman, to figure out this gap. That this program is just too important for it to fall by the wayside. We also established a new 2-year access to job employment program at ORCA that connects interested employers with who have actual career opportunities with returning citizens. And what it does is it actually offers a subsidy to the employer for hiring returning citizens. That subsidy increases in year 2 because one issue that we have heard, and I've heard this in the Labor Committee as well, is that sometimes folks will hire residents in order to get a subsidy, but then that kind of year 2 mark is where they fall off. So that's what we're trying to address here. We've actually already had a national employer reach out in interest. So I'm excited about this opportunity for returning citizens. We also funded 18 housing vouchers for returning citizens that identified by ORCA. We intended to fund 20, but at the last minute, administrative costs came back a little bit higher than we anticipated. The gap here is actually less than $50,000. Again, this is really a last minute issue that was brought to us. And so we're hoping at the full committee level that we can figure out this gap of what is less than $50,000, just in higher than expected administrative costs. We transferred $300,000 to the Office of Victim Services Justice Grants to increase grants for organizations that support re-entry, with the intention that we actually fund new diverse community organizations that are currently being supported, that are currently running with success rates. For advisory neighborhood commissions, the committee held a series of hearings, not just at the council, but across the communities, across the city. And we heard concerns from commissioners at each of our hearings that were just incredibly consistent. Commissioners nearly unanimously asked for more technical support and shared services at the Office of ANC so that they could focus on the roles that they were elected to fill. So the committee's budget proposal where we include a recommended subtitle to recapture ANC allocations that were forfeited into a new special fund at the OANC to pay for new services and supports for ANC commissioners, including audio-visual technology, communication technology, remote meeting support, obviously necessary now, shared printing services, and website support. And so really ANCs have been crying out for this type of assistance, and we just figured out a way to make it happen working with the OANC. In addition to any money forfeited, which is varied yearly from like $50,000 to about $120,000 a year, the committee is dedicating an additional $60,000 in recurring funds to pay for these shared services for all commissions. The committee also funds a new technical support director at OANC to provide these new services and really coordinate this. For seniors and LGBTQ residents, while the agencies obviously serving seniors and LGBTQ residents aren't in the committee's portfolio, the committee made them a priority because they are a priority, I believe, of this council, certainly a priority of mine. So to that end, we transferred to the Housing Committee funding for 10 housing vouchers for seniors and another 10 housing vouchers specifically for LGBTQ seniors. The committee expanded on its investment last year in community dining supports for LGBTQ seniors. We raised that to $100,000 to help seniors combat social isolation, particularly as we come out from the pandemic in fiscal year 21. The committee also identified funding for a $70,000 operating subsidy for the DC Center for the LGBTQ community, as the center is planning for a move out of the Reeves Center. Like everything else, we wish we could have done more here, but this is what we were able to figure out with the available funding. On public safety and racial equity, in response to calls from the community for racial equity in our approach to public safety, we transferred $200,000 to the Office of the Attorney General in the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to expand the Cure the Streets initiative. And I want to thank Councilmember Allen for working with us on that. We also, in the Budget Support Act, proposed an amendment to the WMATA Compact to establish a civilian police complaints board for the Metro Transit Police Department with legislation molded off of our own police complaints board for MPD, which is far more robust than what is currently being proposed by WMATA. Again, want to thank Councilmember Allen. This really derived from a hearing that we held together, and this has been an effort that we've been working on for several months. On housing and homelessness, the committee obviously very concerned that at the end of the public health emergency, we're going to see many of our residents face housing crises. So we transferred $200,000 to the Committee on Human Services to expand the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and $100,000 to expand outreach services for homeless residents. And I want to thank Councilmember Nadeau for working with us on that. We also transferred $376,000, a little bit more than that, to the Committee on Business and Economic Development for repairs to our public housing stock. On education, as Councilmember Grasso mentioned earlier, the committee transferred $300,000 to increase the at-risk weight so that our schools really can slightly better meet the needs of our students with higher needs. On environmental issues, obviously very centered to what DGS does, the committee funded a Budget Support Act subtitle to ensure that DGS completes viability assessments for renewable energy generation at district properties across the city. And on nonprofit supports, the committee invested $200,000 for OCP to complete an analysis of the reimbursement of indirect costs for nonprofit organizations that get contracts and grants from the district. This analysis will actually help us move forward on a bill that Councilmember Nadeau authored and has been working hard on that is before our committee to ensure that the district is adequately compensating nonprofits that support our government operations. These are particularly social service related nonprofits. The report that we are proposing to fund was developed from the advocacy of a wide variety of nonprofit organizations that want to see this effort move forward. They really want to see the bill funded, but this will help us get clarity on what funding will be required here. On Eastern Market, in our operating budget, we invested $200,000 in one-time operating subsidy for Eastern Market to keep the market stable through the pandemic. Obviously, the city has invested a lot in that market, and we don't want to see it collapse during this difficult time. In our capital budget, the committee swept fund balances in several capital accounts where the amount of money available exceeded likely expenditures in the next fiscal year. We eliminated the $10 million in funding proposed by the mayor for what they called phase 1 of the rehabilitation of the Daly building, since the mayor has not put forward a viable plan or funding to complete this $300 million project. But we did leave $4 million in a capital project for critical systems repairs to the Daly building while they figure out a viable plan going forward. On lead abatement, which has been a central focus of the committee this year, the committee reversed the sweep by the mayor and invested $2 million for fiscal year 21 in hazardous material abatement so that the administration can remove the abatement, remove or abate the sources of lead identified by the administration. In a recent analysis, they're currently leaking toxins onto parks and playgrounds across the city, and we just have to start turning that back. For climate investments, the committee reduced cuts to the energy retrofitting program proposed by the mayor and invested $1.4 million in energy retrofitting of district buildings to reduce our utility usage and really help us as a city confront the climate crisis. We also worked hard to improve recreational facilities. The committee responded to constituent advocacy by transferring funding to the Committee on Recreation and Youth Affairs for lighting improvements at a number of community tennis courts to allow them to be used safely in the evenings. The committee transferred $800,000 to provide new recreational facilities for children in Ivy City. And the committee also invested $210,000 to finally replace the broken HVAC system at the Deanwood Public Library, which is managed by DGS. Obviously, this has been a priority of the community and a priority of my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Gray, who worked with us on that. And we accelerated $1.14 million in the capital budget for Eastern Market into next fiscal year so that the market can come out of the pandemic stronger. On the mayor's proposed BSA subtitles, I already mentioned our proposed BSA subtitles, but I do want to finish by noting that the committee joined with the committee of the whole in recommending that we strike both of the mayor's proposed BSA subtitles that were referred to us. These subtitles really would have rolled back council review authority for reprogrammings within DGS of option year contracts over $1 million. The committee felt that the council review of reprogrammings and contracts is critical for our effective oversight, and that DGS and OCP have to respect the council's role when they prepare their budgets and contracting plans. So in the spirit of moving expeditiously, I want to stop there. I think we hit the highlights of the budget and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I think I appreciate that, although I think you spend as much time presenting as the previous two committees, but it's important stuff. I have some questions, but I'm going to try to be a little bit quicker than the last two committees. The executive or DGS is objecting to some of the cuts that you've taken, and I'm going to go through this really quickly and ask you to respond so all members have the benefit of your thinking. They object to reducing the maintenance budget for Parks and Recreation. This would be within DGS. They consider it to be under budgeting for completion of work orders and preventive maintenance at Parks and Recreation facilities. They're also objecting to reductions to the maintenance budget for government operations. So $1.2 million cut. Again, under budgeting for completion of work orders and preventive maintenance. We'll also underfund DGSC-wide services such as mowing, snow removal from district property, and elevator inspection repair. Will affect, they're saying, upkeep of buildings such as the Reef Center, 1 Judiciary Square, 200 I Street. They're objecting to the cuts to funding for the Daly building. And they say it will result in further deterioration of this historical district asset. In FY21, Mayor Bowser funded a $10 million stabilization project to stop the water intrusion by making repairs to leaking mechanical systems on the roof, etc. This effort is phase 1 of the mayor's rehabilitation of the Daly building. And then they had 2 more objections. I know this is a lot, but I figured I'd read it all and then let you respond. The committee markup sweeps $568,000 from the available allotment for facility condition assessments. The committee and full council have often inquired about DGS compliance with the requirements for an inventory of real property assets. These funds support the agency's compliance with those code requirements. And then the committee markup cuts $800,000 from DGS asset management activity, which would reduce the use of DOC's, Department of Corrections, work squads, delay necessary ongoing upgrades to the Archie bus system to host all asset data, reduce legal support for leasing activities, delay improvements for field reservation system at DPR. So that's a sort of a summary of what I've heard from DGS.
Yeah.
How do you respond so all members know what your thinking is?
So let me be brief, but also very clear. So most of these are pots of money that the mayor, the administration can do a whole lot of things with. And this is something that happened last year. What they do is within those pots of money, they identify the things that are going to pull at the most heartstrings and say, we won't be able to do those things if you make this very, very minor cut in this program that's not accurate. What I would say is a couple of things. So we're not reducing maintenance overall. We're actually putting more in small caps than we're taking from what is a very large facilities budget. So that should allow us to actually reduce the amount of maintenance that we have to do. So if an HVAC system is leaking, instead of saying, well, we're going to plug that leak, or if an HVAC system is, past its useful life, instead of saying we're going to use this pot of money to put a Band-Aid on it, we've increased the pot of money that allows them to replace the HVAC system. So, and the mayor also, the argument that they gave to us with maintenance is that they're going to move more of it in-house, and that should result in some cost savings. On the issue of the facilities conditions assessment money that we moved only $500,000 there, and they have actually $2 million currently that somehow they're going to have to spend before the end of the fiscal year. Based on that track record, I don't see that being possible. But what's more than that is the concern that they raise is a little bit ironic, because this is funding that the committee added last fiscal year that the administration actually opposed, they objected to, but they haven't been able to spend the money, so we moved it. On the Daly building, I think calling this $10 million proposal phase 1 is more of a strategic move than an issue of accuracy. So the estimate from the administration for redevelopment of the Daly building is $300 million. The administration has no idea how that's going to get done. I have no idea how that's going to get done. $10 million isn't going to get that done. What I don't want is for the administration or anybody to get the impression that funding something called phase 1 signals an approval of the council of heading down a path where they just don't have an endpoint. So there's really no plan for the daily building. But we did leave money for critical investments. So they're concerned that they may not be able to make critical systems investment is not accurate. We left $4 million for systems investment just for the daily building alone. So I think that they will be covered there. They have not given us a justification or a breakdown of what the critical investments necessary are, but taking them at their word, we thought $4 million would be a strong amount of money for them to do that. So we've heard all these concerns. We've doubled back on our work to examine each of them, and I'm confident in where we landed.
Thank you for that. And it may be that some members will follow up. I have one other question. So I've asked each of the committee chairs so far, and I'll be asking others with regard to BSA subtitles to Nexus. And I've kind of done that in a neutral way where I've asked about all the subtitles, even though some of them are obviously have a Nexus. I'm going to be a bit more streamlined here. There are a couple reasons why I'm have been asking about this. As members know, back in May, I sent an email to everybody saying that for various reasons, the BSA cannot be loaded up with subtitles that do not have a budget nexus. And yet some of the committees seem to have, how do I put this politely, ignored that. And there's a very real problem, and that is that we simply do not have the staff capacity over the next 3 weeks to be managing a BSA that has got more in it than we absolutely need. But I would also say that for some measures that they really deserve an independent legislative report, which is what we get when we mark up a freestanding bill. Because oftentimes intent is important to understand when a measure is getting implemented or litigated. Of the BSA subtitles that you have, Mr. White, there's one that I don't see the nexus. I support it, and that's the Metro Transit Police Department Oversight and Accountability. But I don't see what the nexus is, and I can't help but wonder why we couldn't, on an emergency basis, put this into the police emergency bill that we have moving through, and that will include a temporary, and that will give you time to mark up a freestanding bill with a committee report that we can share with Maryland and Virginia to make the point that this is important and that we want them to similarly amend the compact. I phrased it that way because, as you know, and I want to remind members, to amend the compact requires the 3 states and the Congress to act identically. So tell me why I'm mistaken that this has no budget in nexus.
So WMATA, obviously, as we all know, is a bit different than traditional DC agencies in the sense that WMATA implements with its budget, which we fund every year, that which is in the compact. So here we're amending the compact that has a direct budget implication on WMATA without a fist on us, because WMATA, with its existing funds, has to implement what each of the jurisdictions includes in the compact. So there is a direct, very direct connection to WMATA's budget here, and really to our budget, because we fund WMATA.
I will be kind. Are there members who have questions? Councilmember Gray, then Pinto.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can hear you. Don't touch any more buttons.
I wasn't, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, Councilmember White, for your work on your budget. And I appreciated working with you around the critical situation we have at the Deanwood Community Center. That is a That is a building that has a beautiful design and has some of the shoddiest construction work I think I've ever seen. And I suspect we will be revisiting that building on an unfortunately frequent basis. But the work that you've done in this budget will help us at least address some of the HVAC system problems that we have now. Heaven knows what additional problems we're going to face down the road, but at least this will get us where we need to be. We know this will have some work done with the co-located library there as well. And, you know, we look forward to being able to have the HVAC system operational again, not only in the entire center, but also especially with the library that is co-located there. So I just want to thank you very much for the work that you've done and congratulate you on your budget work thus far.
Thanks, Councilmember Gray. I appreciate working with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Councilmember White. I just wanted to ask also about the HVAC systems. I've been hearing from a lot of parents who are concerned that as their children are going to be going back to school, the spreading of COVID particles through the HVAC systems, even the updated ones, may be a problem. Are there any efforts to coordinate more closely with the Department of Health or DCPS to ensure that even the updated systems will be handled with care so that our teachers and students aren't more exposed than they need to be?
I appreciate that. I'm sure DGS would say they always handle with care. What I will do though is I will check in with DGS. This is an aspect that I honestly hadn't thought about, but it's a good point. So I'll connect with DGS expeditiously and make that recommendation to them and follow up with them, because that is something that we're going to have to be more conscious of in our HVAC systems going forward.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds, and then does anybody else want to be recognized? Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I just want to thank the chairman of the Facilities and Procurement Committee for the generosity shown for our seniors, LGBT community, and returning citizens as it relates to housing vouchers. I appreciate it very, very much, and I really wanted to put that on the record. Also, I am very appreciative of the time and attention that the chairman has given to looking at the little tiny boxes of money that we all sometimes overlook that relate to a little bit here, a little bit there, you know, for this kind of repair, this kind of leftover, you know, service delivery, because that is how we actually can balance the budget. But more importantly, it's a way for us to identify resources that really are just sitting there, accumulating, and somehow can become forgotten. So I appreciate it very, very much, the work that you've done in your committee. I'm delighted as well to go on record letting everyone know how important it is that we finally have the contracts and procurement in a committee where you can pay attention to the details. And so I thank you very much for having that opportunity, taking advantage of it, and for the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. We do try to pay attention to the details, and you've been working very hard for years on issues to do with seniors, obviously, in housing. And so we try to complement the work you're doing and appreciate you and your team being partners in that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bonds, did you have anything else?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other member who wanted to be recognized? I don't see any other member. We're going to take this sounds odd, 16-minute break, but at 2:30. But we will start at 2:30, and we will start with Government Operations, Brandon Todd. If for some reason Mr. Todd isn't here at 2:30, we'll start with Housing, the next committee. So 2:30, this is just a break, and nobody log off. I have no idea if you can get back on if you log off. but just some time for everybody to be able to get up and stretch. And we will resume at 2:30. Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to note that I was on the Zoom before you.
And you get a gold star for that. And I would like to note that it's 2:30. So Councilmember Todd, do you want to begin with the presenting the government operations?
Sure, thank you, Chairman. The mayor's proposed budget for the agencies and offices under this committee's jurisdiction reflects district values and a responsible and cautious approach to government spending. The committee has worked to ensure that the needs of the offices and agencies under its purview are met, and despite fiscal discipline, I believe the committee's proposed budget continues that work. The committee approved the mayor's proposed budget with the following changes to the agencies under its jurisdiction. The committee reduced $945,000 from the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. The committee increased the Office of Human Rights budget by $319,000. This will fund 3 FTEs. In the proposed budget, 3 FTEs were reduced from FY20. The committee restored 2 FTEs to the Equal Justice Program and added an FTE to assist with intake, which has been a recurring concern for the office. The committee is aware that with OHR's increased duties, more staffing is needed. The committee increased the Office of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs by $50,000. This funding will create the district's first ever racial equity grant to be administered by the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. The Racial Equity Training and Support Grant will provide up to $10,000 for groups, organizations, initiatives, and projects that engage in training about structural racism, create spaces for racial affinity groups, seek to build upon a previous racial equity training, and work to advance economic and racial justice. Around the country and around the world, people have galvanized and energized around the movement for racial equality. Black Lives Matters has grown from a hashtag into a defining foundational concept. Focusing on racial equity is important to achieving different outcomes in our communities. This grant, along with the REACH Act, moves our government forward in a new direction and places priority on achieving equity across DC. The grant expands the advocacy efforts the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs gives them the ability to partner with groups looking to join that effort. The committee allocated $257,000 to fund the Office of Caribbean Affairs, B23-201, the Office of Caribbean Affairs Establishment Act, introduced by myself along with Councilmembers Gray, Che, and Robert White. This legislation establishes a District of Columbia Office on Caribbean Affairs. The legislation was unanimously passed by this council on March 3rd, 2020, and became effective law on May 6th. Caribbean immigrants, like all immigrants, face daunting challenges, and Caribbean immigrants deserve an advocate and voice in our government. I believe this office will serve the district's Caribbean community well through funding and capacity building. The budget increases the budget for the Mayor's Office on Veterans Affairs by $30,000. This amount will restore it to the office's FY20 budget. The coronavirus pandemic has affected veterans extremely hard, and the committee wanted to ensure that had the necessary resources to serve the district's veterans community. Increase the budget of the Office of Administrative Hearings by $113,000. These funds will primarily be used to support training and court support services. At the June 12th budget hearing, Chief Judge Adams testified that reductions to OHA's training budget are problematic. Administrative law judges are statutorily required to undertake annual training. OAH has also had an increased need for court interpretation, translation, and transcription services associated with the new responsibilities assigned to the agency. Transfers out of committee. The committee transferred $25,000 to the Committee on Health and Human Services to help restore funding for the Department of Human Services Homeless Street Outreach Team. As the district grapples with coronavirus outbreak, their work is even more important. Also transferred $58,000 to the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization to fund the shallow subsidy for seniors. The district already had a housing crisis, and COVID-19 has only made it worse. I recognize that housing is a human right, and the committee is committed to ensuring that district citizens have access to adequate housing. Transfers into the committee. Okay, I'm sorry, $58,000 to the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization. The committee accepted nearly $2.5 million from the Committee on Business and Economic Development. $1 million and 1 FTE to create the GoGo Creative Economy and Anchor. These funds will be directed to the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment and would help coordinate go-go activities across district agencies, in addition to providing direct grants from artists for performances, touring, recording, film, and other projects. I thank Councilmember McDuffie for his investment, not only in preserving go-go, but expanding its reach and permanent place in the district. $470,000 for the Office of the City Administrator to support the creation of an equity dashboard. Funds would be used for the design and implementation of a racial equity tool and dashboard. $986,000 and 7 FTEs for the Office of the City Administrator and the Office of Human Rights from the Committee on Business and Economic Development to fund the REACH Act. 1 FTE will go to OHR and the other 6 FTEs will go to the City Administrator. The REACH Act, formerly the REAR Act, places racial equity at the forefront of the district government. Our offices have been working together to refine the REACH Act, and the committee plans to mark up the legislation on July 15th. The committee also has allocated $100,000 towards the implementation of the REACH Act. I thank Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie for his commitment to racial equity in the district. The committee accepted $1.34 million from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, $1 million for a capital project at Octo to install public Wi-Fi at Potomac Gardens and Hopkins Apartments. Efforts to bridge the digital divide are even more pronounced now during COVID-19 as residents spend more time at home. It is even more important for our students who are limited to digital learning. $108,000 and 1 FTE to the Office of Human Rights to facilitate hate crimes, education, and response effort. I thank Councilmember Charles Allen for providing this important funding. The committee accepted $1.8 million and 10 FTEs from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development for the Paid Leave Enforcement Fund. Thank you to Councilmember Silverman for providing that funding. The committee accepted $244,000 from the Committee on Education to fund the Strengthening Reproductive Health Protections Amendment Act of 2020. B23-434, the Strengthening Reproductive Health Protections Amendment Act of 2020, was unanimously passed by this council on March 3rd, 2020, and became effective law on May 6th. This important legislation recognizes and protects the right of every individual to access reproductive health care without government interference. And thank you to Councilmember Grasso, who championed this legislation, for providing the funding, and I commend him on his advocacy on this important issue. The committee accepted $200,000 from the Committee on Transportation and the Environment to provide a contract for housing testers for discrimination based on source of income. Thank you to Councilmember Mary Che for that funding. BSA recommendations. There was one subtitle proposed by the mayor that was referred to this committee. The committee recommends adopting Title III, Subtitle E, Office of Administrative Hearings, Jurisdiction. The subtitle codifies an agreement between the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Administrative Hearings to provide OHA jurisdiction over certain cases that involve delinquent child support cases. The subtitle has no fiscal impact, and currently OAH adjudicates these child support payment cases. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Todd. So I have a couple of questions, actually a little more than a couple. Did I hear you say that you've scheduled a markup for the REACH Act?
Yes, it is scheduled for July 15th at 11 a.m.
And could you explain in a slightly different way than your presentation the funding for Office of Human Rights?
So we received a number of, the committee was directed several pots of money, and I'll just go back through them. We accepted 1.8 million and 10 FTEs from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development for the Paid Leave Enforcement Fund. And those 10 FTEs, it's my understanding that they would be at OHA, I'm sorry, the Office of Human Rights to enforce paid leave program.
But you received some additional resources from other committees?
Did. So I also received funding from the Committee on Public Safety and the Judiciary, 1 FTE to the Office of Human Rights to facilitate hate crimes education and response effort. We also received funding from the Business and Economic Development Committee. Give me just one moment, Mr. Chairman, for 1 FTE we'll go to OHR as a part of the REACH Act, and I'm trying to find exactly what that FTE would be for. Its implementation. Yeah, so 10 total from Labor and Workforce, 1 from the Office of Human Rights, 1 from the Committee on the Judiciary, and 3 from the Committee on Government Operations. Is that correct? So I think that's a total of 15 FTEs to OHR, Office of Human Rights.
And then part of what I'm getting at is that you'll remember last year, the LGBTQ community felt that we had not put enough resources into the Office of Human Rights. And I know that they made requests this year. So what do we tell them?
So that's where the 3 that my committee are sending to OHR, 3 FTEs. We are restoring 3 that were reduced from 2020, from last year, from this current budget. 2 to the Equal Justice Program, and then 1 to assist with intake. And we've actually been in touch with a number of the individuals who sent letters to the council last year and this year. And they seem to be pleased with what this committee has been able to do. I know that they have made specific outreach to other committees around additional funding at OHR.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to note also that the money we sent for the implementation of the reproductive health bill included 2 FTEs for OHR, as well as the amendment that we moved forward in the committee added, I think it was 4 FTEs to OHR.
Okay, is there anything more to say with regard to Office of Human Rights?
I don't have anything further to say. I think that we are in a better place than we were last year. We are sending a considerable amount of resources to the office. The office's responsibilities increase every legislative session, therefore creating the need to increase their ability to be able to respond to the mandates placed on them by the council. So I think the committee, with the cooperation of other committees, have made significant investments in that office for 2020. Last year, I don't think we were able to make any investments, if I remember correctly, as it relates to additional FTEs there.
All right, let me change the subject. The BSA subtitle from the mayor dealing with the Office of Administrative Hearings, you recommend inclusion of that in the BSA. If I remember, the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety recommended it be struck. So maybe I should ask Councilmember Allen to remind me why it should be struck, and then ask you, Mr. Todd, why it should be included. Mr. Allen?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was typing out another message. Could you repeat the question you were going to ask me?
There's a subtitle from the mayor dealing with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I think I heard it has to deal with, it concerns Office of Attorney General cases, child support cases. Your Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety recommended that subtitle be struck. At least that's my recollection or understanding, Committee on Government Operations recommends it be included. I'm trying to understand which recommendation I'm listening to. And I thought maybe you would go first, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't know if it sounds like something we need to discuss then, if we're not on the same page here. So I would probably say we've got to get together with OAG then, and we've got probably a little bit of time to figure that out to make sure we get ourselves on the same page. If I guess I thought we were on the same page previously, but it sounds like maybe we're not. So perhaps we can follow up and make sure we have OAG in that conversation.
Okay, but I am correct. Your committee, Mr. Allen, recommended it be struck.
That's correct.
Do you remember why?
I think that we were trying to figure out what the budget nexus was. And similarly, we struck different pieces of legislation, for example, the juvenile language, for example, where we thought it would benefit from a full hearing and it didn't necessarily have a budget nexus to it. But then again, Councilmember Todd, I'm happy to.
Sure. No, and Councilmember Allen, I'm happy to work with you on any outstanding questions. The work, so as I understand it, is already being done. So OAH it has jurisdiction or has been given jurisdiction over certain cases that involve delinquent child support cases. There is no fiscal impact. The committee's thinking was, since the work is already being done, that we should codify it legislatively in the BSA process.
It's.
I don't know that there was
any type of. I'm happy to have a conversation to figure
Sure.
that out, because there's no fiscal impact, and because there wasn't a budget nexus, because we had to strike a few subtitles. Kind of similarly, that's probably why we did that. OAG didn't really reach out to us on this one, so. Again, happy to follow in this meeting, kind of circle together and make sure we can get ourselves on the same page.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And I have to say, I like excluding it if there's no budget nexus, but why don't you guys talk and then let me know.
Sure.
Council, are there any council members who have questions? I'll give it a second here.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McDuffie.
I just wanted to recognize Councilmember Todd and his staff, all the work that they've done on their budget, but also and working directly with myself and my staff on the Racial Equity Achieved Results Act, which has been widely supported by this council. We put a lot of time and energy into this. I think most of you know we held a roundtable in the community at the Center back in January of last year, which was attended by some members, including Councilmember Trayon White, you, Chairman Mendelson, I believe Councilmembers Silverman and Grasso also attended. And we followed up with a really well-attended hearing chaired by Councilmember Todd, that chaired the Committee on Government Operations, and just has been really pleased with our ability, despite all the challenges that we've been facing in the city, for us to focus on this and put the necessary resources behind it. So again, I want to thank you, Councilmember Todd, for working with my staff and you working with me directly because you have been intimately involved in how this has progressed. And I look forward to us getting this passed and adequately funded and getting the systems established to try to eliminate some of these structural inequities that exist in the District of Columbia based on racial lines. So thank you again for that.
No, and thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. And I noted to the chairman earlier that the committee has a markup schedule for July 15th at 11 a.m. On the REACH Act.
Councilmember Grasso, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just also wanted to commend Councilmember Todd for his work on this budget and also for his partnership on the Reproductive Health Protections Amendment Act, where we were able to strengthen the rights that women have in the District of Columbia to make the choices that are most important to them about their own future in reproductive health. So this was a long road and we got it done and it's funded now, and I really appreciate our partnership on this. And it stands up for all those folks out there who I think now are also buoyed by the fact that the Supreme Court today ruled correctly in a very important case on women's rights. And it reminds us that reproductive rights are in fact human rights. And so thank you for
Absolutely. Thank you for your leadership, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Grasso. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to thank Councilmember Todd for his generosity in making sure that we have the shallow subsidy vouchers available to our senior population. These are individuals who, due to no fault of their own, they just can barely make it in today's economy, and helping them with their rent payment goes a long way. The subsidy is in the amount of about $600 a month, and we always have more wanting the subsidy than we have actual dollars for. So I'm very happy that he was willing to be generous and to help us with that, and special thanks to him for that.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Council
Chairman.
member.
Thank you. We're going to move on then to the committee housing report. Thank you, Councilmember Todd.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds, with regard to the housing report.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's a pleasure to present the proposed FY21 budget plan during today's work session. And without saying, I know we all likely found developing the budget recommendations to be more challenging than perhaps in previous years. And given the global health pandemic and understanding that our country is on the verge of a much needed and long overdue social change, in my opinion, the district council should and could not have been asked for better timing for a new look at service delivery and spending government-wide. As much as possible, even during this national and local crisis, district residents still expect the council to put the money where our mouth is through commitments to providing all residents with tools for living in the district in a more equitable and just society. So in summary, you have before you our slides. Generally, I'll start with the budget for the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization was reduced by $7.3 million. That is $50,000 from the Department on Aging, $270,000 from the Department on Housing and Community Development, along with an additional $1 million that came from the Housing Department, specifically from the PAD program, which is the Property Acquisition and Development Division, and an additional $39,000 from the rental commission, and an additional $6 million from the housing, DC Housing Authority. Now, this money, for the most part, was reinvested within the committee. And so I'll go through that. We also redirected $9 million in the housing department from the PAD program to the Housing Production Trust Fund to bring that total up to $109 million. Also, the slide shows that we also accepted $2.278 million from the Department of Transportation, from the Committee on Transportation and the Environment to the Department on Aging and Community Living. We accepted we accepted $415,000. Now the slide may be, we had a little problem with the numbers on the slide, so I may be, I don't want to mislead you on that. Then from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, we accepted $260,000, and that amount went to the Department on Housing and Community Development. Then from the Committee on Facilities and Procurement, we accepted $936,000. That money went to the DC Housing Authority. And from Government Operations, we accepted $57,000, again for the Shallow Center Senior Voucher Program. That went to the DC Housing Authority. And from the Human Services Committee, we accepted $520,000, and that went to the DC Housing Authority for new PSH slots, or permanent supportive housing slots. And that is pretty much our summary. Let me go into a little detail. The committee's FY21 budget changes total $10.049 million of realigned Department of Housing and Community Development funds. $225,000 of the redirected funds were received for a total of $1.5 million in funds from the committees on transportation, facilities, government operations, and judiciary. The committee proposes a realignment of a combined $9 million of FY20 and 21 one-time funds in the PUD, Property Acquisition and Development Division at the Department on Housing and Community Development to be realigned into the Housing Production Trust Fund. The PAD dollars were initially set aside to aid in the delivery of tax sales properties to developers for redevelopment. Yet during the past years, the activities have been slow to move into affordable housing as originally envisioned. In fact, the last PUD solicitation, that was the Vacant to Vibrant program, was in September of 2018. Therefore, the committee proposes that the DHCD maintain the minimum amount of maintenance costs on existing structures while foregoing activities in this division for one fiscal year to enable rerouting the funds to more robust activities of the Housing Production Trust Fund. Now, with respect to the Housing Production Trust Fund, we are very relieved as a committee to see that at least $100 million was allocated to the fund. As you know, during more robust times, the committee had planned for 50 to 100% more. And it certainly needs, if we're going to reach the city's goal of 12,000 new affordable units by the year 2024. As you know, nearly every penny of the $100 million allocated to the trust fund has been committed for a series of citywide projects that were identified in the FY19 consolidated RFP or NOFA. Therefore, any additional resources will enable the development of additional affordable units in the city. Keeping in mind that during the FY19 cycle, the agency easily committed nearly $175 million to affordable housing construction and renovation. Nevertheless, the additional $9 million that the committee was able to realign from PAD to the trust fund can help produce affordable units during the current economic climate. Additionally, one time from the PAD dollars was taken $1.049 million, and it was allocated accordingly, $108 million to enhance REMIT. That's the Reverse Mortgage and Insurance Tax Payment Program located at the Housing Finance Agency. This provides senior citizens on a fixed income with a second chance to remain in their homes, and is viewed as a gentrification buster, even if the financial assistance is small for some and is only a temporary fix. Approximately $117,000 was allocated to the Office of Tenant Advocate to fill the operating deficit for the rent control clearinghouse database. This priority remains essential even during this period of fiscal downturn. Once online, the database will be a repository of information on all rent control housing in the district. And lastly, the committee realigned $824,000 to the Housing Preservation Fund. With a 3-to-1 public to private dollar ratio, each dollar invested in this fund will be tripled and will help to produce and preserve additional units of affordable housing throughout the city. On the reoccurring funds, we identified in the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Rental Housing Commission the $107,000 that was relocated to fund one full-time FTE in the housing department for a limited equity co-ops ombudsman to serve the LECs as a viable means of economic mobility for district residents wishing to become homeowners and assisting current limited equity cooperative shareholders with informational and technical assistance for rehabilitation and maintenance of their properties. The position is a result of recommendations made by the Limited Equity Cooperative Task Force that I created 2 years ago, charged with providing comprehensive policy recommendations. And one of the recommendations was the creation of this position. And then within the department, within the DC Housing Authority, the following changes were made. The committee redirected $115,000 reoccurring funds to the authority to provide tenant-based vouchers for LGBTQ residents and $15,000 for 20 shallow subsidies for seniors with affordable housing for a total of $130,000. The committee also converts $2.6 million over 4 years to support approximately 22 new units of permanent supportive housing for individuals. Already in the LRSP account was $630,000 reoccurring dollars and additional funding equating to approximately 50 units of permanent supportive housing. The committee also transferred out a total of $3.5 million to the Committee on Human Services for conversion into one-time funding for a variety of committee human services programs, i.e. Homeless Street Outreach, Project Reconnect, support for victims of sex trafficking for a child welfare legal provider, and $400,000 for emergency rent assistance. Additionally, the Housing Committee forwarded $125,000 for emergency rental assistance that provides qualified district residents with one-time rental payment for assistance towards arrear payments and elimination of eviction. And finally, the committee is redirecting $25,000 to the Committee of the Whole to fund the Police Reform Commission that Councilmember Gray and I established under this month's emergency legislation. In the final 2 slides, you will see that the committee accepted transfers from other committees as well. And in total, the committee received its money towards the various programs in the Department of Aging and Community Living. $215,000 from the Committee on Transportation and Environment for Senior Financial Intervention Services. For adults over 60 and older, $200,000 for programming with a focus on serving seniors who speak a language other than English. $100,000 was accepted from the Committee on Facilities and Procurement for community dining services to support LGBTQ seniors so that they can age in isolation with support and a thriving community. And the committee also received an additional $260,000 from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety for the Department on Housing and Community Development, of which $250,000 is for the Preservation Fund and $10,000 is to fund the contractual services needed to implement the Housing Conversion and Eviction Clarification Amendment Act of 2019. The committee's final transfer of $1.5 million was to support the services with the DC Housing Authority. The committee also accepted $936,017 from the Committee on Facilities and Procurement to fund 38 tenant-based local vouchers dedicated to returning citizens, low-income seniors, and LGBTQ community. We also received an additional $57,000 from the Committee on Government Operations, again for the shallow subsidy vouchers for senior citizens, and the remaining dollars of $520,000 in reoccurring funds that were allocated for permanent supportive housing and additional tenant-based vouchers. Before I end, I would like to highlight two subtitles for which the Committee on Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization provides comments. The first recommendation is the first recommended BSA subtitle received from the mayor is called the Senior Strategic Plan Amendment Act of 2020. The subtitle postpones the requirement for the Department on Aging and Community Living from developing and publishing the Senior Strategic Plan until funding is appropriate. The current law was passed in March 2019. However, due to the district's current financial state, the mayor has proposed reducing funding for the plan until later. However, senior planning continues through the long-standing federally required plan that the department submits every 4 years. Thus, the committee confers with the mayor's decision at this time. The second BSA subtitle that we received from the mayor is the Tax Abatement for Affordable Housing in High Need Affordable Housing Areas Act of 2020. The subtitle provides a tax abatement to real properties if, among other requirements, the real property is in a high need housing area, at least 1/3 of the housing units developed or redeveloped on the property are affordable to households earning 80% or less of the area median income. The developer agrees to contract with certified business enterprises for at least 35% of the operations of the project, and the developer enters into a first source hiring agreement for the operations of the project. In addition to the mayor's requirement that at least 1/3 of the units be affordable to households earning 80% or less of the area median income, the committee proposed that 1/3 of the units must be rented to households earning 80% or less of the area median income. By adding this clarification, the committee ensures that tenants with incomes at 80% AMI cannot outcompete lower income tenants and rent all the units. Further, the average of the qualifying units must be affordable to and rented by households earning 70% or less of the area median income. This change will result in units being available to tenants at 60% AMI and will enable the program to use low-income housing tax credits, which are free federal funds that incentivize mixed income buildings at no cost to the city. Owners are required to provide biannual independent compliance monitoring to certify under penalty of perjury a real property continued eligibility for the abatement provided by this section saves the district financial resources. The Department of Housing and Community Development maintains the role of reviewing certifications and recommendations to the Office of Tax Revenue that they can be affirmed or denied. The 350 units that were proposed in the mayor's original SBA has been reduced to 51 housing units to allow a greater diversity of developers to participate in the program. The tax abatement period is changed from 40 years to, in agreement with my colleague, Councilmember McDuffie, to 30 years with a 10-year an extension, optional extension. This change makes the program more attractive to developers by providing them greater flexibility when considering whether to participate in the tax abatement program. The Department of Housing and Community Development is specified to serve as the intermediary of owners on projects receiving tax abatements and with the Office of Tax Revenue. And therefore, we are proposing that the subtitle be moved from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development to the Department of Housing and Community Development. The subtitle also clarifies that the tax abatement only applies to income restricted units and not all units in the project. In closing, I want to thank the mayor and her staff, members of the Housing Committee and their staffs, the district housing agencies, organizations and their staffs, and members of the public and housing advocates and experts that weighed in on the work of the Housing Committee, the council's legal and budget offices, and most importantly, my staff for their hard work in compiling a workable budget that focuses on pressing needs of district residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tried to be as swift as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. You did great. I'm going to start with a couple of questions. One, even though you talked about this, I just kind of want to go over this in a more simple way. So HPTF will have a total of $109 million in it?
Yes, they will have that. And then, you know, of course, there's also the monies that are in the subsidy, so which automatically flow.
And then the preservation fund, how much money will be in that?
The amount that we're putting in there is, it's 2 million.
That's a total of what the mayor proposed and what the committee did.
Yes.
2 million.
Yes.
And then local rent supplement program, the committee was able to increase on the tenant side, how much?
Well, it's not really, it's not really an increase. What happened, we took monies that were already there and sent it to the Human Services Committee. Human Services Committee sends it back as one-time funds. I'm sorry, as recurring funds. Took the one-time amount and transferred it into, or turned it into.
So for, okay, but I know that recurring is important. Actually, recurring is very important when it comes to LRSP.
Okay. You, on my monitor, you were out, just so you know, and that happens periodically.
Interesting. I'm hard. Yeah. For LRSP, the tenant-based LRSP, is there more money for next year or less money?
The only money that is there would be, there is about 18 million, but it's monies that is allocated to projects that will be coming online.
So that's project-based LRSP.
Yes, that's project-based. For tenant, all the tenant-based dollars are now in the Human Services box for permanent supportive housing, et cetera.
All right, so on the project-based side, what was the net effect of the committee's action? on the project-based.
We did not have, when we began this process, we didn't have resources that were generous enough that we could actually realize more than 1 or 2 units, literally 1 or 2 units. And so we chose not to try and put money into that fund. Instead, we put the money in the trust fund and the preservation fund. Any big money that we were able to realize, we put in those directions.
So the committee made no addition for project-based or tenant-based LRSP.
That's correct.
And what about?
We didn't have the money. We just didn't have money.
Don't feel, I'm not trying to make you feel defensive. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So with the LRSP, there were no increases, but with public housing repairs, where are we with that?
Well, public housing repair money, the mayor moved it, the monies that we did have were moved to DMPED. And as you know, DMPED has been the repository for the new communities. I really feel very strongly that monies for public housing should be in public housing and not in DMPED. So I'm very concerned about that.
So the answer with regard to public housing repairs and your committee is the money's in a different committee.
Yes, of course.
And permanent supportive housing, is that in your committee or is that in the Human Services Committee?
Well, all of the monies for the vouchers are retained in, or the repository is the housing authority, but they are earmarked specifically for permanent supportive housing and for rapid rehousing, I suppose, if they are used in that way, but certainly for permanent supportive housing and for targeted. I think they call it targeted housing now.
So is that in your committee? And if so, did PSH go up? I think you said it did.
Yeah.
How much did it go up?
It went up. Just 1 second. I think we went up, I'm sorry, I think it's 3 point, just 1 second. We put, you said PSH, right? Permanent supportive housing?
Correct.
Okay, it's 520,000, but that came from the Human Services Committee.
Okay, and they should get their props. But, so
Yep.
your committee increased PSH by 520,000.
Yes, okay, yes, the answer is yes.
All right, I'm actually hearing something like 1.1 million total.
Yes. I was reading to you from the one particular source.
Okay, so it's 1.1 million is the net increase in PSH. I have one other question for you, Councilmember Bonds. I could wait until we get the Business and Economic Development Committee report, but I'll bring it up now. Your committee's recommendation with regard to the tax abatement subtitle is
yes.
in the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Are you aware of the differences?
I am, as of this morning, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you think you could speak to that now, or should I wait until we?
Oh, yes, sure. I can speak to most definitely. The primary difference, do you want me to speak to the mayor's, the difference in the proposed, or I tried to go through, took quite a bit of time going through the changes that we were recommending?
Yes, well, you know, the mayor proposed for projects that have at least 250 units. And my understanding is that you lowered that to something like 51 units, I think. In business
That is
next-
correct. Yeah, that is correct.
I think
And
business-
we had a rationale for that.
Hold on. And
Okay.
Business and Economic Development, I believe, recommended no minimum size. And I believe that, I know the mayor proposed that this would be in certain areas. This is about affordable housing, that this would be in certain areas that have very little affordable housing because
Correct.
affluent. And I can't remember, one of the committees, I think, took out the geographic requirement. The other,
It was not my committee. I kept it in, and I agree with that.
and I'm trying to remember, I think there were a few other changes. One was the mayor proposed 40 years. One committee recommended, I think, 30. Another committee recommended 20 years.
I'm the one that recommended 20 plus 10 plus 10. This morning, I got a piece of information from my colleague who said he wanted 30 plus 10, and that's fine. I concur with that. That was my original proposal. What occurred was a couple of conversations with potential developers that indicated how frequently they, I guess we can call it, swap out their mortgages, and how 7 to 15 years is customary that they do refinancing and what have you. And so my thought was, why do we let you continue, you the developer, continue to have the abatement? Because ultimately that's how these LLCs operate. The abatement should go, should be re-examined more closely in a lesser period of time. So that's how I came to the 20-10-10 and
Well,
discussed it with some developers, and they thought that, okay, we can live with that. So it was that kind of approach.
Well, are you thinking that the need for affordable housing will not be there in 30 years?
Esoterically, of course it will be there. But the reality, we have no idea of how the landscape will change. I grew up here in the city. I can tell you a little bit about growing up in Ward 7 and what have you, and living in Ward 5 now, and the changes that I have seen, and how communities, the ebb, the up and down ebb of real estate in the community. So my thought was that we wanted to make sure that any abatement that we subscribed, we were actually going to get the kind of housing that we expected, and we would have the ability to keep the housing as long as possible. And that is why the abatement, as it relates to affordability, is in perpetuity and is on the land, but the actual tax, reduced tax amount is actually on the timeline or the time period for the affordability, which would be 20-10-10 or 30-10.
Well, let me ask Mr. McDuffie if he wants to speak to this now or wait till we get to his committee.
I'm happy to speak to it now, whatever you all think would be.
Why don't you speak to it now, just so that we can all understand the differences?
Sure. Let me pull it up. So just in his brief, without trying to be duplicative of Councilmember Bonds, and I'll start by saying I appreciate her staff and my staff working together, and just there's some flexibility and some compromise, I think, where we've reached a happy medium, not on every issue, but I think on a good number. I'm going to speak to what we did in my committee and not repeat what was in the subtitle as sent down by the mayor. In my committee, we had originally proposed no unit minimum. The idea was 350 was a high number in that there would be perhaps a handful of developers who could do that. But it wouldn't open up the opportunities to smaller developers, minority developers, women-owned developers. And so we wanted to address that. And so we, in my committee report, in my subtitle, eliminated the unit minimum. We eliminated the geographies. And I'm going to speak to these things when I come back and say, after conversations that we've had with Councilmember Barnes and her staff, we included the requirement for a 50% CBE set aside. We said up to 30 years with a 10-year option. So it's not 30 years exactly, it is up to 30 years. I think really depending on what the needs of the project are and what the goals of the city are, with the review to decide the appropriate year and length for whatever the need would be for that project. And then we required agency certification through OTR. Now, we have, and this isn't necessarily reflected in our report, but we're having ongoing conversations with Councilmember Barnes and her staff around this. We had suggested, and she agrees, that because there are a number of questions that are unanswered, we should sort of do this in the nature of a pilot program. We also agree with the sort of goals that were outlined, and I'm speaking generally, but this sort of emanated from the affordable housing report that the mayor produced, that what she called on, the need to have 36,000 units of additional housing, 12,000 of affordable, and she highlighted, a number of areas in the city, some of which were high priority. There were actually 7 high priority areas, and rather than limit it to the 4 that she had outlined, we're suggesting, and I believe Councilmember Barnes agrees, that we would list all 7 of the high need areas in the subtitle. And that would include Rock Creek West, Capitol Hill, Near Northwest, Mid-City, Rock Creek East, Central Washington, Upper Northeast. And I think I already mentioned the 30 plus 10 years, affordability and perpetuity. I think there's some outstanding questions, and I think it'll be appropriate for us to really evaluate this on a pilot basis, but also ask questions in a hearing setting that talks about, what amount of the abatement is truly needed to incent development. I think the point of looking at the need to have housing affordability across the District of Columbia, which the mayor outlines in the report, is a very important goal. How you get development in some of the areas I mentioned, Rock Creek West, Capitol Hill, where the land costs are very high, is the question, and how you incent that in the market is the question. And I think I have a question of whether reducing it to the point where you have an average of about 60% MFI is going to incent the type of development. And so I'll say this, just I think it's important for folks to consider as we contemplate this as a council. The goals of creating dedicated housing for moderate income households and doing that beyond what occurs naturally, I think is an important policy goal. And I think that's one of the goals the mayor articulates. I think the need and demand for housing, a deeper affordability at levels of 30 to 60%, which is really what DHCD has focused on. And I think is a very important priority. And I think it goes without question that it is a priority. However, I think there's also a number of programs, whether it's HPTF, inclusionary zoning, LIHTC, LSRP, some of the things you just mentioned, Chairman Mendelson, and asking the Councilmember Barnes how much funding is available. There are a number of those programs that are dedicated to those targets, 30 and 60% MFI. I'm not saying that we have enough housing at that level, because we don't, clearly. But we also don't have enough housing at the more moderate level. And we also don't have an advocacy community banging down the doors of the Wilson Building asking us to address that issue, notwithstanding the fact that it is an issue. And so I think it's important for us to think about the myriad of ways that we can address the housing needs of the District of Columbia. Because I know that there are a number of people, including people who work in District of Columbia government, others, like firefighters, like police officers. I think somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Councilmember Silverman that talked about police officers, and I think only 22% of them live in the district. Well, I think a fair question is, if they want to live in the district and they think it's safe to live in the district, where the heck would they go where they can afford it, right? And I think what's happening is, and we have to really be mindful of, the fact that the naturally occurring moderate housing are the areas that are really the ones that are being gentrified the most right now, right? So where you might find naturally occurring affordable housing at 80% MFI, you're also finding younger people who really don't need a 3 or 4 bedroom house moving into those areas because it's what they can afford. So I look at this as a tool that the mayor has sent down with a specific sort of goal in mind, right? And that goal was not to get at housing at 30 or 60% AMI exclusively. The way they sent it down said 80% or less. And I'm saying, I think that is a worthy goal. And we think that we've made some suggestions on how to improve that. And on the issue with where this rests, I would say that it should rest with DMPED because it is a goal that is an overarching goal coming from the mayor and really hones in on some of the work that's happening from DHCD, as well as the Office of Planning, as well as DMPED. And so I think DMPED is the appropriate place for that to be housed. And so I'll stop there.
Okay, I'm going to move on, as in recognize other members if they have questions. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for that. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Are there members who have questions? Councilmember Silverman, then White, Robert White.
Yes, well, thank you very much. And thank you to Councilmember Bonds for her partnership. I just want to highlight Councilmember Bonds' championing of the REMIT program. As Councilmember Bonds said, this is I think you called it a gentrification busting program. This is something that my office has worked with Councilmember Bonds on. It basically involves some of our seniors who have reverse mortgages, and then their adult children realize that they might lose the house. And the reason why it's a gentrification busting program is it keeps that house in the family, keeps the generational wealth. So thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I do want to pick up on this conversation that just happened, however, on the tax abatement program. And as I said in the markup, Councilmember Bonds, I know you've been working on this, but I have great concerns about this. I mean, about what we're doing here, especially in a time when our resources are so limited. And I think, first of all, clearly the conversation shows that we need to get on the same page, because there's one thing in the mayor's proposal, there's one thing in one committee's proposal, and there's another thing in another committee's proposal. But I think this conversation would lead a lot of residents to say that we're giving our money away to developers and not getting much in return. Let me just try to back that statement up. First of all, on what we're trying to do is incentivize affordable housing. My understanding is there's not alignment or agreement on whether this only applies to affordable housing or whether it can apply to affordable and market rate units. My understanding is the Housing Committee came down on just affordable units. I think Councilmember Bonds said that earlier, and that's where I think our taxpayer dollars need to go, is just to affordable units. First of all, I kind of have a question about, we already have a tax abatement program to incentivize nonprofit developers to build affordable housing. So my biggest question is, why do we need this? I thought we already had the tax abatement program in place. But Oh, okay, Councilmember
Yeah.
Vaughn, you wanna explain it?
This particular proposal is designed to bring affordable housing into neighborhoods where we currently say we don't have it. The nexus is to the comprehensive plan. If you recall that provision where emphasis is placed on let's try to get affordability in parts of the city where we currently don't have it. And so with that eye, the committee was looking at this BSA, subtitle. And that's my understanding as to why we have sort of defined neighborhoods, those 4 or 5 defined neighborhoods. When I spoke with my colleague, Councilman McDuffie, he made it very clear that why not have these other, these other few. And I'm with him because I live in Ward 5, and I want it there too for us, although we're not Rock Creek East or West or Capitol Hill. And so there was no issue there. I think the real question is, do we need an abatement program in order to incentivize developers to go into what I consider the more posh parts of our city? Well, I guess we do, because they can easily do market rate because these are the most desirable neighborhoods. But when we talk about affordable, maybe there is a need to sweeten the pie. The original proposal from the mayor was for $4 million a year. I thought that was a bit too much, because what we spend currently, or what we charge currently for a unit that is under 60%, is about $110,000. That's the allotment that we give when they're doing affordable housing. This proposal originally looks like it's close to $400,000 per unit. To me, that made no sense. And so I worked to reduce it down, and in conversations with developers, they were like, oh yeah, I guess so. What, you mean it only can be for the units that we're going to make affordable at 80% and below? And I said, yes. And so that's how we got to this proposal. I hope it's not terribly complicated, but the idea was to save the city money and to also produce housing that we know is needed in these parts of the city that currently are barren of affordable units.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I mean, let me say that and I thank you for that explanation. My understanding is this would expand tax abatements to for-profit developers as well as nonprofit developers.
Correct.
And currently, our tax abatement law, I guess, only extends to nonprofit developers. But again, I think my concern is just that, in a time where we have we have scarcity, and we have scarcity now with our budget, we need to be really careful about what and who we're incentivizing. I think we want to use our taxpayer dollars to incentivize affordable housing. I couldn't agree more with Councilmember McDuffie, and that was the point I was making with the police department, is that we need to make sure that people who are working, I think, I know this from my oversight of DCHR, I think the incoming pay for a cadet is like in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. And I know from, Councilmember McDuffie's exactly right. What happens is people get hired by district government in various agencies, DPW, so forth, and then they can't afford to live here and they move to Prince George's and or Charles County or wherever. So we need to create, that 60% AMI. I'll just say this because I know we're running behind. Here's my concern is I think this should only subsidize affordable housing. I think that we need to, our median income, and especially we know that there's a race difference between Black households and white households in our city. But still the median income in our city is something like $60,000 to $70,000. That means 50% of our population makes less than that. That's who we should be building housing for. This builds housing for 80% AMI, which means that 50% of our population can't afford it, at least. And I think on the geographic limits, my understanding is there's a difference, and maybe I have read it wrong, so I apologize if that's the case, but I think we do need to be strategic in where we're spending our dollars to build the affordable housing. Again, Councilmember McDivvy's right in that it's not actually Ward 3 probably, which has rent control, which keeps, you know, affordability, keeps places affordable. It's places that, like, you know, don't have those big old buildings that are gentrifying, where we have a real affordability problem. And I think those are the 4 areas, my understanding, that we were targeting. And I'm not sure why we would remove those targeted areas. We have an affordability all over, but we especially have an affordability area in some places, and we should be using our precious taxpayer dollars there. Again, and this is something that I've always said about affordability, we should try to make it as long as possible. I'm concerned about just 30 years of affordability. But I will kind of leave it there. I guess we've had a big discussion about this. I do want to cover 2 more areas, Mr. Chairman, on other things that you mentioned.
With regard to the housing report.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Let's move along. Thank you.
Okay. I am concerned about the Public Housing Repair Fund. You mentioned this earlier, Mr. Chairman, and Councilmember Bonds mentioned this. I am not, why are we giving the $25 million for public housing repairs to DEMPED? I mean, why aren't we giving it to the Housing Authority? I think I just heard Mrs. Councilmember Bonds say that's crazy. I agree.
It is crazy.
I mean, you know, I don't know what kind of jurisdictional fights there are here, but that Housing Authority is the agency that is going to make the repairs. We should have it in their budget line. You know, I just don't get this. Let's see. As well, I'm just going to raise this, and I don't know the answer to it. I saw that there was a ruling on Park Morton that will stop the new communities development there, it looks like. So I'm not sure how that impacts the new the budget. And in terms of that, if it's not going to move forward anytime soon, and we have budget
public housing
monies allocated toward, then yes, either that or vouchers.
Yeah.
Where we desperately need money as well. So I guess, can we take a look at that Park Morton ruling? I'll use my I'm not a lawyer once this session to say, you know, I don't know what the impact is, but if it slows it down, that means that if any dollars we put toward Park Morton probably aren't going to be used, we should put it somewhere where it is going to be used next year. Finally, I will just say, you asked about LRSP, Mr. Chairman. I'm mostly just following up from your discussions. I mean, I have concerns, and this is like a no-brainer. Obviously, the economic environment we're in means that families are struggling. They are struggling to pay rent. And I know from the UI side, people aren't going to get that $600 bump after the end of July anymore. It's going to be a real struggle for families to be able to pay their rent. And I would say if there's money that we need, we should put it into vouchers, either rapid rehousing or LRSP. I mean, certainly PSH is great as well. But I think that that's on the council-wide issue. Looking at more money for vouchers is probably so critical this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Robert White, but before you speak, is there anybody else who wants to be recognized? Councilmember Robert White, why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Chairman. And Councilmember Bonds, thank you very much for all your work on the Housing Committee, particularly in a tough time. The only thing I wanted to mention, and Councilmember Silverman mentioned the issue of public housing. So I'm really concerned about the amount of funding here. So we have $25 million funded for repair and maintenance in fiscal year 21, only 15 million in fiscal year 22. You know, in our public housing, the majority of it was built between 1945 and 1960. So it's at this point outlived its useful life. Many, if not all of us, have been to some of the public housing that's in disrepair. We've seen mold, we've seen infestation, and that's with elderly people, with babies like my own. It's not lost on me. One, the lack of dignity, but two, the real health impacts that that impact people. And my understanding from the Housing Authority is that the $25 million really just keeps us on the path of maintenance, deferral, and disrepair that we're on, similar to what we were doing with Metro for a very long time. So we're kicking the can down the road, but we're compounding the interest because it's more and more impossible to dig out of this every year. And so I think it's not enough to make any meaningful progress on the properties that are considered extremely urgent. We might be able to put a Band-Aid on it, but the properties that are extremely urgent are going to remain extremely urgent. The ones that are urgent are going to remain urgent, if not worse. So this is not kind of a victimless decision, and it's one that we are going to have to contend with. So I've been looking across, trying to untie this, because it's not a small amount of money that we need to figure out here. We need capital funds, and I'm looking at where those funding options might come from. No easy decisions. We need these hospitals. That's a significant amount of capital funding. So I looked at the K Street Transitway, but that actually doesn't have very much capital funding for fiscal year 21. And the need, I think, for public housing is urgent. And so what I encourage us to look at, and this is the appropriate meeting, I think, to raise this, is to look at the streetcar funding, which has $37 million for fiscal year 21 and $46 million in fiscal year 22. I don't see where else we find the amount of money that we need for public housing. But I do think as a basic matter, we have to say that as a matter of priorities, the condition of public housing is probably more urgent than the streetcar extension. Not that I don't, like the streetcar, but I do think that this is a more urgent issue that requires us to make a different decision, even if it's not a decision that any of us love. And let me also mention what Councilmember Silver mentioned. I don't know why DCHA capital funding is going to DMPED. There's a history there that I guess I don't understand. I haven't been able to untie it. But on the funding issue, I'd welcome thoughts of other members on whether this is the right move for repair and maintenance to public housing.
Thank you, Councilmember White. If there is nobody else, then we will move on to Recreation and Youth Affairs.
I think that has support.
Mr. Chairman, if I just might thank my colleagues for their advocacy. The perspective that Councilmember White has just offered is, I know it may be painful to those who were anticipating that the monies would be directed differently, but I must say that public housing residents tend to be in a situation where they are the stepchildren of the federal government, stepchildren of our local government, and always seemingly the last to be considered. And so if there's any way for us to get monies in the budget that will speed up the repairs, certainly not to move us in a situation such as what the current budget is proposing from the mayor, where we just don't have the resources in a generous manner. 25 million for this year, 15 million for next year. It does very little other than just routine maintenance. Maybe we'll be able to finish part of a judiciary house that they're working on now, changing out the HVAC system and what have you. But it really doesn't get to those 14 units in any great degree. Also, I really am asking the council to look very carefully and hopefully come up with a decision that public housing repair dollars, public housing improvement, renovation dollars should be in public housing and not in DMPED. DMPED has traditionally, I was here in the government on the other side when we created the deputy mayor for economic development and mission and goals and purposes. And it was exclusively about economic development, commercial development, downtown and what have you. And I really think that they've got enough on their plate doing those kinds of projects. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with the, what is it, Skin Stadium or whatever, all these properties that we have. Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, it just seems to me
that way because
to concentrate
sure what you
housing
said
in
was
the
the
housing
football
committee. And
stadium,
thank you very kindly, Chairman. I know I've overstepped my bounds. Thank you to my colleagues.
No, I was only interrupting to make sure that what I heard you say was football stadium.
Yeah, well, I said Skin Stadium, so, you know, we
Yeah, you
already
said
have, we
football
have 2 other stadiums. So what's left? Unless we're gonna do lacrosse, do they play in a stadium or do they just play down on the mall? On the mall? Okay, I see Councilmember Silverman
I'd be
responding.
nice about the lacrosse players.
Well, you know, this medium you have for us today gives us an opportunity to be conversive. And I think it's important for the public to see that we're people too. We're not just talking heads, we really are. We got emotions and feelings and you know, concerns and we like to talk to each other. Thank you, Chairman, for your indulgence.
Yes, all right. We're going to move on to Recreation and Affairs. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Treon White.
Test, can you hear me? I want to make sure you can
Yes.
hear me because your end is fuzzy. Test 1, 2, 3. All right. I want to thank you all for the many presentations. I know we've been in quite a while, but nonetheless, we have to do what we have to do. Our committee, is the PowerPoint up? Is the PowerPoint up? I don't see it if it is. Okay, Chairman, should I still go on without the PowerPoint being up?
Yes, because the PowerPoint will be up in a minute or 30 seconds.
There you go. All right, so our committee made some small reductions to the DYRS and DPR budgets after getting many recommendations reversed by the CFO. Our reductions were transferred to other committees to support the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and to fund the Ward 7 and 8 micro business grants, which was about $200,000. We cut a vacant management and analyst position at DYRS and some vacant part-time position at DPR to fund the transfers. In terms of the capital budget, except from accepting transfers from the other committees, we left it largely unchanged. There was a capital sweep of $6 million to fund improvements to the Oxen Run and the new Anacostia and Congress Heights Recreation Center. The National Parks Purchase project was a project referred to the C&O Canal championed by Jack Evans, one of Jack Evans' projects, and that project didn't get spent for years. After markup, we learned that 1 million of the 6 million had been proposed for reprogramming, supported by Edgewood and Deanwood recreation improvements. So instead of it being 6 million, it is now 5 million, and we support the reprogramming, and we'll send a letter to the chairman documenting the recommendations in light of the reprogramming. Second piece is that slide 2 explains the transfer accepted by the committees from Councilmembers Allen, White, and McDuffie. The Judiciary Committee, Councilmember Allen sent over $1 million for a new project, King Greenleaf improvements for maintenance and modernization. $1 million for a project at Kennedy improvements for maintenance and modernization from Councilman Allen as well. $1.5 million in FY21 for the new project, Watkins Elementary School playground for maintenance and modernization, and also $500,000 for the athletic field and park at Garfield Park. $250,000 in small parking improvements for the 8th and Mass Avenue, Constitution Pocket Park. And on the other money that was sent over, Committee and Facilities and Procurement under the leadership of Councilmember Robert White, following the transfer and support by Councilman McKinney McDuffie, $800,000 for general improvements budget for the purpose of expanding recreation opportunities to the Ivy City neighborhood, and Councilman Robert White with the support of McDuffie. 600,000 follow money for tennis court, Arboretum Recreation Center. So Councilman Robert White sent the money for the tennis courts, for installation of lights at the Arboretum. I see Dwight Mosley at TAV, Langland Park Recreation Center, Fort Lincoln, and Turkey Thicket. Slide 3. Thank you. We accepted 2 of the mayor's BSA recommendations, one related to a $250 annual grant supporting the Fort DuPont Ice Arena and the recreation fee waivers subtitle. We have struck the fee waiver subtitle, and we would have struck it if the committee had funds to restore the cost savings that the mayor's proposal recommended. We rejected the other subtitles because the chairman's preference to strike subtitles without a budget nexus, the information sharing, DPR sponsorship, and DPR reprogramming grant subtitles. We are open to addressing these as standalone legislative items. So I think that's it. We'll take any questions from the council members.
This isn't exactly on point, but I'll go first. You have a subtitle that would increase the annual subsidy from Department of Parks and Recreation to the Fort DuPont Ice Arena. Am I understanding that correctly? It would increase the annual amount?
Yes.
Can you follow up with the department, because I believe they've not made this year's payment?
Okay.
Which is a lesser amount, but I don't believe they've made the payment this year. I don't have questions at the moment. Do other members have questions? Councilmember Pinto?
Hi, Councilmember White. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask about the canal project that was significantly reduced as initially expected. Of course, there was not a Ward 2 council member in the last couple of months. And so I just wanted to have a better sense of clarity around that decision to remove all of that funding from the canal project, and if there was a longer term plan to reinvest in that needed project.
Thank you. First, I want to say welcome. As I stated earlier, that money was not spent for at least 5 years, but I did have several conversations with my staff to figure out how we can work to get some motion in that, and we'll look forward to working with you to get that project moved forward.
Okay, thank you.
Do other members have questions? Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Councilmember White. I had, I guess, 2 questions. The first one I was trying to make sure I understood, because I was a little confused. The mayor apparently did not include Yards Park and Canal Park funding in her proposed budget. This is DPR owned parks, but the bid has always managed them. We had a little bit of a challenge over the last year in terms of making sure those payments get made. But then in her errata letter, she said that she had intended or had omitted the funding for that. But I wasn't quite sure if she actually had identified a funding source or not. And then my understanding is from the committee's recommendations, the funding was not identified for that. So I guess I'm just trying to find out kind of where things stand. I think we had to kind of tackle this last year as well, but Yards Park and Canal Park are just 2 unique parks in that they're DPR owned facilities, but we've had a long-standing arrangement that we actually pay for the maintenance of the park because it's not a DPR run park through the bid. So could you help me understand, I guess, where we stand currently? Or is that something that we're asking perhaps through the chairman at the full couch to find the funding for that. Could you let me know where we are with that?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So the mayor sent something over saying there was a mistake that was omitted, but we didn't have the money. We couldn't find the money to restore that. And so we're hoping to push it up to the chairman minister to help us find the money for that. I look forward, we can follow up about this. We were concerned about that as well. But we did speak to them. They told us that was an error. One of a couple of errors that they said they made when they sent the budget over. So we're hoping to get that funded with the chairman if possible.
Okay, thank you. I mean, last year I remember you were really helpful in terms of making sure the funding did continue there for that management of that park. So I guess I'll flag that, Mr. Chairman. I support Councilmember White on this as one of the asks that we need to try to figure out through the committee of the whole. The other question that I was trying to understand is if you could help talk a little bit more about where things stand with the roving leaders, because it looks like there's a reduction, but I know that both of us have talked a lot about the roving leaders and how important a role they play. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand where we stand with the roving leaders and if they are funded or if we're seeing a significant reduction.
So for what I understand, there was also an error. I remember we was on the call with the mayor. Not a call, but we were in a hearing. I asked the mayor about that, and they said that was an error. And I think that initially, I think they sent something over to you a while ago that was in the excess of what it's supposed to be, and I believe you rejected that, and so it just went back to the normal level of funding as relates to the roving leaders. So there was no cut. It was just continual funding for the roving leaders from what we gathered from the mayor's office.
I don't think there was nothing that we rejected this year related to roving leaders.
No, last year.
Okay. Yeah, last year, obviously, when we had the roving leaders and the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, but I guess I was looking at this year's proposed budget. Looks like there's a reduction for the roving leaders program.
So when they sent it over last year, it contemplated an increase, and so now it's just at a steady level, which has been expressed to us that it was sent over this year, even in error, but they assured us it's going to stay steady in this budget.
Okay. All right. I guess maybe, Councilor White, maybe I could better understand maybe after the meeting just what the practical impact is, just to ensure that our roving leaders are being held there. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What were the two parks you mentioned?
The two parks I was asking about were Yards Park and Canal Park, which are near the Navy Yard southeast area. And so they both are DPR owned parks, but it's been a long-standing contractual arrangement where the city pays the Capital Riverfront bid, which then actually does all the maintenance, the programming, does all the facilities work there. So DPR doesn't actually do anything at those parks, but they're huge public parks the DPR owns, but we've always had the relationship that we fund the work through the bid. And for whatever reason, it doesn't appear those dollars were put in. I think in the mayor's errata letter, she said that they had intended to, but then didn't identify the funding source, which then of course put Councilmember White in a tough spot because it's not like he had the extra money to fill that gap.
Yeah, let me say something about the mayor's errata letter. I believe that the mayor's errata letter said that every item in it was fixing typographical errors. But when the budget office looked at it more closely, it found that every one of the proposals was not funded. It had nothing to do with typographical errors. It had to do with trying to fix decisions that they wished had gone differently when they had sent down the budget. So they were unfunded. Just saying. Are there questions from other members for regarding the Recreation and Youth Affairs report? Thank you, Councilmember White. Let's move on then to the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development. Councilmember Silverman?
Yes. All right. Let's get pumped up. Well, Mr. Chairman, as members and the public digest the slides in front of us, I just want to say that this is an exciting week for the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development and for the city as a whole. On Wednesday, this Wednesday, July 1st, two significant events are going to happen. Number one, the city's minimum wage is going to go to $15 an hour, which is something that this council has championed. And another thing this council has championed, DC's Universal Paid Family Leave Program is going to fully launch on Wednesday. You'll be seeing more from the Department of Employment Services about this on social media, apparently starting this afternoon, but I wanted to make sure that the public is fully aware, as well as members, that it's all systems go. The green light is on, and paid family leave will begin on July 1st. Okay, so that said, the committee took the budget office's focus on looking at the budget through a lens of racial equity really to heart. So what I'm going to say is, I think maybe if we can move to the second slide so everyone can go through those slides. We actually grouped our presentation a little differently, and we wanted to keep everything in alignment, so we didn't change the slides. But if you want to see how we sort of think about our budget, you can go to alyssasilverman.com under the Committee on Labor tab under committee work. And that is the presentation I'm actually going to be using. It's the same information, just presented differently, in that there's some visuals to help you understand some of the innovation that we're doing. So I'd say, first of all, we use the 2021 budget as an opportunity, kind of the Rahm Emanuel view of the world. In crisis, there's always opportunity. So this is an opportunity to aggressively take on our racial equity and opportunity gap in our city. So sort of our guiding principle, let's say our North Star for this budget, was that DC's economy needs to benefit all district residents, particularly Black and Latino workers who have had obstacles in securing higher wage employment due to systemic racism in education and career mentoring, for example. So sort of our first budget decision was making sure we removed those obstacles. So the committee strategically invested in worker training in several of DC's high demand industry sectors, using research-driven best practices. And the committee also created more employment experiences for youth. This is something our young people have asked for time and again. So actually it was on the first slide. So how do we fulfill this mission? First, I'm so excited about this. Yeah, we are establishing in this budget a healthcare sector partnership and funding healthcare training. The second thing we're doing is we are creating industry advisory committees at the DC Infrastructure Academy. And we are funding training and commercial driver's license accrediting, credentialing, and IT. We're continuing a priority of this committee, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for helping with us last year on this, the Career Pathways Innovation Program. For those who are unfamiliar or who do not know a lot about the career pathways, it uses a very a research-driven best practice called IE&T. Now I'm forgetting what I stands for. Integrated education and training. So we know that a lot of our job seekers have obstacles around literacy and numeracy, reading and math. So what IE&T does, and what this additional $100,000 for the Career Pathways program is continuing to fund adult education that's in an occupational context. So when you're learning, you're not just reading Dr. Seuss. you're reading about, you're improving your reading and math skills in the context of your HVAC training or in your IT training or in your healthcare sector training. So that's the $100,000 for career pathways. I talked about the $690 for healthcare partnership. Let's see, we talked about our IT training, CDL. That will include a full-time coordinator there at the Infrastructure Academy to engage employers. And then as I talked about, so our young people, everyone loves SYEP, but our young people want it year round. So this year we took our young people seriously and we said, yes, we are going to fund a paid internship pilot program for 250 DC high school students. So now, if you're following along at our slide on our website, and this is why I included it, what the heck is a healthcare sector partnership? What am I talking about? So we have a helpful visual slide there. So here's why it is a research-driven best practice, because I think, I can't remember who mentioned this, it might have been Councilmember Robert White earlier, that we have a lot of training programs where people get credentials, our residents get credentials, and then they hit the hospital floor or they hit the federal agency where they're doing IT, and those credentials don't lead to the skills that they need and employers need on the job. So here's where the sector partnership, it's like a feedback loop between our trainees, our trainers, and employers in the industry who are giving that feedback, who are giving the input to make sure that the curriculum is going to be relevant to the job that our students, that our job trainees want to get. And so there's a nice little visual, and actually what we're doing in IENT, the adult literacy I spoke about, is a part of this too. So let's talk for a minute about the Infrastructure Academy. So the committee agrees with the administration that this can be a real asset to our city. We just got to make sure that it's really going to work and fulfill its mission. So we do a few things in our budget. First, on the capital budget, we have a BSA subtitle in there that just says, so as people know, it is moving, the mayor proposes moving the Infrastructure Academy from the current campus at Wilkinson in Ward 8 to Spingarn in Ward 5. And now we don't really weigh in on whether Spingarn is good or bad. We just feel, and I think Councilmember Tran White said this as well, that we want to make sure that we exhaust all possibilities or make sure we've examined all the options, particularly in Ward 8, where the Infrastructure Academy can be close to a lot of our job seekers. We want to make sure that we've thoroughly examined all of our options for locations in Ward 8 before we move to Spingarn. And so that's basically what we do in that decision. On the operating budget, as I mentioned, we want to make sure that we're training people for the jobs of now and of the future. And this is, I won't call it low-hanging fruit, but I mean, I guarantee you that many people who are watching this Zoom, whatever we're budget meeting, have had something delivered to them. And that means that somebody with a CDL, a commercial driver's license credential, has brought it to you. This is an expanding area in which we need to make sure district residents are getting these jobs. So we expand CDL and IT training. Happy to talk more about that. And then, and this is again, our committee is really, focused on making sure that we listen to our residents and that we use the best practices, the research-driven practices. And industry advisory committees and sector partnerships are best practices because they get our employers bought in. And they feel like the training that we're spending taxpayer dollars on is really going to be helpful for them to find their future workforce. So, okay, so we've talked about sort of the guiding principle of making sure that when we spend our taxpayer dollars, that DC residents are going to get good paying jobs out of it. So the next guiding principle we had was that workers and businesses need a level playing field. And that means, I think, two things. For workers, that a fair day's pay leads to fair day's work leads to a fair day's pay. And that for employers, paying their workers fairly and treating their workers fairly is not a competitive disadvantage to them, in that we hear from a lot of contractors that they're doing the right thing and that others who aren't are underbidding contracts, and that just can't go on. So here's a few things that we did to address this critical issue of fairness and a level playing field. First, I know my colleagues and I have heard a lot from our own DC government workers about the mayor's proposed pay freeze. So now this committee would have loved to have gotten rid of that pay freeze, but we just don't have the money in our committee. So what we have done, and it's a little bit different than what the mayor had put in, basically we require that if there are new revenues that they get applied to pay increases for our workers. I will also mention, and this is part of that transfer in, which is on the second slide that the budget office put together, that we are going to fund the study on transgender and non-binary DC government employees. And thank you to Council Members White and Council Member Allen. I believe the Judiciary Committee funded that. So thank you both for that. In terms of private sector workers, making sure there's a level playing field. We are funding, as Councilmember Allen said in the Judiciary Committee report, another wage theft attorney at the Office of the Attorney General. What does this do? Basically, this creates a big deterrent for those who don't want to treat their workers fairly. Just with 2 attorneys that we have funded in past budgets, the OAG has brought about some groundbreaking lawsuits that I think have been a really big deal. And so we want to give an additional attorney to Randy Chen and his group at OAG to do more good work. Particularly, I'm going to mention something that's of interest to the committee. So now we know from the unemployment insurance system, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, there are a lot of contractors in our city who needed unemployment assistance, but they actually kind of are like regular employees. And this is something called misclassifying workers. We want to take a look, and I believe OAG does as well, that there are some workers in our city who are treated like contractors, but should really be under the law considered employees. And what does this mean for our city? Well, this means that they're not getting benefits like paid family leave, like workers' comp, and so forth, like overtime. And that can have a real impact on their income in households. Let's see. We also fund part of the Initiative 77 repeal, and this is a bill, which is we fund the Tip Workers' Rights Public Education Campaign. I see that the slides have been removed, so I'm going to move quickly. So the third sort of big category that we took on in terms of the committee's focus and how we should spend our dollars is that we believe in the committee that workers and businesses need safety net systems that are modern. Yes, you can use your cell phone to file for unemployment. That's what I'm talking about. That they can scale up in times of need. We all talk about how unprecedented this is, but we've exceeded 120,000 workers filing for unemployment assistance, and no state really had the ability to scale up, but we need the ability to do that. And we need to make sure that they're easy to use. So I cannot be the labor chair without talking about unemployment. We need full modernization of our unemployment insurance system. And in this budget, we are requiring the full modernization of UI by September 30th, 2022. We are also, as I mentioned, we're going to launch paid family leave on Wednesday. We are going to, in this budget, and I hope to get support for it, we are establishing and funding what we call workplace leave navigators. So we are always pride ourselves in being a progressive city, and we have a lot of programs in place that now places around the country want to have as well. We have paid sick days. We have universal paid leave. We have workers' comp and so forth. And what these leave navigators would do would help exactly what they kind of sound like, help our both our employers and workers navigate these different programs. It's been talked about in the Committee on Gov Ops, so I'll just quickly mention that we are putting, I think it's 10 FTEs to help enforce the Universal Paid Leave Act's anti-retaliation law and OHR. And finally, and I've talked about this a little bit, and you'll be hearing more about it, we are making in the BSA permanent legislation, and I'll preempt you, Mr. Chairman. This is germane to the budget because basically Department of Labor says we need to do this like right now to make permanent our shared work program. Let's see. Okay, let me talk about what we couldn't do. I talked a little bit about that. So first, here are my asks, so to speak. I'll be like an advocate for a second here. My asks of the Committee of the Whole and of my colleagues. So the first thing we couldn't do is fully fund the repeal bill for Initiative 77. So I'll just say I was not supportive of repeal, but that's where we landed, and we put certain things in that repeal bill, including a tip portal. That's what the committee wasn't able to fund. That and the FTE associated with it would be about $1.1 million. We funded the worker education part, and I guess I saw it as sort of shared responsibility that we could fund part of it, and I'm hoping the Committee of the Whole can find the funding for the other part of it. The second thing we weren't able to fund is cash assistance for workers who are restricted from unemployment assistance. So this is something that we've talked about from the very beginning of the public health emergency with COVID. We have many workers in our city, and the estimate is 25 to 30,000 who are ineligible for unemployment insurance for various reasons. Either they are undocumented workers and by law cannot be a part of our unemployment insurance system, or they are cash economy workers or so forth. I just want to emphasize that if we are looking at this from an equity lens, many of these workers are parents, and they are in Ward 2, Councilmember Pinto, and they're in Ward 4, Councilmember Todd, and they're all over our city, Wards 1 through 8. And they have children in our public schools. And if these households are getting starved because they have no access to a safety net and to cash assistance, this is just going to exacerbate our achievement gap. I don't think that's what we want to do if we're looking at this budget through an equity lens. So I am asking the Committee of the Whole and my colleagues to help give additional assistance. The advocates ask is $30 million. I know that's a lot of money. Events DC has put in 5. I believe, I can't remember which foundation gave an additional $1 million, but spread among 25,000 people, that's not a lot. So that's my second ask. My third ask, and this was related to my, and Councilmember Grasso had a very strong statement for me about childcare, in that I think the Committee on Education, as he said, was the only one to put in money for childcare. We know that our childcare centers are on teetering. And the only way our moms and dads can get back to work is if they have a safe place to put their kids. So from a economic point of view, from a labor chairman point of view, I hope we can put more money into assistance for our childcare centers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll end my presentation, and I'm happy to take your questions and questions from other members.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Are there questions from other members?
Councilmember White looks like he, and
White,
Councilmember
and then Grosso.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman, for that. And I really appreciate the work that you and your team have done in this budget. I think that your work and the argument on the license program, the truck driver, you just mentioned what it was when you talk about packages, the CDL. I think that's absolutely the way we need to be moving. Just one quick question. You're concerned, I'm concerned. I think many, probably all of us are concerned with the mayor's proposal to remove salary increases from already agreed to collective bargaining agreements. I'm sure that wasn't the mayor's preference either. But that's where we are. Have you spoken to the mayor or the administration about the proposed subtitle to allow these raises if the revenue becomes available? Have you been able to speak to union, to labor officials about that?
Yeah, we've had pretty extensive discussions. I mean, that was the main focus of my questions actually right at the get-go with the city administrator. I mean, I agree with you, Councilmember White. We are in a difficult budget position. The committee's concern is about that these were collective bargaining agreements that were negotiated. And I think we have a concern a bit about the process in which this decision was made, in that it was made and then unions were consulted, and instead of having unions be a partner and coming up with a solution. So we have, as I said, we have a concern about this. I think certainly for our workers who are essential employees who've really put their lives on the line in some ways to help us get through this crisis, they feel it's a little bit of a slap in the face, might be a little too strong a term, but that they should, that this is really tough. So the proposal we have here, we think is a reasonable one. It's like a trigger proposal that if revenues become available, they would be put toward the pay increases.
Thank you. That's the only question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Grosso, and then Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to also say how incredibly proud I am to be on the committee with you, Councilmember Silverman. I think you guys have done a great job. The couple of asks you have are really enormous asks, though, so it's going to be hard for us to step up to fix those. But the one I do want to point out is the excluded workers program. This is something that I've met with them on, and I too am supportive. I hope that we can find something in order to support these folks, because they are on the front line as well. And when you talk about the need for us to have people out there, they've stepped up to the plate time after time. So I appreciate that. I also wanted to just take a moment to recognize the profound nature of the Transgender Employment Study Act. This has been included in your committee markup. And I want to just say a few words about it. This would require DCHR to study the employment experiences of transgendered individuals in our government, examine how we can improve our hiring practices, and how the District of Columbia can work with other employers within the city to do the same thing. Trans and non-binary individuals face some of the highest hurdles due to biases and discrimination when attempting to gain employment in our city. Going back years, this government has tried to tackle this issue. Councilmember Gray, you taking the leadership on it, which I've appreciated, but almost always this approach has been focused on the transgendered person herself, as if training transgender people alone would fix this problem. We must also target the discrimination and bias from employers, managers, or human resource professionals in which this is exactly what this project is all about, to target the other side of the problem. And the effort is truly transformational because it will address the issue of transphobia within the workplace and hopefully set the DC government up as a model for hiring and promoting transgendered people and transgendered people of color in particular. We will need, of course, everyone's support with oversight to ensure that this project lives up to its incredible potential. And I'm not just talking about the council and the council staff, I'm talking about all the agencies, the leads in the agencies, the workforce community, everybody to step up to the plate. Once again, I want to thank you. I also want to thank Councilmember Robert White and Charles Allen, because my office, I know, worked closely with them to make this happen. But this is a big deal for our city, and hopefully we can move the rights of transgender people to a new place where they are respected every single day in the workplace for what they offer, and not do it simply because of who they are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Grasso.
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and to the committee chairwoman. Just had a thought, a question as to whether or not now is the time for identifying new apprenticeship type jobs that we can begin to groom persons for. And I'm particularly concerned since, you know, we talk a lot about housing in our committee, because you're on the committee with me, and we know how important that is. I mean, it's tantamount to the whole existence as far as I'm concerned, but equally important is having income, having a job, and having a thought that, well, I might be learning a skill, I might be doing something that's going to lead to, you know, a future. And so I just wondered, where are we with this whole idea of generating new apprenticeships, and how would we do it, and could it be done during this time?
Great question, Councilmember Bonds. And we did this in the budget last year, actually. So we funded a bill that you and all the members unanimously passed, the DC, I think it's called Pathways to DC Government Careers.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, in which we took exactly your approach, which is create. So we often go to the private sector and say, hey, do this for us. We need you to do internships and this and that. And what the committee decided last year is, well, you know what, DC government should do that. And then we can say to the private sector, hey, we know how to do this. And now you should do it because we do it. And so we took that approach, and actually I believe it was funded in last year's budget, and DCHR is working on it. We met with them, Councilmember Bonds, but this is to create apprenticeships in DC government in some of our high demand fields. Let me say in healthcare, I think I left this out of my remarks, but as Councilmember White, thank you, mentioned PDL. But you know, we are building 2 new hospitals with your taxpayer dollars starting in this budget. The St. Elizabeth's Hospital, and as well, we are providing some subsidy for Howard. And it's the committee's belief that we put our dollars in, we should get something out of it. And I believe that should be jobs for us, for our residents, and in the healthcare field. But sort of building it, this was, I thanks Councilmember Bonds for giving me an opportunity to fill in where I forgot to say something, but it is sort of, you're on point, which is we need to use apprenticeships. It's once again a research-driven model in, you know, the industries where we know the jobs will be. So if you have more ideas on how to do that, Councilmember Bonds, we'd love to work with you.
I'll come down the hall.
Yeah, when we're able to come down halls again. Sure, or you can ping me or whatever we do in this virtual universe. But yes, I mean, we are focused on that because we need to take advantage of our economy. And like, you know, a lot of people here know I'm a big Nats fan. Yay, we're gonna start the season soon. watched Game 7 yesterday on Fox, relived the glory. Anyway, but there's a point to this, Mr. Chairman, and I'm getting to it, which is, baseball has farm teams, so you bring up, it's organic, you bring up your talent. We need to create like a AAA league and AA league of our residents so they can get those great jobs as nurses and phlebotomists and medical records technicians. And, Metro, I'll just add in to what Councilmember White was saying. Now, this was pre-COVID. Hopefully we'll have public transportation after this. But, we met with Metro and they were saying they hire 70 bus drivers a month. But most of those folks aren't district residents. That, I think, is like low-hanging fruit for us. We need to make sure that those jobs go to district residents. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Bonds.
Other council members? I do have several questions.
I think Councilmember Gray had his hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Gray, did you want to be recognized? You're muted.
Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted. You're muted now. Hands off the buttons.
Slippery hands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I was muted. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Silverman, I want to thank you for the report that you provided to us today. And I just wanted to ask you, and you've named a few arenas in the healthcare area. Do you have some specific areas in mind that you'd like to see happen? You talked about the fact that we are building a new hospital, which is certainly the intent that we have at this stage. You talked about the new hospital that Howard is going to be building as well over the next several years. Are there specific areas, because I agree with you, we would all be well served if we can open those job doors to our people who live in the District of Columbia to make sure that they have those opportunities, especially when you look at the reality that we've got so many people who should be served in our healthcare services in our own District of Columbia, our own 51st state. So are there areas that you have in mind now that you'd like to pursue? And if so, I'd like to work with you on those as you continue to move forward with your initiatives on this.
That'd be great, Councilmember Gray, and we'll be talking about this tomorrow, I think, at your hearing. So this is an idea that actually came from the Hospital Association. So the whole idea behind that, to answer your question, the whole idea behind the health sector partnership is we're going to work with UHS, is it UHS? I'm losing my mind here, at the GW Hospital folks, University Health Systems. And then we're going to work with Adventist and the Howard folks. And the idea here is that the WIC will convene the Workforce Investment Council will help convene all of those employers to say, how many jobs are being created? What is the training that you need? How do we put that together? So we let the employers drive that, Councilmember Gray. So, we want to convene all the employers to say, what are the jobs? And, what is the time frame in terms of training that we need to make sure that district residents are prepared for those jobs? But certainly, we are interested in not just, all kinds of jobs in the health field, but this is where, for example, CDL and IT training can also work within this sphere. Because, I know when I go to the doctor, my doctor has an iPad, every doctor I see, right? All of our records are now electronic. Someone needs to manage all those records. So IT is critical in healthcare. And certainly we know from our own COVID testing site, somehow my sample that I took at engine 33 or 36, I can't remember which one it was, needs to get to the lab. Someone with a commercial driver's license is taking that to the lab. So, but just to emphasize it again, first of all, look forward to working with you, Councilmember Gray. And we did have a very good call with Kim Russo from GW and UHS, and she was really excited about this idea too. But we are going to have our employers drive the training and help us understand where the jobs are going to be. I hope this answers your question.
It does, and I appreciate your initiative on this. The opportunities are there. We need to make these jobs available to people who live in the District of Columbia. We have a large number of people who work in the healthcare field who this one is perhaps the largest area of endeavor right now in the District of Columbia. And we should be working hard, and we should all be working together to try to create these opportunities for our people who live in the District of Columbia. I'm with you on that one.
Fabulous.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. I had several questions.
Okay.
Shared work compensation, BSA subtitle.
Yes.
We have emergency and permanent, emergency and temporary that's been adopted. What is the budget nexus for this?
Mr. Chairman, we have been told, I'm just going through my notes, by the Department of Labor that we need permanent legislation for this in order to, here's the budget nexus. There's money involved. So Department of Labor said that we cannot access $400,000 in federal grant funds under the Family First Act for like the budget if we do not have a permanent version of this legislation. Temporary and emergency ain't good enough for them. That's the budget nexus.
And you have that in writing from them?
The Department of Employment Services actually asked us to do it because DOL said we need a permanent version of, we need permanency for this legislation. But if you want something in writing, I will endeavor to get it for you.
And the tipped worker, you're putting 100,000 in. Do you remember what the fiscal impact is for that, Bill?
So as I said, I believe that the tip portal was somewhere in the $950,000 range. And then there also needed to be an FTE associated with that, which we all know always ends up to be about $100,000 to $150,000. So we funded the portion we could fund, which was the education part, which I believe the FIS was about 100,000. We had to ask the budget office to, let's say, dissect, or segregate, I'm not sure what the right word is, delineate the FIS for the I-77 repeal so that we could break out each of the pieces. So I think it's about 1.1 million or so that still needs to be funded.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you.
You have a revised FIS, and do you have a revised FIS from the OCFO?
Yes, we do. I mean, we have a FIS that we base the tipped worker education on. Do you want me to share that? I believe we work with the budget office on this, but I can send you what we have.
If you would, please.
Okay.
You and I were in a meeting many months ago where there was an issue that DOES was interpreting a provision in a way that was requiring the payroll processing companies to do something they couldn't do, to certify. Is that addressed in your BSA subtitle?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, and my last question is the paid leave navigators. This is to help with the implementation of universal paid leave, correct?
That is correct.
How much money is it? Is it 750,000?
That again is correct.
And how did you come up with that figure?
I believe we, that's an excellent question. I can get more details for you on that, Mr. Chairman. I think, I'm not sure how we came up with that. It's a grant program that's sort of based on the UI grant program that we have. That's more of an appeal. It helps workers with appeals. But I can get more information for you on how we landed on $750,000.
Please.
Sure, happy to do it. Somehow the CFO told us that we needed that much money.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you.
We're going to move to transportation and the environment. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start the discussion of my committee's recommendations by highlighting the work that the committee did with the support of the Education Committee. Thank you very much, Councilmember Grasso, to reverse the mayor's proposed cuts to essential nutrition programs. And Councilmember Grasso made reference to this. Last year, the council funded the Healthy Students Amendment Act of 2018, which made several improvements to school meals with a particular focus on increasing school breakfast participation at our schools. The mayor proposed repealing that critical investment entirely, not just in 21, but in perpetuity. Now, I fully appreciate that we've had constraints because of the public health emergency, but really, I found it unconscionable that we would even think about cutting funds for meals for low-income students in the middle of a pandemic, which has only highlighted the need for food equity and its relationship to our health. Communities with high rates of diet-related chronic illness are disproportionately harmed by COVID-19, and the school breakfast program provides free meals to low-income children with the idea of helping and improving health outcomes. And cutting that funding, we should be very clear, would have disproportionately harmed students of color, low-income students at a time when these communities are facing these heightened health risks. And for some students, and this is not an exaggeration, the meals that they receive at school are the only meals they might receive that day. And we've seen the lines of people going to our food distribution centers and the effects of the public health emergency. In any case, toward that end, the committee was fortunate to be able to identify $844,000 in recurring funds to fully fund the breakfast requirements. We also worked to find $844,400 in one-time funds to restore a cut to the Healthy Tots program, which supports healthy meals for childcare facilities. And in addition to preserving the breakfast reimbursements and the Healthy Tots funding, the committee worked to identify additional funding to stabilize the Healthy Schools Fund, which supports a number of incentives, including school meal reimbursements and wellness grants. These are the grant programs that relied on the Healthy Schools Fund balance, such as those for school gardens, nutrition education, physical education, and they would not have been adequately funded for next year had we not found additional money. So these changes are essential, and I'm very happy that we've been able to cobble things together to help folks who are struggling with the public health emergency and sometimes more generally. Okay, now that's my little talk. I want to talk about some agency-specific changes and highlights of the committee's report. For the Department of Public Works, the committee recommends increasing the budget for solid waste disposal fee fund, that budget by almost $300,000 in 21 and $4,500,000+ over the financial plan to reflect a revenue raised by a BSA subtitle that recommends that the committee would that the council would increase the tipping fees at the district's transfer stations by $10 a ton to better align the tipping fees in the region. Just by way of example, Montgomery County charges 70 a ton. Charles County charges $75 a ton. And there are other numbers that we could refer, but ours was clearly below the norm. For the Department of Motor Vehicles, the committee recommends raising the cost of a parking reciprocity sticker from $500 to $100 a year. Currently, U.S. senators, representatives, personal office congressional staffers, the president and vice president, appointed executive branch officials, diplomats, and any of their spouses or children are required to pay only $50 a year for the sticker allowing them to park on district streets without estate tags. That amount is significantly lower than what others pay for parking reciprocity. College students pay $338 a year, and temporary residents pay $250 every 6 months, or $500 per year. And this fee for folks on the Hill hasn't been raised in nearly 10 years. And given the value of a district parking space, the committee believes the change better aligns with the cost of these reciprocity stickers and the cost connected to the value. We also recommending the raise of the tag transfer fee cost from $7 to $12. This fee, which covers the costs associated with transferring vehicle registrations from one vehicle to another, hasn't been raised in 14 years. For the District Department of the Environment, the committee recommends providing funding for a wildlife rehabilitation grant. This grant, which DOEE has offered for many years, was cut as part of the mayor's proposed budget.